Hello there, audio check, 1 2 1 2. Can you hear me loud and clear? It most certainly is Rosewood time. You know what, let's switch to the play screen here while we do some setup. Now, would you believe me if I told you we've already had one crash in this AFK mode? It's been great. Well, not AFK mode, in the getting started screen, unfortunately. While loading everyone in, one after another, people joining, VRChat gave up. It's interesting, I do wonder why that happens. Like, I know it doesn't if I set my safety settings differently, so I think it's something to do with, let me just unplug that there we go. Something to do with my video memory on my card, which would be very unfortunate. But, you know, we've been here before. This is nothing new now. Okay, make sure the camera's in a good place. There's not so good. Probably here. It looks pretty good to me. And it should follow. Oh, it's not following me. Let's quickly fix that, guys. Behavior. There we go, that's perfect. Okay, and we'll just disable our camera visibility here. And we'll put this into the depths of the earth. Deep down. Whoa. Hope everyone's having a good day so far, though. There we go. You know what? We'll sort out our full body too while we're here. Save the effort later. The height may be a bit too forward. Well, it would be if my legs worked. We're gonna work this time. Yes. Yeah, it's good enough. Alright. Let's go. Let's check chat real quick while we load. Might start taking crash stats. Yeah, you know, it's the one map I seem to crash in as well. My headset likes black screening and everything there. Even during an event the other day we had like a little private one. It still didn't perform all that well. I don't know whether it's my PC heat or what. I'll have to do some research into it because I don't have a problem anywhere else. I'm hearing a bit of mic feedback, so I'm just going to turn down my own microphone slightly for you guys. Actually, I'll just turn down my own volume. There. Should be the same for you. Snowstorm's going to crash through your town, Fright. Oh god, I hope you're okay, man. Best of luck to you. I'm sure it'll be fine. Go as quick as we can.
Oh, what? Oh, she looks really cute with her hair down. That's really cute.
Hey, I'm a new student here. My name's Tommy, and I heard you need to fix your car.
Oh, fucking save an error.
Yeah, don't. Give me that bitch.
I heard you need to fix your car. Oh, yeah, that's nice.
Hello, Juna.
Mix up.
You tried.
Get back over here. Think so?
Yeah, it was a cake. I do believe they have a mirror set up here. That's a great idea for my frames. Let's do that, guys. Who is this? Ah, Freya. Alright, we're good. How's the music volume? Is that okay? And everyone else's too. Well, we've got a moment to check.
My expressions, but it also mixes with this expression.
Seems okay. To me, anyway. How's it sound to you guys? Also, you can hear this brrrr. This is me setting up the whisper and shout mode. Bit more than that. Probably about here. Yeah, that'll do. Great. Yeah, now I won't accidentally be vibrating everywhere I go. That sounds strange. Do we have toilets here? Are these what these are? Oh, they're stream rooms. Whoa, we've got the stream rooms back. And by that I mean private rooms. But we don't do that here. Instead, we do the professional big boy BRB screen. Hi. Right. Voice volume will be classic, usually good, sometimes it's just character here and there. Okay, great. Good to hear. Otherwise, our performance is seeming pretty good here. Obviously, leaves a little bit to be desired. I've done some tweaking of my own VR settings as well, so we'll see how it is. But clearly that hasn't fixed the crashing issue. Doesn't matter if my frames run better. It's looking a bit better on my end though from OBS, which is good. Nope.
I actually have.
Yo, nice
I have
arms.
something that I need to show Sophie when she's here.
Yeah, look at this shit.
I always knew the VK were brittle bone.
Yours, Tel.
Oh my god.
It's
Look at my
probably
hands. Wait, look at my hands.
Oh
They're
no.
so gross.
Ugh.
Oh my god, like, wait, you're just like me.
Hold up.
Just like you. Oh my god.
No, sure.
Oh my
Skeleton
goodness.
family.
Like Tarzan.
Wait,
Scurry.
wait, Toma.
Mm-hmm. Wait.
Sneak attack. Oh, he
Oh
dodged.
no. What smugness is this? And how can I kill it?
5 frames per second.
Pretty easily, actually.
Oh my god.
There.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Yeah.
Why? Tell. Why would you do this?
They always said the VK had brittle bones. I just didn't know he'd be this easy to kill. That face. Oh.
Mini person.
Yeah, Zuku. What's up, man?
Look at his fucking setup, okay?
Oh, he's bloody.
Wait.
I'm liking the splatter. It looks good. Oh, look at that decal setup. Nice.
And then I can switch into the demonized snow.
You got the eyes as well. Awesome. I'm glad you got that sorted, man. I did read the other day. Yeah, that's great. Awesome. It's always good when you can use everything together.
I don't worry.
Yeah.
Normally when I did the first 2 episodes.
Oh,
Louis.
how's it going, man?
I am very nervous and excited.
Ooh, nervous. I'd ask why, but I feel like it'll be spoilers.
I know it's like for the division thing. I've been rehearsing what I have to say, but I'm trying to say less words
I see. I see.
It's gonna take a while. I don't want you guys to be just like listening to me for like 10 whole minutes. I'm trying my best to cut out words from what I'm trying to say.
Got you. I'm sure it'll be great
Try
anyway,
to
no
get to
matter
the
what.
point.
Okay.
I look forward to it.
Cecilia will
I know kinda
or give options for Tal if he wants to go with the specific people and give them the invitations.
Yeah,
the
sure.
list of them, right?
Okay.
Okay. Don't tell anybody about the thing until
yeah,
the
I know,
session
I
starts,
know.
'cause
No
I
one
don't-
knows the
okay,
thing. It's
we're
fine.
gonna lose our
Yeah, yeah.
advantage if we do tell them what we're
Yeah,
doing.
yeah,
So
It's all good.
What thing?
The thing.
we can tell you guys, as long as you don't tell the other team leaders and their teams.
Yo.
Oh.
You gotta
I
keep
mean,
it
I think I
hush
can
hush.
see it anyway. Yeah, yeah. All right.
Okay, come over here.
You want it? We'll do it over there.
Come on,
Yeah.
honor.
Yeah, great. Alright.
It's our gambit, okay? What is this?
Okay.
Did you get the other
So
thing
we're
sorted
gonna
as
go
well
up to
for it?
them. I didn't get the second thing,
Okay,
unfortunately.
that's
I
all
just
good,
set
it's all
the Get out of here! Get out of here! No,
Fuck,
bad!
it's
Get
private.
out!
It's private.
It's private. We're gonna walk up to them and talk about how prestigious Lumen is and how like we have these fancy envelopes that have like.
Oh no, here
this-
comes
oh my
Zuko.
god! Get out of here, Zuko! Get the fuck out of here! Get out of here! Literally just set up for you. We're standing here. We said
You want to join Smash?
Wanna join Smash? Yeah. Oh my god! Look how like premium this is, right? And how professional we look versus other people are like gonna like walk up at him and how about do you want to join our team, Desu? Please. I can only use yours. I'm just gonna be like, yeah. Oh, we'll also make sure to give them the ultimatum that if they can warn them, they don't like the sooner they accept it, then the higher chance. Or if they take
Okay,
too
well,
long to
we're playing that
accept it, they
strat.
won't
I
get a
see.
slot.
I see.
Yeah.
I see.
Well, we have to.
Yo, is that the fellow Dragonkin?
So for any of the unsorted,
You want to invite
they
Smash?
either can accept it today, or they have to wait until, or they do it over the week, right? But if they do it today, that means that they automatically get in, right? Because that's slow
Sounds
sorting
good.
is.
Yeah, if they accept,
Yes,
then
just
they've
hold
accepted.
behind it like this. Yeah, so we'll let them know
Yeah.
that when we give them the thing. Yeah. Okay. That was the secret. Sorry, again. Put it away.
Can I interest you in some Lumen?
Yeah, I can introduce you on Lumen.
Check out what these.
And we'll offer them the other thing even though we don't have it on hand.
You're
invited.
Yeah, alright.
Unless you put it on your model.
Professor Lupin, you are cordially invited
to nab
to
some,
Rosewood Smash Bros.
juice bottles from the cafeteria.
Oh my god.
I love it. It's so good.
That's great.
Can't wait to see these in your VODs.
Yeah.
Good. Yeah. We'll make sure
You
to
have to
tell them
split
that we
them out, other
haven't
people.
failed a single mission. That versus
Okay,
every
okay.
other team who has. Yes, they must know. We are the premium
guys
squad.
keep
We're
getting
in
away with
gold,
it?
for fuck's sake, right?
How does Lumen get away with it? Being perfect in every mission.
None of us actually get
Because
along,
we're
that's the
very
best part of
selective
it.
on.
We're actually
Yeah,
looking
none of
for
us
people
get
who get
along,
along.
which means that there's we don't have that weakness of or need to
Of
babysit
friendship,
people,
the
right?
weakness of
'Cause
friendship,
every
right? Yeah.
squad has like every current squad has at least one or two people that they have to babysit, as in they're not confident with their abilities, right, and always lacking in some kind of area, and so everybody else has to like fall on that crutch, and then because of that, then there's an issue, right? Lumen doesn't have that. I mean, the closest thing maybe is everybody has like their quirks, right? They get in trouble with the staff, but that doesn't really matter when it comes to missions.
Mm-hmm.
Because yeah, we can all count on
Just
each
check my
other to
chat.
do the job that we're supposed to do. I don't need to watch.
Not a
Tal make sure
crash.
he's doing
Okay,
his
we're all good.
stabbing evil thing.
Oh,
Okay, we saw you fall from the sky.
I was living in the rock.
Oh, that? Yeah, no, it's like.
I am the rock. Oh.
Either way, I'm excited to see this
Yeah, that's
later.
a good roll. Oh, that's still a good roll.
Would be great. Now, Cecile,
I
paranoid that
I'm
the
slowly getting
professors are listening in with the earrings because there's
Oh my
no
God,
way to tell if
yes,
it's
he
actually
did.
activated or not.
I'm trying to
reenact
reenact
it's like
very selective.
You've seen like the one-up signer.
Always watching, Wazowski. Always watching.
She's like, well, we were given specific ones and we didn't see their construction. Right? So what if we
True.
were given like the dummy one, or what if they have master ones that can just enable ours to listen in? Because they probably can. They have no idea. We weren't told.
And this is why I'm not team leader.
Just puts hers in a jar. And they can't listen into it.
Tel's already paranoid of birds, he doesn't need to be paranoid of the teachers too. Oh no.
Yeah. the teachers, all the creatures
All the staff,
on campus
yeah.
that are most instantly familiar if we're not allowed to touch them. But
Yes.
It was like,
Right.
What's
Make sure
the
everything's
rule in familiars? You have to tickle them so they lose their form because they're no longer concentrating.
Yeah.
man.
Tickle the birds.
Choke the birds. Choke them out. Destroy them.
I can't trust anyone anymore.
Loggers.
They take the two rational people away.
Oh shit! I need to go.
I didn't want to.
Oh.
It's gonna be a horrible lesson.
Was there anything?
Yay.
Yeah. Let's see.
I always keep my stuff under 32.
Oh, he's
Yo,
gone.
what's up? How's it going?
Yo, what's up? What's up? What's
Not
going?
much. Not much. Hyped, you know. It's the
I'm gonna
day.
be hiding in a tree at the start of the session.
You gotta be in the tree, in your tree, your special tree. The one you had to
Yeah,
move
I'm gonna be
Cecilia out of.
sitting in my special tree. Pink guy! Oh, he's gone.
Oh.
Techno's invisibility doesn't work, so he just goes.
It's just because
blind
pink.
Yeah, he just goes pink.
Oh
Go
no.
ask him and he'll turn it on. It's hilarious. But yeah, I'm excited to see what happens today.
Yeah, it should be interesting.
Hell,
Wonder who's going for who.
hell yeah.
Apart from
Oh,
Team
God.
Newman, because I know that.
We'll have to see, won't we?
Yeah, yeah.
I'm dying. Da da da.
Oh no! Come on, you can do it! I love how we have to give like the walk of.
It's a walk of
it's like
shame,
the
really.
walk
Yeah.
of slowness, but then yeah, walk of shame, but like. Oh god. Please.
You wanna join Team Ignis? You wanna join Team Ignis?
Yeah, I do. Hey, hold on. Hey, what? Hey.
Shit, hold on, wait.
Yo.
I'm
Someone
Aqua.
take it.
Don't look at me.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Oh god, my frame's dead. Oh no. Your frame's dead?
Nope.
No? Okay. I just had a random drop.
24 frames.
424? What do you mean 24?
I have not fallen under 24.
Not fallen under 24. I literally had 424. I was like, what the hell? What?
Yeah, no, 424
we
frames.
can
Tom.
dream. We can dream.
We can dream. We can dream, Harold. I think we're starting.
Yeah, we are.
Alvindor. I get a new vacation home. It's gonna be great.
Everything's climbable. So
Oh boy, that's completely broken. Oh no.
lion, mommy. We never had that in here yet.
What?
I wouldn't have it.
Excellent.
He was a madman.
Oh god. That's not fun, frame dip.
Completely broken. Oh no.
Understandable.
Oh.
for next
I'm
day.
gonna do a quick rundown
There
real
we go.
quick.
You shout,
of
Taylor,
what
shout.
the sounds are, because it's been a while. I don't want to shout.
Do I need
so
to be up there?
we're just gonna play them in order. This is the announcement bell. Okay. When you
Someone
hear
died.
that at this point, unless said otherwise, that's when team captains go meet up with the chancellor in his office. It used to be the morning thing. We're not doing that anymore. The next bell is the event bell, which is a new one for pretty much everyone. If there's something going on today, and you hear that, you are to report to wherever you were told to report by your captain or professor. Today we're going to hear that twice, because we've got division things going on, and a lot of you have picked 2 divisions. Thank you. When you hear the first one, you are to report to your primary division. You'll be told where to meet. And you head there when you hear the first one. When you hear it the second time, you go to your secondary division. If you did not choose a secondary, you're free for the day, unless you want to help someone else out. And also as a note, the Aether Tech division is on pause for the day, because Tish is not here, unfortunately, so we will pick that up next time. The next bell is the medical bell.
Uh-oh.
When you hear that, all medics are to report to the
Spooky.
infirmary. Everyone else, don't bother. You're good. Only ring that if there is some life-threatening issue happening to someone and they need medical attention ASAP. Let's see. And then there is the emergency bell.
Oh, this is so scary.
These bells are
That
kind of
scares
If you
me.
hear that, if you hear that, something is very, very wrong. Grab your weapons and meet in the main building. But that should be like immediate reaction. So those are like the main 4 sounds. And then, you know, we've gone over the rooster and the cricket and the owl. So you're very
Yeah.
So those are your sound reminders. If you have any questions about them, feel free to ask.
Guys.
As I said, division things are happening today. And a gentle reminder that we're not all meeting in the auditorium anymore, just the team captains. And to report to where you had established last time, where you'll be meeting with your teams. Other than that, if I call your character's name, please stay at spawn. Avi, Cecilia, Mordred, Octavian, Skyette, Solus, Talia, Tau, Tiana, and Val. If you are not any one of those people, you are free to head into the map. The rooster will take a few extra moments as I explain what's going on with these individuals, and of course, once you hear it, you're free to start RP.
Wait, this is my name.
Real quick.
Oh, shoot. Where is the door?
Alright.
Oh, that's a much better spawn. Do we have a bath? Oh wait, that's where washing's done, I'm assuming. Look at these comfy cushions. Why have I got to be on the bottom? Maybe I want to be on the top, you know? Alright, let's go ahead and get ourselves started. Oh, we'll do the whole BRB thing, just as a marker for myself. Let's go ahead. There we go. And back to it. There. Hello there, if you're joining from this point, then we are about to start shortly with the roleplay, as per usual. We're just prepping, there's a couple of people talking backstage, as it were, and I'm just gonna set up. Look at my ugly feet. Look how big these nails are. Ugh. Okay, right. We'll go into the usual position. What? You know, I lined up my bed perfectly for this. So, at the start of every session now, I've started doing a tiredness roll, which will be modified in the future with negatives, because of some character stuff with Tel. But it's affecting his level of focus and fatigue for the day. Today's was a 14, so he's okay, generally. Still a little bit shaken, but otherwise okay. Keep in mind this won't always be the case though. I'm also looking for my camera and I'm unsure where it is. Ah, there you are. Hi. We'll lie sideways, why not? Be a good start. Whoa! We'll do a little bit of in-character stuff, shall we? So, to recount the events of last session, we went and did a task for Bombadil after a short discussion with Cecilia. There was some ear troubles there, if you remember. Bad audio mix that session for everyone. Should be fixed, this one, fingers crossed. The task involved stealing a beer tankard, which was Bombadil's own one, back from the Chancellor, which we managed to do through some trickery and deceit, with Tel acting as a deceitful, harmed student before we bribed a Madari to go and steal said mug, albeit anchored. And then they took that to Bombadil, and we were the first to complete our task. Meanwhile, if any of you have watched Ignis's perspectives, you'll have seen fireballs and explosions as they tried to please Professor Lupe. They even wrote a poem. So we got the easy one on that. Apart from the counsellor absolutely hating Tail's guts now. Because 1, he's a Drakshar, and 2, he stole from him. So that should be a fun interaction going forward. I'm sure there won't be any problems. Then we socialised with several of the unsorted students. Also with Sorelia as well, the home team, and that's our start. Oh, also, a place in Favira had fallen to Rift Beast attack and characters had died. That was a thing too. Probably the major one. Right, let's begin, shall we? We do move around a lot, too. At least the bed's nice and big. It seems my last day sleeping alone here was rather... peaceful. Better than usual, anyways. Well, may as well get started, but I do wonder who'll be taking that bed. I hope no one loud. Or busy. Wait a minute, is that... Really? We can't even shift these... I've never even noticed that. Irksome. Right, well, uniform... Shield. Compassion sheath. That's a lot of items. Let's get started. Here we go. I should really bathe more often, but that's too much effort. Oh. Apparently I put that on quickly. Hit the button twice. Not to worry. Hook that in there. And finally... Capiche. Tightened. Excellent. Oh, let's not forget the shield. Just realized I can't touch the floor. That's interesting. Should be fine. I might have my height set wrong. Okay, I definitely do. Gonna take a quick visit to the bathroom to fix our full body. Oh. Or we're going to crash. Whoa. Morning, Cecilia.
What? Good morning. What was that?
I'm unsure.
Shouting outside.
Shouting?
Anyways, shouting out.
Oh dear, give me a moment. I'm having a very bad headache.
I don't know.
Oh dear.
You seem not to be having the best of time here right now.
No, really, a really big
go turn
headache.
to
Whenever
the
I look in that
direction that
way,
you're
it seems I just die. So I'll just look in this way for a moment.
Well, look towards me then.
Yes.
I've set aside some bottles of wine you could use as
Yes, for the potential candidates, right.
potential candidate, yes. Hello, sir.
Morning.
You can help with this as well. Could I get one of you to, I suppose, check through these and make sure that they're alright before we go
They're
through
not
this? But
empty. Oh, trust me, these ones are definitely full. A moment. Probably swig from that one.
I've assembled a few invitations for them.
Ah, right, this pile,
There's
yes.
some phosphorids inside. If you could take, well, I don't know how many you want to reach out to yourself, or sorry, I would like to as well. The candidates we have so far include, what was it? Anima, Kingsley, Solace, and Luca, with a potential for Emma, if any of those decline.
So the Vaike, the large one, the
Yes.
fiery one, and the one I have no idea who that is.
He's the blonde, how do you call it?
That's Solace, isn't it?
No, the other one.
The other one.
God, I can't think of the word right now. The Beastkin, Zavega.
Oh, the one with the funny ears.
Yes, that one.
Got it, okay.
There was a potential fifth in Angel. I was supposed to speak with him today. At least regarding his expertise and his, aspirations. So if he is, up to par, then I'll return to both of you with that information and we can decide if we want to onboard him as well.
Very well. Shall we get our
if we are, then he will
recruitment
be
out
with
the way?
Emma, at least in the back. So for the other two.
We could always head down to the warehouse and make ourselves known straight away. I'm sure they haven't all gotten out of there yet.
That would be a good idea, yes. We should do that.
If we approached as a team towards someone, they'd be more likely to accept our invitation, or at least be impressed, surely.
Yes. Yes, I can take one of these. Do you mind help carry the bottles then?
Of course. I will gladly take them. Probably shove one down here and there, yes.
Okay, good. Just take hold. That'll be nice. We should
Thank you.
hurry though for the other teams. As I know, some of the members are hotly discussed.
It is a
But I
shame we
trust
did
that
not...
both of you have slept well.
Yes, actually, for once, I slept decently.
That's good. Actually, we could have a show of power and then have the Madari carry the bottles.
Have you got anything to pay them with?
We could get them catnip or something, I don't know.
Is catnip?
I think they prefer shining. Unless you're
Shiny things
willing
you
to
can
part
get
ways with your tiara.
No, I'll get them gold. Excuse me, Madari. Could we hire your services for a moment? We need to carry you wine. Like a few bottles of wine. I can pay you in coin if you'd like. But shiny. It's probably better than sweeping a deck in the hot sun, right?
Get the coin out, just show him. Or her, I'm unsure.
Do you want the coin? You just have to carry some wine for us and over to the Insordom and then pass it out to those who accept an invitation. I think it died.
It's pondering.
What? It's pondering. Oh. You don't want it? Are you sure? It's a lot better than sweeping. You're sweltering out here in the paper coats in the hot sun. Aren't you more used to cold environments or something?
I appreciate your sweeping. Please keep up with a good job.
To take care.
I think we can go away.
Yes, we can carry them just fine. Good morning, Suku.
What?
Hello.
Confusing.
Hi. Morning.
Good morning.
Oh dear.
You style like it.
Your tiara.
And there we go again. When that happens.
that's not fun. You see that frame dip? Oh dear. Maybe we should go try fixing it real quick. I can feel a crash oncoming. What is happening? And I think we're gone. I'm not sure. No, we still seem to be living. Let's have a look at our computer usage. We'll catch up to people really quickly. VRChat is not responding. No, it is. That is very strange. Oh, we're okay now though. We'll catch up to them. Run. Whew. Periodic headaches today, I swear.
No, it's fine. I've got drunk vision.
It's okay, Tel. Just
I think my smoothing I've been turned on somehow, and I don't know how. Anyways, let's go.
My god, it's bad today. I think it's whenever someone's joining, you know. Okay, you know, we'll try something real quick. Because this is horrendous. Not crash number 1. We're still going, we're still alive. Somehow, to be honest, I'm not quite sure how. It's okay though, we'll just freeze in the middle of here. We'll set our priority to high and hopefully that will help our VR a little bit. Looks like it. Okay. In we go. Quick, quick, quick. Anyone around?
We're going to the main building. There's.
Alright.
No. We spent too long talking to Namadai. Perhaps we're better suited for food than as a.
Or perhaps we're enlisting the aid of the wrong one.
That is true. No.
The one we employed the other day seemed to be rather inclined to monetary gain.
Yeah.
Thank you for the follow.
I always think there's like a door here to go inside and there isn't.
No.
Well, I guess if you like crawled through the sewer grate or something.
What are we, rats?
Crawled through.
I think everyone's suffering from the same issue, you know, actually. That's fine. Oh, nothing like running in the morning to wake you up. And to destroy your head, apparently. Ow.
What is it? Through this. Don't turn around. Don't look that direction. Just come.
That direction scares me.
Yes. That's called foreshadowing. Yeah.
Foreshadowing? What are we foreshadowing?
I don't know. That will be something for us to find in the future.
I see.
When we do, that's when we call it hindsight. I think foresight is illegal. That's just
Foresight,
learning
right.
from our past. Yes, foresight and learning from our mistakes in our past is illegal. Oh no, it's great to see you. Could we have a moment with you? I know you're about to have breakfast. Maybe this is best kept for when your mind is ravenous and hungry. But we at Team Newman has discussed quite a bit, and your skills are quite exceptional. If you would like to join the most prestigious and most successful team at Rosewood, we would like to extend an invitation to join.
Oh. That's very formal. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
There's also wine if you want it.
I'd say it would be in your best mind to decide if you want to accept today, as tomorrow there isn't really a guarantee that you have a spot. Just do the payment and all
Colonel
that.
of mine.
If you could give her a bottle as well.
It appears I'm frozen in time.
I have wine as well, if you like.
Oh,
And plenty
oh,
more to come. Would you join us?
Sorry. I appear to be slowing down.
Are you alright?
No.
He's just trying to press that trade button, that's all.
Okay.
There we go, just-
accept trade. Thank you very
Excellent,
much.
excellent. Yes, enjoy. I'm going to turn around this way.
It looks lovely. What kind of wine is
Oh. Oh.
Oh my god.
I think I need some of this wine too. Oh, that's better.
Might be wise.
Could we speak to both of you?
Yeah.
Sure, we're gonna get some food real quick though.
Of course, you're more than welcome.
I will most like.
Alright.
I would love to join them. And out of all the teams, I have had the best interactions and the best promise from this team. So.
Well, it's good to hear, you know.
Is that an official then?
Well, I mean, it's up to how many other people you ask, but I wouldn't be against it.
Okay, then. Well, I'm glad to have you on board then. Welcome to Team Lumen. Well, tomorrow during the ceremony at least.
How are you really going with it, huh?
It's always great to have some intelligence on the team, isn't it? Not that you're not, of course. I'm just saying.
Don't bash the other teams too hard, right? Don't make it look like.
Oh no, I was bashing us. You, me.
Oh.
Never mind. Never mind.
What? What do you mean?
Nothing.
All right.
You know, it came with both strategies in the last two missions, right? And they were both wildly successful in their application.
But that is true. I suppose you. Strategy doesn't mean intelligence, right? Right? Right?
I mean, you need intelligence for strategy.
Well, maybe our strategies will be even better then.
Well,
With some
a
intelligence.
successful
That is
strategy,
true.
at least. Anybody
Mhm.
can make a strategy.
Of course.
But yeah, I will.
We're glad to have you.
Of course, we
Go eat.
Sorry.
Go
need to be
eat,
busy.
For fuck's sake.
Enjoy your food.
Come on.
I will.
Enjoy the food. Don't drink the wine during the day, though. Fuck's sake. Okay, go. Go, shoot,
I
go.
won't,
Go get your
but
food. Go
I'm
get the
good.
food. Go,
I'm gonna
go.
I'm
Go,
going
Anora.
to drop
Anora,
off the
go.
bottle.
Anora, go drink.
It's
Go eat the food,
Cecilia,
Anora.
it's fine.
I've
Anora, food.
already eaten. I've already eaten. I'm fine. I'm going to go drop off the bottle so I don't have to hold this the whole time. Thank you. Thank you very much.
She'll look after the wine, and she's eaten. It's fine. The wine is in good hands, Cecilia. I was worried too. Right.
Angel.
Could we have a hello? Morning.
You know what? I'm gonna go handle one myself now. Actually, on second thoughts, that's kind of nerve-wracking.
I know, just saying, I know that everybody kind of went to bed and scattered after the bonfire and the incidents that happened before. Beyond that,
Hungry, hungry, hungry. Hungry, hungry. Good morning. Hungry.
Good morning.
This.
Seem hungry today.
No, this. Oh, both. That'll do. Ah,
I don't eat meat.
alright, no food, no food.
Definitely, totally normal.
Are you alright, sir?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
I don't think the food's
Food for nerves. Lefron, food for nerves.
Headaches.
And headaches.
Are they offended by that? What is horrible, man? Very strong today.
It means they only eat vegetables, but I guess.
You should probably put your shields
Oh,
down.
wow.
Mm.
I think that would be just it.
Good soup.
Did you call me a dish?
Hey, Solace. Solace, right?
Sorry, I was trying to say.
How's your food? Is it good food?
It's really good. I can't believe people used to eat like this all the time. Like, I never... So much!
You know, I never used to trust the food around here, then I found out it was delicious. Well, almost all of it.
I used to eat moldy bread. Kinda moldy, anyway.
You know, I actually think I had some moldy bread before. And some fish, it was like that too.
As long as you don't eat the mold, it's not that bad.
No, you just kind of rip it off and put it to the side on the street and deal with it. Anyways, could I have a word with you if you wanted to come with me real quick while we enjoy our food?
Okay, sure.
Food discussion.
Sorry?
What are these?
Oh.
Good food.
Just give me a moment while I turn the other way. There we go. Excellent, excellent. Right. Okay, definitely away from that direction.
It's okay. The more time you spend trying to walk, the more time I can spend eating, so...
That's true, that's very true. There we go, perfect.
Would you rather me be on the other side?
If I face this way, it works perfectly, yes. I don't know what's going on over there, but it just gives me such a headache. So,
I'll be here.
Solus,
I got that.
there's something I've been meaning to ask you. It's a very important question, you see. You're someone who understands food very well, and additionally, I see what you've been able to do with that weapon of yours, and I believe you have the intent and want to, kill, right? Councillor, yes? Good morning.
I apologize, but I'm going to have to... I'm going to have to steal Solus away from you for a few minutes. Would you mind following me?
Councillor, if it would be okay, could I just have a mere 30 seconds with him? I'll be quick. It's very important for our team.
When you finish here, please meet me at my office. And be sure to throw away your...
Wait, sir, which one's your one? I can't read the signs.
Could I have a bottle?
Okay.
Yes, there you go.
Thank you.
Sure.
Right. So.
Yes, sir. It's about the sword?
Yes. So, your sword, you seem rather skilled with it. From what you've said, you might not have killed, but I believe you're fully capable of. And, additionally, that flame in your hand, if you have fine enough control of it to heat up food, I bet you can do much more with it, right? Right?
Well, I mean, Bella Costa was with me and Luca earlier, and sorry, and they were saying they want to train us to do, like, more magic stuff. So hopefully I can make some big old fire pillars out the ground. That would be really cool.
Fire pillars would be rather excellent. In fact, you could say something that... Team Lumen that is the wrong outfit. Sorry.
Trying to get me to join a stripper club?
Yes, most definitely.
You're saying I'm hot? I can strip as well if you want. Like,
I mean, you could always try a little if you wanted to.
I mean, yeah, like I'd agree that like the food is really good. Yeah, I agree.
Excellent. Yes. Regardless, what I meant to get off instead of my clothes was the small thing off of my side. Oh, there it is. Could you imagine that? It's an invite.
Ooh, it's like a fancy little letter.
It is. It's a very fancy little letter. I think Cecilia's wrote it, so be careful. And it's an invite to the team.
Oh, okay, that's good. Thanks for telling me. I can't read, so...
I guessed from before. Oh, Cecilia's here. Would you like to...
Hi, Cecilia.
Yeah. Hello. As you might have heard, it's fine, you finish eating first.
It's fine, he can talk while eating. It's great.
No excuse.
He does have to head to the Chancellor's office.
The Chancellor wanted me for something. I
Mm-hmm.
don't know.
But it's fine.
It's best not to keep him waiting. He did say about 30 seconds, so I've given him the invite. It's okay. Oh, also, bottle of wine. Here. If you like wine, just there's a bottle here.
Yeah.
It's from her stash.
Oh, okay.
It's a free gift. Enjoy.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Okay.
Lumen is the most successful team on campus. We've not failed a single mission. If you would like to be a part of that, please let us know urgently, as we have limited slotting, and we're giving out more invitations and slots just due to the nature of this process. But we would love to have you. We've spoken extensively about your.
Soulish, your 30
how much
second
you can
pass.
expect.
I'm forced to
Go, go, go.
Okay, sorry, let's go. Sorry.
Well, that went
I'm
about
sure
as
it'll be
well
a
as I
healthy
thought it could.
dynamic.
Yes. I can finish these finally. I'm scared to look in this direction, Cecilia. Every time I do, I seem to lose a little bit of myself.
This is very
I'm going to try it now.
Mhm.
Oh my god, I'm okay. Freedom.
I think wherever it is that's bothering you has moved to a different side.
Yes. I will deal with this bother in one way or another.
I'm sorry, Evan.
Oh, great food.
How many have we given out so far?
Just the one. It was a rather lengthy conversation followed by an interruption by the counselor, so I had to
Do you
word
want to
and
take
keep
care,
him.
Kingsley, or should I?
If you'd like to, you're more than welcome. I can come along and back you up with my
Sure, that
endearing words and confident personality. Yes.
That works, yes. Yes, you have it then. Okay, I'm gonna go drink some juice for you.
Where will crafting classes be held today? The secondary ones.
What are you doing this morning? I see. We should be holding it quiet.
I guess.
He hasn't.
Don't want.
I don't know if you want to know about it. Ask around.
Damn it.
It's as they say, a glass of orange juice keeps the anxiety and depression away.
Anxiety and depression, what are those?
Oh yes.
Yes, that's what they are.
Yes.
Peace.
Do you think I could have them?
I don't think you would. No, it's a bad thing.
Okay. I don't know about medical practices. It is a medical thing, right?
You would. Well, let us find our target then.
Check up.
More Madari.
So you said you might want to check up on him. Because I think that.
Oh dear.
Not any good at
Cecilia, the thing's back. You'll have to go on without me.
Don't look in that direction. Just come over.
My God. Whew.
I'll make sure to. I hope that I don't get you into trouble again. If I do, I'll make sure that you do.
Okay, guys, we're having a real struggle today. Oh dear. I might have a small idea of what it is. But we're gonna have to wait for a quiet moment. Or just somewhere where it stopped lagging. This corner should do. Right. Okay, let's open the menu and be as quick as possible. I believe... we'll just do this. Did it help? Nope. Oh dear. We're having such a struggle today. Perhaps it's the size of that one window, I'm unsure. Okay, well, before we crash, which I believe just happened.
That happened then.
You found a secret passageway.
Tell.
Okay, we're back. Hi. Just gonna quickly, yep, another crash. Well, first crash. Technically the first proper crash, you know? I don't even think our playing screen's working. There we go. Okay, we're gonna set ourselves back on up as quickly as possible. I've also noticed my OBS was running at high priority, which is what I thought the problem was, as well. So, perhaps we're fixed, perhaps not. But we shall load on in and take a drink. Ah. It's okay, it will only be a moment anyways. If anything, all this crashing has sped up my game at getting back in game. That was a weird sentence. There we go. Alright. Yeah, we can't touch the floor here. Let's fix our size real quick as well. I think that's what the issue is. Not for my frames, but for, yeah, that's good enough. Quest off of Freya. And pray. Alright. Stream camera. Let's go. Speed setup, guys. We know what we're doing. I say as I take a photo. I don't work well with pressure, apparently. Just like my character. Okay, here we go. Stream mode, lock. Ah, that locks that in place. Got it. Cool. Down this goes. Yeah. And up we go. Right, let's hope our VR runs well now. Pull ourselves over. We haven't got an invite yet, so we will re-request off of Taylor. When I find them, there they are. Ah, we got one from Freya, it's all good. And we're already back. Well, almost. Again, I'll put in markings for the crashes within the VOD because I'm sure they're useful for those who watch. Scuff RP is best RP. Definitely is, Kaiju, definitely. Make sure our screen's up. There we go. Load everyone in. And we're back. Okay, let's go turn off the world music before we get double layer music. Which we already have, I guess. Oh, there's someone there. Help, I'm suffering.
Yeah, me too, man. There was something coming to those dorms that's just causing me to
yeah, it's whenever I look in the direction of them, I think I just... It's all over.
Yeah, I've been trying to hone in on it, just invisible, trying to figure out where it is. I suspect that the leaves falling don't have the right particle setting, so each time you load them in, it's forcing you to calculate all of the
right.
Because it seems to be in that location.
Got ya.
But I don't know, for example, I've just been trying to figure it out. Anyway, you're
yeah, I gotta get back.
How dare you? Young boy! Oh, get out of here! What are you doing?
No.
Let Glubin down. You could do it. You can
I always let them down. I can't find. I'm blind. There we go. God damn it, Leo.
You want some water? Or something? No, thank you.
Oh.
Right. Well, you're being singled out again, huh?
Yep.
Morning, Tal.
Morning. If I can see you, I'm not sure. Oh god, I'm fluxing. Not again. Oh. Okay. That's definitely not helped. Alright. Well, good to know it might be a map issue. Means it's not something on my rig if that is the case. First bell, right, means we need to go there. Hmm. Almost kicked a cat. So, we've invited those who we want to. That name's a question mark. Was there before? I'm unsure. Solace? Anura?
I'll go find it.
Who else? Ah, Kingsley, I'm sure a certain individual handled that. Cecilia, after all. Oh my god. Whoa. That place is hell. Jeez. You know what? I have a VR setting on that may be the cause of such severe frame drops. Come on. We can reach it, I believe. Look at that, guys. Right. We're just gonna get rid of our anti-aliasing. I know the image won't look as good, but... Oh. Look at that. Oh. Headache's fixed. Right, I'm glad I took that. Well, the bell went and... Uh-oh. I was just speaking about things being fixed and my game's frozen. You know, guys, I think half the issue is I'm talking about it and that makes it worse. Hopefully that doesn't crash anything. No? Okay, cool. Close this as well. Make sure I have VR services on high priority too. There we go, VR compositor, high priority. Maybe we should set it to normal, maybe that will help. I do wonder if I'm overdoing it a bit. We'll see. Anyway, we're back in. Told you I was quick. Yep. I have to reboot all my audio processes and everything when this happens. Do not talk about it or it will attack you. Yes. I just feel some need to, in character, explain it, that I'm freezing up. But it does seem that today is going to be a scuff session, believe it or not, if you hadn't already gathered. Alright, we can set this up this time, and we'll do it properly. Without mistakes. There we go. Look at that. Fastest Dragonkin in the West. Okay. Let's get back in. Request off of Freya again. Sorry, Freya, for all the spam. Do apologise. The void took tail once again. It did indeed. What if I shrink down this window here? I wonder if that helps with the rendering a bit. Oh, it makes me tiny though. Ah, I'm not gonna worry about that for now. See, it's strange how we're fine outside of it, it's just when we're in there. Maybe I can get a particle limiter or something on, I don't know. Quick. Ding, 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 ding. This is the worst part, it's like a walk of shame every time. I'm being greeted by the other Madari now. Being Freya. Hello. I'm not having a good time with crashes now. According to Leo, there's something with some particles that are causing an issue, potentially. It might be that, might be something else on my end.
Yeah, I think so. Even I am lagging in some spots.
Yeah, I just freeze up from times and then my VR gives up, so we'll see. I'm gonna do a quick BRB screen to resume from. There we go. Thank you, Kaiju. Bye-bye. Have a good day. Thank you for coming and watching. Right, let's try again. I think that's the 4th time I've walked down the staircase now. Good afternoon, Jack.
Good morning, Cal. Where was Alchemy again?
I can help the both of you. Yeah, I don't actually remember what you said.
Yeah.
Alchemy is by Bombadil's office.
Oh, okay. Great.
Alchemy.
Thank you, Zuko.
I would assume outside of the office.
I'd be with you then if it's division related.
Congratulations, by the way, on your captaincy for the day. Alright, then if you want to, we can go and... Unique list should be by...
Hi, Anubian, what are you doing here by yourself? I'm just waiting to talk.
Am I quiet? I do not know.
Oh, better be. He's quite busy at the moment. There's a lot of people wanting to talk.
They can look gloomy on a rock and I will look gloomy on a fence. Great idea. Makes us look great.
Reading you do?
Morning, Mordred.
Good morning.
Good morning, Professor Lupe. Oh, I hope you had a pleasant sleep.
Don't
Yes.
get help from me.
I would feel compelled to. Well. So many rocks around here. Oh, very pretty though. What?
Celeste. How did that go?
Well, good morning. Solus said it went well, We ate food, I gave the invite as we were both eating. He seemed to be quite lively, so I joined in on that. The councillor came along and requested his presence, and I had to ask for 30 seconds, which was fun because... I don't know, I feel like I'm making a bad rap for myself stealing a mug and asking for things already. Exactly what I need. I already had it bad with the last one, I think. And how about yourself? I was... Sorry, say again. We're speaking over each other.
Did he accept the invitation?
He took it and seemed quite delighted by it, that and the wine given to him as well when Cecilia came around. But, we will see. I think he was quite involved in his food and having to run off to the councillor's office.
I see.
He wasn't able to read it either, but then again, I wasn't either once upon a time.
Fair point.
Yes. But he did explain he'd been speaking to Professor Lupe about enhancing his fire magic, something about flame pillars and the like. Seemed quite promising.
Wonderful.
Yes.
I wonder what the Chancellor wanted with him.
Yes, one can wonder. Hopefully he did nothing wrong.
He's gotten himself into trouble already, right?
Well, being in trouble might not be a sign of a good candidate, but then again, I believe we've all been in our fair share of it, for one reason or another. If anything, that free spirit might be a good thing around here.
If you say so.
Well, it was certainly good to know that Honora at least seems to be strongly considering our invitation.
I was surprised she accepted so quickly.
Yes. Well, in her words, we'd been the team she'd interacted with most, and perhaps the credit is to that initial scouting I did originally with her. The other teams seem to be missing out. Her mastery of lightning magic should prove quite useful for us if she does accept.
I'm sure.
I thought I just saw our valiant team leader. No, there she is. Leaving the hall. Here she comes.
Come, let's walk and talk.
Yes, of course. I was getting fed up with the rocks anyways.
Yes. So divisions are meeting today, minus the political division, as apparently that is not something that is meeting and is instead individual tasks. If you have not selected the division, then you must do so now or you'll be joining Mordred in the farm, so that's like currently where they're just putting everyone...
Will you be joining Mordred in the farm, Cecilia?
No. We've come to a solution, in which case you can just strike my name from the record and then not deal with any worries about political ties.
I see.
Because otherwise, having a supposedly neutral Duke be working with a military is probably not the best look, yes. Especially with all the wars going on in Flint. One might try to correlate that he's having Rosewood be a force to invade with. So, they're striking my name from all the records here.
I see, so you're sort of a spy now? Would that be it? Or you're just a rogue, you're against the rules, rule breaker, you're making the academy break the rule? What do we call you now? Are you technically our leader, or do we not have a leader?
I will still be a captain. I don't know if it'd be wise for me to go under a different name here or something, but we'll see. As of now, I'm not, well, forgetting studies.
I see. So, are we thinking of the new name for you? I think it could be quite good, you know, we're Dragonkin are great at names, aren't we?
Sure,
Yes.
Alright, we'll discuss things later. Yeah.
Could call you Tiara or something, it'd be great.
I don't think that would be very wise.
I don't know where I got that idea from, to be honest, it is very silly. Right.
But I will have to probably put the survey one day after they... Oh, I miss this weight. Anyways, that's about... divisions, yes. So Muscle and Crafting are meeting by the abandoned building, by the dorm area.
Right.
What was it? Alchemy is meeting in Bombadil's office. Medical is meeting outside the medical building and the gardens. And I think that's about it.
I see.
Which there are two others that I'm missing, yeah? So the division. Aether Tech Division is not meeting today. Were there any divisions that I missed?
Doesn't seem like it.
No, I think you covered everything. Well, as far as I'm concerned, I only needed to know about alchemy and crafting, so I'm all good there.
There you are. Aside from that, when the first event of Bellwings, you're supposed to meet with your first division. When the second one rings, and pick with your second one.
Got it.
AKA your first choice and your second choice. I think that's what happened.
Right.
Whichever one you want to primarily be in, then you meet with that one on that first bell.
To bomb till I go.
Right. Otherwise, I've been instructed to gather all the unsorted here in the mess hall. Whether or not you want to help me with that is up to you.
Well, I've got nothing else to do while waiting for the horn to sound.
Very well. Right. Something specifically about getting solace here. I don't know what that's about, but
Oh, he's all over the place, apparently.
To make an
Right.
announcement. Called well, and I forgot the other woman's name. The one with that's blind in one eye.
With the...
Blind in one eye.
Blind in one eye? There was one that's blind in one eye? I didn't even know
I
that.
will direct any that I find.
Yes.
Here.
Yes.
Very much.
Alright, great. Good work. Go team.
Go team. What's about it?
Yes.
Well, I forgot to go tell them that Annabelle has accepted her offer.
I'm sure it doesn't matter. Professors?
Who do we speak to about acceptance?
Morning.
Morning. Again?
I thought it was a terrible idea after what happened last time, if you remember. And now they're going to the mess hall. Yes. The fish.
Fox is having trouble too. An empty room, I see. Very riveting. Where could they be? Well, I'm not going any further than I need to. If I see any unsorted, I'll just direct. I guess I could check the teleporters, couldn't I? No, I don't think I will. Uh-oh. Oh. It begins.
You know, I think I had a friend who had an uncle down there.
Give me a moment.
I don't know, he could have moved. It's been a couple of years since I've seen them.
Hi, just trying to read. That place, I see.
Recruit them as well today. So, but I'd like to ask that you please wait and just send them there immediately.
Yes, Professor Mordred.
I've just been informed that you and Soyley are going to make Facility's new name. Is that correct?
Yes, we've been pondering ideas. That's true. I'm sure of it.
The squiggle, Tel'Kahras.
The squiggle.
You can use it.
The squiggle. I'm absolutely certain. Squiggle. All right, we'll call her the squiggle. I see.
Yes, I just added in.
We'll just maybe we could add in several squiggles. It could be squiggle, squiggle, squiggle.
Yes.
I think she'd like that. Do you?
She'd appreciate it.
I wasn't listening.
So, if you're aware, Tel'Kahras has a apostrophe in his name. It goes Tel''Kahras. And when we were doing our examination, we discovered that sometimes it's called a squiggle, and when you actually pronounce the apostrophe. So so we thought about it, and it's like Tel'Kahras or Fron, and we thought it was a foolish idea, but with a new alias for Cecilia, that might work.
Of course. We just call her Squiggle. It'll be fine. It's a name befitting of her royalty, surely.
Appreciated.
Yes, definitely.
Hello, Ariel. Is he alright? Have you seen Sarah had white hair now? What happened?
I have no idea.
I wouldn't question it too hard. They're going to be going through a rough time. It seems we're required at the metal.
Right, yes, for the unsorted students, right, who I meant to be directing. I'll get back to that. Professors, Avi?
You should.
Hello.
Walking. Where's the alchemy place? So I can just laze about and make potions. That's Nella's, whoever that is. Who is Nella? I haven't seen him yet, I think. What unsorted do we have there? Coldwill. Magic's that would be the other one, yes. The elf. I think they're all there. Well, I managed to miss every single unsorted on the way. This is fine.
Amor, they're waiting on us.
What?
Oh fuck, okay.
I was gonna say she had to go.
Make sure you get someone to help if that gets any worse.
Where is Bombadil's class? Am I blind? Oh, right there. I could always knock. Nope, no one in. Well. Zuko?
You're already waiting?
I thought I'd wait around. All the unsorted seem to be in the main hall now, which is what I was doing previously.
Oh, well, yeah. Just make sure not to... Remember, it's on the sound of the bell.
Yes, so when we enter. Yes. I just figured I might as well wait around a little bit. Well, it depends on when that bell does sound, actually. If it sounds 5 minutes from now, I might as well go get something else to eat.
Well... You feeling better, by the way?
Today, yes. Relatively, at least. Still a little bit out of it, but, otherwise, not too bad. Headaches seem to have, fallen a bit as well.
Okay.
Indeed. Have you,
hope you're finding the alchemy. Oh,
Of course. I was just going to ask, have you, yes, that. Have you asked any of the unsorted to join your team?
I have not yet, no. I am planning to.
I see. Well,
we have 3 in our mind.
3. We've, I believe, asked all those who we had interest in now.
Yes, I'm aware. I've seen that you asked one of them, and they accepted, correct? Yep.
Yes.
Yeah,
that would probably be Inora, yes.
Good.
Yes, it was quite excellent, actually. We were hoping to get a... Who are you hoping for your team? Let's see if we've got any conflicts there. Hopefully not. I'd hate a rivalry over it.
Let's hope not. Well, one of the people that we're kind of thinking... Oh, shit. Okay. One of the people that we're thinking of is, Oriana or Talia. We really need a healer.
I see.
Kind of imbalanced. As for the second one, I'm still unsure between. So we'll have to see.
Could you say those names again? Sorry, you went silent for a second.
Oh, I just said the 2. I didn't say their names, as I'm not sure.
For the second, I see, I understand. Well, one thing I'll definitely say is Oriana is certainly very loyal. I think she'd fit your team very well. The time we spent with her the other day, she followed orders well and proved her muscle excellently. And if I may say, I think she might get along with Matesh quite well.
Yeah, I see that.
Yes.
She actually was getting along quite well with British during the beach.
I see. Seems like a prime candidate if friendship and loyalty is your thing.
I mean, I wouldn't call it loyalty, but rather, you know, being nice to each other. That's kind of what I...
Friendliness, yes, of course. Well, I've always thought myself, more recently at least, especially with some of the members of Team Lumen, there is a difference between friendship and loyalty, but you need to perhaps have both. You don't necessarily need to, but they are separate things. Loyalty is important because it means you can make decisions outside of emotion, which, if the last 6 months or anything to go by, we were told not to focus on said emotions, so...
I can understand that, however, I also believe that emotions tend to be important.
Oh, most definitely.
They can drive out someone to go beyond their limits sometimes.
Yes, or to make foolish decisions like jumping into something that would risk them their life, for example. Wonder who'd do that.
Rather than that, I would say find that last bit of strength to overpower an enemy.
Right. I suppose it really is a double-edged sword, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Sorry, I'm happy.
No worries, I've been struggling all day myself. If I stand here, I should be okay.
Just to clarify with you, the one in like all the white is Decimus, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. But is that the one you need to speak to for the political division, or not?
Yes, diplomatic.
Okay, do you know where he is? Is he in there still? Or...
I heard his voice. I believe he went in there. If you want, you can wait outside and see.
Oh, there she goes. Quick to act, as always.
I can hear him over there.
Oh, did he move? Okay. Thank you.
I believe so.
Hmm.
Oh, never mind.
You need to be more confident if you want to be part of the
Perhaps he's up a floor and we're hearing him from the courtyard.
What's up?
You think he's up there?
Ulysses probably, but that was Ulysses' voice, I realized.
Ah, I see.
They both sound pretty
similar. Hmm.
I wonder what they're talking about in there. You have a clue? Oh. And comes the fix. Oh, yeah, there he goes. Well.
Man up, one day. One day,
Was it all
but I
good
only
in there?
ate less than 8.
It's alright.
What happened?
Nothing we can't overcome as a team.
Teach some techniques I use for when I need to, run when I don't have plans of another guy.
Uh-oh. And we crashed. Number 4. Wow, guys. Not having a good time. Our performance was good too. It's strange. You know, it's because we mentioned. It really is because we mentioned. Getting some ideas for the MMC and Rosewood Genius. Okay, shorty. All of them fighting for invitations. Yes, it would be interesting, especially if I wasn't crashing all the time. Oh, I seemingly can't log in right now either. Oh dear. Well, I'll leave you with the starting soon screen, I suppose, while I sort this all out. Ah, you can't hear. My apologies, allow me to just do a quick transition here. There we go. Should be able to hear me now. Right? Just double checking. Is good? Okay, great. You tell me, is anyone else having a ton of crashes seemingly? Oh, we've got a permanent D20 window open. There we go. Let's go turn off the world music once more. That's crash number 5 today. We're on a record. Ah. Hello. Bad day for crashes.
Yep.
Well, I'm assuming the bell hasn't rung yet, or horn.
Unless you're this morning, Bellicosa said something.
Huh?
Don't worry about it.
One of those subjects is, of course, occult magic. That was the primary reason why the
Oh, Professor. Hello.
Young Tel'Kahras?
Yes, I don't know who that is.
Apologies, I'm a bit sleep deprived for it today.
It's okay, I'm always sleep deprived, Professor.
Give me a minute, okay?
Yes, of course.
You alright there?
Hello, yes, I was just having a lovely conversation with Bombadil about names.
Maybe it makes sense.
Oh.
Someone on my squad. She's gone.
Well.
You an Aether tech?
Yeah,
I
yeah.
might go catch up with
I
her.
want to get more into
Yeah.
it. Like I did.
Go
with
ahead.
some passes, but mostly
By all means. They've done to me keep you. Right.
Effects of the different forms of elements to each other. Hello, Tails.
Hello. You were talking about Aethertech?
Mm-hmm. Is that Aethertech on your arm? That's
This,
convenient, so I
yes,
brought that
that's
up.
what you asked. You see,
Wow.
it was requisitioned, and I believe mechanically it is Aethertech in the way that it works, but it's not really fancy. I think the operating mechanism is just Aethertech itself. I was hoping to kind of just take it apart and put some things in there, really. That won't blow up on me, will it?
It looks like it might have a MII.
What's an MII?
Mana input interface. It's usually used to transfer mana into a physical material to power the tech I'm talking.
Oh.
I'm not sure.
So you mean... I get it. That makes so much sense now. I always just thought I hit something and it opens and it's actually drawing power.
Well, sometimes it's just a simple button mechanism, but I mean, it does use... Does it use a elemental magic? Because it could be an MI.
Well, I just kind of shoved this into here and tied it up to it, and now whenever I yoink on this, it seems to open up for me. You know, there was an operating mechanism in there before, but I thought it looked a lot cooler strapped to the arm, so...
Aethertech right now is...
It's meant to be a shield, I think, beforehand.
Out of commission at the moment, but...
Tell.
just thinking of
Oh, yes, Honora.
Sorry, I know I walked away. Oh, there it is. Sorry, I was about to ask where Kingsley was located. But no, thank you.
Of course.
I
Yes,
do
Kingsley did
apologize
run off
for-
looking for you, actually.
Oh, I excused myself. He
Seem
must
to have
not
missed
heard.
each other. Yes.
Thank you. I'll be looking forward to class.
I was just
I am
about to
curious
say.
on what it actually...
Wait, young woman, come back here.
It sounds like
Well.
you're reporting to the
I was just
class.
saying I was curious to what it may actually be, or how it functions.
Well, if you'd be interested in taking it apart without breaking it someday, maybe I'd be willing to let you have a gander. I'll be honest, I was just going to open up this bit a bit with a tool and shove a little dagger in there for myself to pull out whenever I wanted, so maybe...
That sounds dangerous.
You know, I'm sure it'd work fine.
Well, what if
I
it
mean,
goes off and you're
don't
standing
forget,
like this and you tap a little tune and goes to your toe?
Mana transfigured into a
Personal.
physical element is actually rather unstable from my research, so poking out with a stick would probably not end in a non-explosive result.
Non-explosive. So I can shove a dagger in there and it'll be fine. Like a little hidden... And
If you
back
would
in.
like to lose an arm, then yes.
Oh, okay.
Right, I don't want to lose an arm. I'll think of some other method.
Then I'm actually researching a. Never mind. I'll excuse you.
I don't really understand it, but I'd like to hear about it someday.
Well, thank you.
Of course.
See you around.
See you around.
I'm used to being physically punished when breaking rules.
You...
So,
Right.
Although I'm not.
Sorry, I remember our conversation the other day. Bombadil will beat you with a stick.
Pardon me? What was that, young Tel'Kahras?
You've beaten people with your stick before, right? Was that a rumor?
Now, what did you call me?
I called you Bombadil. Professor Bombadil, Rock, Randy, Buck, Bombadil, Professor.
What were you saying again, young Tel'Kahras, about me hitting people with sticks?
I was saying that you employed use of force with that mighty weapon and instrument of yours when needed.
I don't know which division he goes to.
Yes, and did it feel like this?
Oh, yes, Professor.
Don't make Professor Biddle angry.
Remember, this is for all of you. Call all your professors. There, Professor, before the name. That's. Do I make myself clear?
Yes, Professor.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. All right, one more time. What's my name?
Professor Bombadil, yes.
Okay, good. Apologies if I hit you too hard.
It's fine, it's fine, you know, I did.
An example, yeah, I'm not
I did just explain.
Before, did the bell ring yet? Sorry, my hearing.
It did.
I think it did. I think some people just didn't actually.
They blew the horn.
As
Okay,
did I. So.
All right, and if the bell has rang, then everyone, let's get in and start the division. Yes.
Way to go, Bumblebee.
Bumble?
Emma, you're gonna get us poisoned. Please.
What?
I'm sorry, I felt like my name was misspoken again.
No, it's just a Bumblebee. It's a different
Too Viking.
Calm down, Rabbit.
Yeah, probably a misunderstanding, Professor Bombadil.
Hello.
No worries,
Right.
no worries. Before I start, let's see, how many are you here? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, that's quite a number. If I may ask, I know since the what's the word? The ATEC division is currently unavailable. Can I get a raise of hands here? How many students here have ATEC as their primary division?
Knock, knock. Excuse me, do you know where Professor Octavian is?
Not here.
I'm quite sorry. I don't think I've seen where he is right now. Last I saw him, he was with Chancellor, so might check outside. Probably the best bet. Alright, that's 3 people. Okay, that's perfectly fine. Just getting some survey just to see which people here are taking alchemy as their primary. But yes.
The ones you're beating with sticks, Bombadil.
I will be your instructor and advisor for this division, Professor Brandybuck Bombadil. Now, before I get started with my whole spiel and everything, I just want to say that you have words cannot describe how happy you've made this old man for joining the alchemy division. I know it's such a niche, it's a very niche division, but I'm sure you'll all learn something interesting and worthwhile in this division. Anyways, before we start, I would like, since we have a handful of new students here, I would like to get to know you all a bit more personally. So we're gonna start how our usual class starts with some introductions. All right. So we're gonna start with a young Ram over there, and we're gonna keep moving till young Tel'Kahras. I want you to stand in the middle and say your name. Say your name and say your name, something you like, and where you're from.
I'll take your
Peer pressure.
Yeah, right.
Wonderful.
Right, where I'm from.
You know my head.
Hello, I'm from Prestigium. I'm from the Stolas layer and Prince City of Stolas.
What?
Pleasure to meet you all.
Demons, right.
Do
Soulless layer.
divine magic. Then I have an interest in mushrooms and herbs. Yeah.
Oh.
And I Can I go back now?
Of course, don't worry about it. Alright, you? I don't think I've met you before, so please come up on stage. So, introduction, name, something you like, and where you're from.
I'm Akivan. I like running, jumping, and building stuff. And I live in the Warden Keep area.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Alright. Next, young Evian, please come up on stage. Or in the middle of the classroom.
I'm Ivan. I mainly do, I guess, research into Aethertech and the sorts, and I'm from US Hill, Sevilla.
Alright. Anything you want to say anything? Any more interest that you'd like to say?
No, sir.
Alright. Feel free to go back to your seat. Young Jackson, please stand up or come to the stage.
Hello, I think a lot of you know me, Jackson Axworth. Actually all of you do. Okay, yeah, I'm the captain of Team Terra, the green one. I have an interest in alchemy, which is actually my primary. I misunderstood the question ahead of time.
Oh, that's good to hear.
Yeah, and I've been dabbling in explosive vials to throw downrange. You know, but if we're training, I'll just use rocks, so don't worry about that.
You don't
Explosive
have any
rocks.
volatile in your pocket right now, right?
Only 2.
Wait, they're combined
I'm
right
sure
now?
it'll be fine.
My name is
Anyway.
Yara Arab.
Shut up.
Yep, I'm really sorry about that. Please continue.
No worries. My name is Inyara Arab Fair. I'm from Swainville. My father teaches alchemy and external magics in Essex. I personally have a knack for both, and also a knack for growing mushrooms, particularly.
You said your father was somebody who dwelled in alchemy.
Yes.
May I please know the name, just in case I may know this
Adariel
person?
Arab Fair, sir.
Oh, Adariel Arab. I do believe I know him. Yes. Quite interesting. I do wish to talk to you about that later, but we'll talk about that after everyone's introductions are done.
Sure, sir.
Oh, right, it's me.
Ashley,
Yep.
the one I hit with the stick. Please come up on stage.
Hello, I'm Tel'Kahras. I love getting beaten by sticks by my professors. That was not actually the truth. What? Oh, right. Also, I'm a proud member of Team Bumblebee, according to Emma over there, our friendly Zurika. Otherwise, regarding alchemy, well, poisons are quite cool. I mean, you know, if I had the ability to deal with someone in 3 seconds after a small cut, I would have took it many times in the past. Instead, I've had to deal with things a longer, harder way, so looking forward to that.
I'm glad you are. I like your enthusiasm about poisons. You'll definitely learn a lot from this division.
Whatever's useful for me, Professor Bombadil, yes. Whew. Almost fucked that up.
All right. Anyways. Now, to start again, welcome to the Alchemy Division. In this division, you will all be learning. Your duties in this division will be, other than assisting your Professor Bombadil, that's me, in various alchemical researches that we will be conducting around the campus, in order from simple stuff such as how do I put this? Refreshing stocks of the potions to researching new ideas for classes and stuff. You'll also be working on your own what's the word? Sorry, words escaped me. you'll also all be learning your own. Sorry, it's been a while.
He's not losing his mind, is he?
Learning how to make your own potions. Now, I assume most of you already here have gotten through the basics of potion making. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Professor.
All right. Well, yeah. The three of you who have been here for quite a couple of months now should already know. Otherwise, that would be concerning. But in this division, you'll all be learning a bit more advanced alchemy. I will be teaching all of you more peculiar and interesting ways to use alchemy in your advantage, such as Tel'Kahras' favorite, from poisons, yes, to bombs, such as what young Jackson here has been working with our little project as well as other stuff such as being able to imbue weapons with resins that would give them more elemental prowess. So it's not just let's say you have your basic sword here and you just swing it around, but it's just a basic sword. But through the power of alchemy, we can imbue it with a bit more elemental prowess. Yes. So if you have this normal sword and we put a little bit of a resin, it can be a bit more electric or fire or anything you'd look for, honestly. And we also have other more interesting potions we have, such as, I believe some of you were, I think this was from the students that were here before the Unsorted. We also have more specialty potions, such as potions that increase your strength, increase your athleticism, and basically we're here to expand your knowledge on potions. So enough about that. Actually, before I continue on, I have 3 more points to continue on. This is fairly just going to be a very simple, brief basic of what you'll be all expecting. Does anyone have any questions so far? Apologies, I'm a bit rambly at the moment, a bit tipsy, as they say. Anyone have any questions so far? Okay, let's start with young Jackson first, then Tel'Kahras.
Did you mean that you're like drinking?
No, of course not.
Okay.
Why would a professor drink so early in the morning? That's preposterous.
I know, I
yes?
think the Chancellor does.
Oh, I was just about to say I didn't know if being tipsy was part of the class requirements, as I could have quickly gone over to the Lumen Dorm and borrowed some of Cecilia's wine again.
But you're not, so...
I would rather not be drunk while working with alchemical ingredients.
Perhaps it makes for a better potion sometimes.
Interesting when it blows up in your face.
It's not that
Is it a success if you're trying to make an explosive potion?
Well, it has its own charm, but I would advise drinking during...
You wouldn't advise it. Yes.
Everything alright, sir?
I think it might be getting orders.
Yes, apologies. I think I just had a little bit of a word. Whatever you... just a word of warning, please. Nobody leave the classroom for a bit. Just a little word of advice.
Oh. Alright.
Anyways.
Oh, look, the door locked itself.
Yes.
I knew he would do this
Actually,
first.
let me double check.
These doors
What do you have planned now, Bombadil?
Oh no, quick escape.
Don't worry about it.
Grab my drinks.
There's nothing wrong. Everything's going fine. Don't worry about it. But anyways,
so good that you locked the classroom on us.
Don't worry about it. These 3 students know that nothing as bad has ever happened in a Bombadil class. Isn't that right, young Tel'Kahras?
You just hit me with your own stick. Alright.
We weren't in class, to be fair.
Exactly, that wasn't a Bombadil class. That was just me teaching you basic manners.
I wasn't agreeing with him, though.
Oh.
For the record.
Oh.
Anyways.
Great.
since this is more of a introductory session, there won't be doing anything crazy to start off with, but I would like to announce a few things. First of all, there will be a big collaborative project between all the divisions, that are and all the students now. I believe you've.
Oh, somewhere else.
What?
It was far away, Professor. Don't worry.
Yeah, but they're not happening. It's fine.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm just.
You were talking about lesson plan.
Yes, sometimes the wind gets a bit strong and it goes to your ear and you have a hard time speaking because of it. Anyways.
Yeah.
There will be a big collaborative.
I'm sorry.
Actually, it's a bit breezy, isn't it? Let me just close the windows. There we go. There we go.
For goodness sakes, Professor, please, let's start.
I'm sorry.
It's quite
Wind is strong, okay? Yes.
Sure.
There will be a big. Where was I? There will be a big collaborative project between all the divisions, and yes, must have been the wind. Anyways, can I please get back to what I was saying? Everyone good? Everyone done? Everyone done? Okay, good.
Quiet.
Yes,
Yes.
Professor.
I will have order in my class. There will be a big collaborative event between the divisions. Now, all of you must have seen that we have, what's the word? As all of you in the dorms. There's one building in the dorm area that's quite dilapidated, or just lack of being presence. Everyone have seen that, yes?
Yes.
The old Stellar Dome, yes.
It's not.
Sorry. What? Anyway. We are planning, we have decided as a Divisions Collective to rebuild that building into a what's the word?
Another building.
Quite, but a recreation building for the students.
That doesn't sound very recreational, Professor.
Could you unlock the door, please?
Grab your weapons and go to the main hall, right?
This is the bad bell. Everybody, follow Papa. We'll be going to the main hall. Unlock the door. Let's go.
Probably a good idea, right?
Happening?
Oh, my head.
I'm getting a bit of a headache.
Everyone to the mess hall. Everyone follow. This is an emergency. Everyone to the mess hall.
That's all.
Everyone all right?
Completely
Mess hall,
fine.
mess hall. Everyone on the double.
No sudden appearances, right?
Weapons up, prepare to defend.
Okay, right. Something's happening. That's not good.
There is an entrance to the mess hall.
Can you please help escort Emma to the mess
Oh
hall?
god, my head.
What is that?
What?
Something in my ear.
Tel, watch that doorway. Tel.
Doorway, right.
Hurting my head.
Wait, that's not just me.
Mess hall, go! Come on!
That it keeps getting worse.
The first time everybody else can hear this stuff. What's
What?
going on?
First time, this is normal for you.
Never mind.
Right.
You alright?
This is getting kind of
How's it going on?
What's going on?
I don't know what's happening.
Tel, you alright?
No idea.
Yes, fine. Just dealing with the annoying voice in my head.
Clear my head a little bit after punching
You talk about it.
Right, if something happens, you let us know. We'll
Sorry about
try to do whatever we can.
Sorry, Tel, could you put both of your hands to your head and try and block it out for a second?
Mm-hmm.
Just, what is making this noise?
I'll make it up to everyone. Underway.
Hands down.
Don't worry about it. Just make sure you eat and sleep so we don't get even more punishment, okay?
That's better. Still there, but quieter.
Does it work?
Whisper.
For some reason.
Emma, do you hear anything?
Yeah, a lot of it! He doesn't want to shut up!
Wine's all yours. Oh, don't have any.
Ah!
Oh, we can't have any either. Not till tomorrow.
It's gone.
Nobody leaves this message.
Okay, so that's what the emergency was. People are hearing things.
Whispers.
Gather in your teams. Quiet. Gather in your teams.
Do you know what's happening?
Guess that's with you guys for now.
That's fine with me.
I guess I'm
Sorry, is over there. Let's go ahead.
Yes.
Celia, she was by the med bag. 2.
Unsorted, come over here.
Need to line up.
No, 1. Sorry. He's here.
Pardon me.
Good morning, Tao.
Celia, come on.
She was medical.
Right.
Is everyone here?
Vengeance is accounted for.
Tara, yep.
Umbra is accounted for.
1, 2, 3, 4,
Everyone,
5,
do
6.
head counts. Team leaders, Umbra's accounted.
Everyone
Making
wants
sure
to
that
take
everyone's
charge.
here.
We're collected, correct.
Everyone with a shield in front.
One sorted missing.
You got it?
Who's missing? We're
1, 2,
missing.
3, 4.
Lyra's missing. I'm not sure if he's here.
We have another
Hello.
Nix is not here today. She's staying inside.
Is there any entrance that way?
Lyra might have flied. Where's Lyra? Up above, I suppose, as well. They could be coming from.
You have armor, right? I remember seeing.
This hallway doesn't exactly seem the most defensible position.
Shit. I was in a rush. Planning out a building.
Hmm.
For where?
Oh, good, you have a shield.
Not much of one.
Yeah, don't worry.
Better than mine.
That's true.
Also, for reference, this gun doesn't work.
Well, hopefully, whatever is coming our way, 1, doesn't come from that direction, and 2, if it does, it thinks it works.
That's what the stabby bit's for.
You can still stab. Good, good. Professor?
I think I saw something.
Make you see something?
Well.
Thought I saw something. Move past the door. On the pathway outside the bank. Couldn't tell if it was hostile or friendly.
I just heard that the Chancellor is handling it.
Professor? Movement sighted. Possible enemy.
Two of you step back. Let's take down one possible entrance point.
Just make sure that nobody. I'll keep an eye on everyone. Alright.
We'll take care of one entrance point. Keep
Thank
an
you,
eye on
Professor.
the space.
Are there any entrances upstairs?
There are ways to get around, yes.
Almost definitely. No.
And we should have people up there.
Well, you can.
Should we have anybody watching stairs?
That's why we have arranged.
Right, there's
True.
another side.
Right.
Oh, yes.
Probably not be behind crowds of people.
So then somebody should
Everything's alright. You got nice gloves.
Thank you.
Tel'Kahras.
Yes. Zuko.
I may not be your team captain, but I will command you to take care of this entrance. As
Of course, that's
there
why
is
I
a
went over
way
here.
up the stairs.
Was aware. Got it.
Alright, Zuku.
Great.
You both use magic, correct?
To a degree, yes.
Yes, Darian.
All range, move to the podium. Right.
I want you guys to stay here. I'm going to bring more magic users to your position. Got it?
Got it.
Organizing the magic.
Can just make myself disappear. I don't think that's too useful. Oh dear. This is a bad time to crash.
Gallop, up here. I need you to move to the other side. Okay.
Okay guys, we're just gonna go first person for this. That is interesting. What the? Okay. We're just gonna do a full screen of our standard view, I guess. Here we go. Bit impromptu, but we gotta fix it quickly. Okay guys, we're going back in. Whoa. Hopefully nothing's going down right now. I would hate to miss it. Knowing me, I probably have, though. Apologies for the scuffed episode, everyone. As quick as possible. We're so slow. We'll get there. Hopefully not using the POV cam will help a bit, or not using the other camera will help a bit as well. With that framed. I don't see why it would, but we'll give it a shot. Oh, we're hearing some stuff. Oh god. Just don't look, don't see anything.
What was that noise?
What?
You heard that too, right?
Bad time for magic to act up. Bad time, bad time, bad time. Vivian.
Irene, have you seen Savira?
She's.
And then through there. I think
you can
you
stand
come
down,
in
it's
and
fine.
trip the alarm. It is Professor Neller, as you've seen on a name on the door recently.
Ah, that's
Who?
Oh, like
Professor
ghost.
Neller.
I don't
Do
see
you
him.
remember him? He was here briefly.
Yes,
and then
I
left the
remember him.
academy.
We haven't seen him in ages.
Yeah, well, he's returned now. That is all. You're free to go about your business. I'm sure that
What?
everyone
What
is here.
What was that noise?
They want us to gather,
Divisions?
Cilio. No, stay here for right now.
There
presume
were
so.
voices. Did you not hear them seriously?
Seems
half What of were us the heard them, voices?
Half of us didn't. Explanations, I'm sorry.
They were like
I didn't hear anything.
whispering.
It's almost like the people who didn't hear them didn't have that type of audio. Everyone was supposed to.
I have.
Oh, right. Actually, that's a good point.
It was a very scary whispering.
Well then,
gallop.
students, you have free time until the next bell. Check in
Great.
with everyone, make sure they're okay. You all did very well. You're dismissed for free time.
No shit.
Luca.
I mean, like, I heard the last
Yeah,
one.
can
Can we like move out of here because my headache is
my
bad.
boy?
Yeah, let's go.
Tel'Kahras.
Yes. Right.
It's okay if I talk to you?
I'm sorry that the. God. Yeah. I'm sorry that the alarm had to bring us together in this way. I hope to speak to you under more calm circumstances, but rest assured it is a false alarm. So, after discussing quite a lot with Lumen, we both admire both of your skills and your commitment to your personal causes. We'd like to extend you an invitation to join Lumen, and we have a gift as well.
Yes. What was we got the? Where was it? Invite and sit on it. Did I? Oh, no. There's one. The wine. Oh, down the. There you go.
As you know, Team Lumen is the most prestigious and most successful team here at this academy. We have not failed a single mission.
There you go.
And part of that is due to the strengths of our members. We hope that you can accept this and become one of that.
Thanks.
We understand that you might have invitations from other teams. You may not want to accept ours immediately. But I do hope that you will let us know the sooner the better.
And if you know you have any questions you'd like to immediately ask, then we're both here, right, Cecilia? We could always answer.
Yes, that is true.
Right.
Also, did you give me the wine?
Yes.
Oh.
I didn't take more than 3. Is that an issue? We can always grab one for.
Oh, then I have the last one. Then here you are.
Ah, great.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah, fine wine.
I'm not allowed to drink anything today.
I see. Yes.
I'll have it, Cecilia.
We have plenty of wine that we have brought over from Flint and whereabouts. Yes. What is it?
The I'll take care of it.
Oh, do you
for
want the wine?
Yes.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you for the invite. But as of course, yeah. We hope to hear back from you from the before the day ends. It would be greatly appreciated.
Yeah, of course.
I'll let you know.
Pretty good put this one by my personal stuff, so thank you.
Of course. Enjoy. Right, well,
I should probably let you guys know. I appreciate the invite, but you probably aren't gonna want me on your team. I've got kind of a backlashing issue that's kind of embarrassing to talk about. But
backlashing issue. Return to casting. Yeah. What do you mean?
Yeah. Well, I've got this affinity, right, for lightning magic, but all I can do is summon it in my hand and make it go through things that are conductive, but I haven't been able to really grow it since then, and sometimes it goes awry when I'm stressed out or if I get distracted, which happens a lot sometimes, and...
No, we want you for your swordsmanship. We knew nothing about your magic before we invited you.
If I may, as someone who is a user of light magic itself, for illusory purposes, I've always found my magic goes awry with emotion. It's to be seen as a positive to make your magic stronger, if anything. We're taught here at the Academy to control it. I still find myself sometimes in moments of fear disappearing at a moment's notice before returning a second later, but the thing is, it's not a bad thing. Never see your affinity as something negative. Otherwise, you're disregarding half of who you are.
I guess that makes sense.
Or at least that's
you
how I
might see
keep
your
going.
flaws as a bad thing, but they're willing to accept you as you are. No one here is perfect.
You guys are too kind. Well, I'll let you know
It's the
by
truth,
the end of the
not the
day.
kindness.
And again, thank you.
Of course, and there's a word of warning. Just keep your guard up around the academy, regardless of the okay being given. Isn't always the case from personal experience.
Oh. Did something happen?
Just a while ago, there was some complications regarding threats.
I don't believe anybody has informed you of this academy's history, no?
Not really.
Maybe. So when Alia Rosewood bought the land here, the keep came with it, as did the population of rat folk living in the sewers. They had seemed to make their home as the place was abandoned previously, and they continued to steal our food supplies. A team was constructed to go down into there to, well, pretty much get them to stop, whether that be making a treaty or not. Agreement was resolved that we would stop attacking each other and it would not be taken as, well, we own the land up here and we will not venture into the sewers.
Yes,
You can come and
Mitesh.
be a part of it, Mitesh, you were there for it.
No, he doesn't like it.
Later, a few weeks had passed and the rat folks had breached that treaty. They're openly attacking people and stealing food again. So we ventured back down there, and before we had a chance to speak, they started attacking us. And so they were essentially eradicated.
In other words, when
Meanwhile, our
something
shipments were
sneaks into
also
the
attacked at
academy,
sea.
don't assume it's gone out because they say so here. No, just you know,
Got it.
I'd have respect for our professors, just never hurts to be careful, right?
Yes.
Right.
The last bit of it was that there was a incident in the forest where a bunch of students, well, a group of students, wanted to impress the professors by going against the word and attacking something that they shouldn't have. As a result, those students were gravely injured and died from those injuries. Let that be standing testament to humility.
Okay.
I
But
really want that
beyond that, we
tiara,
are
it's so
having
shiny.
loss. As I've been told, they've
Well-
been good friends or folks.
Thanks for letting me know about all that. I've got to get going. I have to take care of something really quick. But thank you for the invite. I'll let you guys know.
Of course.
Of course.
I'm going to go check if Bombadil needs anything if he's still around.
Take care.
Yourself too. Well, never mind. A shame. Right, crafting, wasn't it?
Alfie.
A shame about the alchemical division.
I didn't even know he was coming.
Ugh.
Quit XE Commando. Komodo! It's a dragon. Consequat. Dewey out here.
Oh, great, I'm with her still. Ugh, they're not that bad, are they? Just a bit of a fool. And I was looking forward to alchemy. All I've got so far is being hit on the head, whispered in the ear, and whatever else. Yeah, the frames dip heavily over here. Beef. Are they all crafting?
whispers?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck those whispers were. I'd expected something much more dangerous than a fucking man would have come.
It's not that way. Right, they're all discussing bad things. I'm gonna go find where the crafting is. Where is it? Oh, Tal, we're messing up already. It was at the farm, wasn't it? Probably. Warehouse, perhaps. Oh. Oh. Efron. Where the hell is the crafting location? I have no idea.
Oh, we were over there for...
Oh.
When we had our division.
I went over there and it's just Ventus discussing sad things about whispering voices in the ear and the like. And I wanted to get away from that.
I don't believe we're having that. I don't believe we're having the class at the moment. I think it is free time.
I just heard the second horn.
Now. Oh. Then I do not know where people are.
Oh.
Supposed to meet. I would assume we'd be in the same location.
Right. Maybe we could ask the...
Possibly. You might want to go on ahead to ask for her.
Yes, I'll leave you to it, Efron. Thank you. Thank you.
Of course.
Oh, yes, thank you. I appreciate it.
That should get into every door in the medical bay aside from the first most door of the office.
Of course. Oh, thank you. Thank you. That was all, sir?
Definitely.
Okay, thank you.
Miss Yuki, were you on medical squad before I tried that? So you know how to administer the potions properly.
Yeah, by the way, I talked to Sen and sort of.
Then we will wait until those
was
lessons
a little rat here.
before you get the key.
Oriana, I think was her name. She said she had already had proficiency in healing.
People to run
No ranged attacks for proficiency in healing at least. I asked her from 0 to 10 and all she was
No.
answer was a yes.
We'll ask someone
I'm
else.
not certain to which level, but I think a considerable extent.
No.
I extended the invitation towards her because, you know.
Why am I here? Ah, this is a pretty flower, yes. I definitely need this. So Ventus was discussing about wanting Oriana, right? The rat in their words. I always thought they were a mouse. Well, I'm sure it won't be a problem if I skip out.
Oh.
And you guys in crafting?
Is this where we're meant to meet for crafting?
What? Oh no, you have to meet, wait, did the bell go off or?
I'd swear I heard a second horn, but maybe my ears are playing tricks of me. I was hearing whispers earlier, so I really don't know at this point.
Oh, yeah, I didn't hear any whisper, I might be dumb.
How are you hearing
meet by
bells?
the destroyed Stellar Dome, if you're doing crafting.
I haven't heard any of the bells. Destroyed Stellar.
Hello,
You haven't heard any? Perhaps you're immune.
No. Hey, Ethereal, real
As far
quick,
as
did
I'm
you
aware-
hear us? Did you hear the second bell?
No, not yet. But the first
Yeah,
divisions
alright.
have been suspended for the moment.
Okay, yeah. Wait, did we go back? Nah, probably not. It's free time. Oh, thank you, Ethereal.
That's okay.
Are you doing alright?
Yeah, yes, no, I'm fine. Thank you. I'm fine.
Alright. Now, you have a good day.
You too.
But yeah, if you're doing crafting, you meet by the abandoned Stellar Dome.
Got it, right, so...
Yep,
Oh,
crafting and muscle meat over
accommodation.
there.
Great.
Tel'Kahras?
Yes, you go.
Was the Therian's hair always white?
No. No.
Oh.
I'm pretty sure the same.
Okay, so it did change.
I think it looks pretty interesting, you know?
In cape thing.
Oh.
Oh, they were... Oh.
Do elves' hair normally change colour when? Shocked, stressed,
I don't know.
upset, happy? No?
Never met an elf with two different hairs.
The forehead has a lot on her head. His head.
I do.
What if you
Yeah,
dyed
he's
your hair
actually-
blue? Wait, what?
You know what? That could be it. They could. I gotta
heard
go.
it, I heard it. That was definitely right, I'm not hearing it.
Potions.
Okay. That was more like a horn, but yeah.
It was meant to be a horn. I always said a horn, right? Not a bell, right? Did I say bell?
You said yeah, you said bell.
Everybody says bell.
Oh,
It's like a horn.
it is a horn. It's definitely a horn. I think everyone's deluded.
I mean, we did hear whispers apparently, so...
That's true.
Yes.
Maybe it's meant to be a bell and not a horn. Oh dear. Well. Past the tree. I wonder if anyone else has actually turned up there. I got there early. I did that before, didn't I? Tel'Kahras, your interactions with others are minimal, aren't they? Maybe that's just how we like it. Great, it is just me. What is around here anyway? I wonder if there's anything left. No. Really empty. I'm not the only one, am I? Oh dear. Okay, here they all come. Great. Professor? Marquise, right.
Over here.
So, realm seems we're the same on our primary and secondaries then?
Yes, we are.
Interesting.
If you're with crafting, right side. If you're with muscle, left.
What's your left or our left?
My left. That's why I pointed each direction.
Crafting, come to
Crafting
me.
over there.
Yes.
Muscle over here.
We just... What?
Dow.
I'm sorry, Professor.
You're on this side.
Left?
That's muscle, this is crafting.
We were supposed to be right? Yeah,
This is crafting side.
It's based on the
That's
direction.
right.
Do you craft?
Ram.
I'm assuming both of them are in craft.
Please.
Yes.
Some reasoning. What is your second division?
I'm sorry. Crafting, miss.
Crafting. Good. Well then,
Go for here.
as both of you have picked crafting as your secondary division, you shall be subordinate to those who picked it as their primary division.
Alright.
Very well.
Those of you who were at the initial meeting, would you like to fill in the two students on what exactly they're going to be doing here?
We have a project to build a communal area for the entirety of the student body. It's this area here. See this rundown building?
Right.
It's supposed to turn this into a building where everybody comes here and chillaxes or just hangs out.
We're making a building.
We also...
So, a giant living room.
There's
No,
more.
Well,
Good of you to join me.
there's more.
We have to get
There's
input
more.
from every single student on campus,
I see.
Oh dear.
as well as gather information on what materials we have and what our general idea is. Currently, we hold 4 major points on creating this building. Number 1, an eating area. Some sort of smaller mess hall or
That makes sense.
bar-type structure. Number 2, a garden area or an outdoor area. Also, could go well with the conjunction to the bar area. Number 3, a weapons holding area. No weapons are to be allowed within the community to prevent outbreaks of violence. And lastly, number 4, ease of access to the outdoors or an indoor-outdoor area.
Game activities and stuff.
Got it. Well,
Any
that
questions?
sounds pleasant.
As we didn't get to finish before questions, as we didn't get to finish earlier, something that will be important is that for your primary objectives for this social area, you will have to have input from all the team captains to ensure that they have signed off on these aspects being inside the building. If there are objections, you must work through them. Now, as we have 3 additional people, I want to ask you all, what do you believe is the primary objective for a building such as this? What is the most important thing that you want to see here?
Well, I personally believe that an open, small area for fun activities would be nice. I also really like the idea of having a weapons holding so that everybody will know where to go when it's time to gather weapons.
I think a little storage place for some bit of food and drinks. We could store maybe our own things that we make or we grow in the garden.
You're
And store
describing
it
a
there for-
pantry.
Yes?
Yes. Like you wish to have a pantry.
Yes. Yes.
I personally believe that the focus on it being a communal area as a whole gives it benefit. After all, everyone who is around this area is part of a dorm, and we're all separate in our own buildings, visiting each other or staying within our own. Having somewhere we can all come to quickly and immediately almost from our dorms to socialize or plot, plan with other students is excellent, in my opinion.
I see. And what do you think is the most important thing to consider when making such a building?
I would argue making sure it's a place where everyone's on equal footing, so the weapons holding area.
I see. If I were to ask you and Zuko both for new ideas, new suggestions, what would you give?
I wouldn't be sure. I mean, all that was told seems like a very good idea. Yeah, Brown?
No, not my place to talk. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
You may speak, Ron.
I mean, we might have some more people who would like to, spar with maybe just some, just a small combat. So, like, have a little ring outside where you can do some one-on-one sparring.
That's what I was trying to go to. Yes.
I see. And do you think this conflicts with the open welcomeness of having weapon storage and disallowing weapons inside?
Conflicts.
I'd argue it does.
I mean, it depends on what the rules are.
See.
Could be hand-to-hand combat.
Could we provide specific weapons which are meant for battling?
Less dangerous.
Yeah.
Make sure that everybody has the equal weapons, equal gear.
I mean, if I remember seeing Drozen sparring pits before.
Yes.
May I speak?
Go ahead, Ulysses.
I think that having a sparring area in this building would be... We just miss the entire purpose of the building. It's a place to relax, a place to just commute with your fellow students. You want to spar, you have a training grounds right there. You can just go ahead there.
The training grounds are quite far away, and I can...
It's far away, but
we have teleporters.
why would you come here to spawn? Did we already said that?
You did, but you did not make it a priority. Would that be something you would wish to make a priority?
I think it is a priority, but if you think...
I can just imagine that some people consider sparring to be relaxing.
Sure.
I find
there's an area for that.
I find
but
that
would
the
be
run from
separate from the whole...
It is quite a lengthy place. Quite.
There's greater distances around the academy as it stands.
So it would be nice to maybe have a separate spot where it's all about holding on to the wooden weapon to have fights.
It's okay. It's okay. We have two separate discussions here then.
We do.
One about putting a teleporter here, and one about having a training area with weapons and sparring, versus disallowing combat and having weapons storage. So first, let's discuss the teleporter.
That sounds feasible, if that were possible.
Well, while it would be a good idea to have a teleporter here, I still believe that the teleporter is already close enough to the point where another one just for here would be needed.
Can any of you think of disadvantages for having including a teleporter in this area?
I personally...
The teleporter...
Go ahead.
Go ahead, I've already said this earlier.
Right.
Please continue.
I do believe that...
For the group, I believe.
Potentially adding a teleporter to this location, since there's one in close proximity reasonably enough, we may end up having an issue where many students find themselves immediately coming to this location rather than heading to other areas. For example, some students may wish to spar, so they would head here. Some students may wish to relax, so they'd head here. Some students may wish to eat, so they'd head here. If we have one area that does everything, then why would students go anywhere else? We may have too much of an influx of students in one location.
Good point.
So you do make a good point. So then deciding your priority, the thing that you want this building to represent and be good at, may be important. Of course you can have an eating area, and a reading area, and a garden, and a sparring area, and a teleporter. But a little bit of everything will, first of all, take an enormous amount of time and energy on your part. Because it will be you who will be building it. But a narrow focus will allow you to make something that does not exist elsewhere in Rosewood.
Right.
I think that... May I speak? I think that instead of having a sparring area, we could have a game area. Get a ball. As I said this before, but get a ball, let them kick around. Maybe, you know, instead of sparring with each other, they could challenge each other to a friendly game. And you can't do that anywhere else in the academy besides here. That would have the main focus of the...
And it is still a physical activity like sparring, so...
Yes. And it's still a physical
But it's different.
It is different. You wouldn't kick a ball in the training ground, but you would one here.
I agree.
Kicking ball is just an example. There could be more and more games.
Yeah, and then obviously
some board games on the table.
Oh, what?
Board games, yes.
Yeah.
Board games.
What are those?
Yeah, you kind of
Some
sit
game
on
of
a
mind.
table and then
Oh.
like chess.
It's like, imagine reenacting a small board on a small wooden board on the table.
That's what they were always doing. I thought they were plotting kingdom conquering.
I mean, it is some. They
yeah,
do some.
kind
A little bit.
Some
like
people
this.
also do that, yes.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's confusing. Hmm.
And of course, if
So-
people do not want to get involved into the game part, there could always be a little separate room to just relax.
It doesn't need to be little.
Oh yeah, of
We
course.
could always have multiple floors.
That too.
And if there
That
was
adds to
a
time and resources needed.
regarding
We
that,
were thinking of a teleporter earlier. That takes almost up to years at some point.
if you're suggesting resources are an issue when it comes to,
teleporter would be the minimum importance.
if you were suggesting resources are an issue when it comes to construction and it's about minimizing them, there was interest in both a garden and a communal area. Why not combine both? Surely we can have somewhere built up on a pillar, perhaps, or several stilts, I believe the word is. I'm unsure. I've seen a few interesting places where nobles have kept their gardens.
There's a balcony.
Balcony. Right. Yes.
Balcony.
But overlooking something, or
Interesting.
We could make most of the building be open and have a big garden area.
Otherwise, it's just another door.
Be open.
Being on the roof. Why do I
Exactly.
imagine
Otherwise, it would just be another form.
It'd be
That's
beautiful.
not what we want.
Actually, it is quite a good idea. We could have a
It
garden
is quite.
roof.
A roof garden.
Yeah, garden over a wall.
It would take
It would still be
significantly more
available.
resources, however.
Yeah.
It would not have the general nutrients of the ground, and you'd need fertilizers constantly.
I believe the farming
That's
division
true.
would not be would
The
not
farm comes first.
complain about having another small area maybe for stuff that might be that might not have enough space.
Something
Zuko, I
aesthetic.
believe you raise a good point here. Something that you all need to consider. Getting sign-off from the team captains is important for each of these objectives. Thus, having a single unified vision from crafting division to bring to the team captains is critical. If you know exactly what you want to do, then you can bring it to them and take suggestions and input from everyone else. But the other divisions will also need to work on this project. You as crafting division have the expertise, or will learn the expertise needed for putting up a building. As such, you will be the foreman. You will be the organizers and facilitators. Zuko just mentioned that the farming division may need to be involved if you wish to have a garden. He's quite right. What other divisions do you think may need to be consulted in order to get the project finished?
We might
How would
need
you
to
work with
consult the muscle division for the physical labor, maybe.
Yeah, for
And
stuff
for
that might be
resources.
For the
they do
resource
specialized.
harvesting.
That too.
Usually
The hunting
position.
division is also a part of the farming division that can also help with finding resources.
We need would we need the alchemy division for materials?
Mm,
Not necessarily.
It's not
But
however,
it would be useful to support the workers of the muscle division.
stamina potions, right?
Give
True.
them strength potions.
Need to
Or even
And
strength
stamina
with those.
potions.
Let's
true.
just make sure not to
What other divisions are there? Diplomatic? Maybe
Either tech.
if we want to get materials from off island.
Right.
That's the case, though.
That could
That
be
could be a
useful in case we
possibility.
want some special mechanism.
Ooh, either tech could help with some kind of. If we are gonna get a garden on the roof, they could help with some kind of automatic sprinkle
A
device.
garden on the roof?
Oh,
That was suggested.
yeah, that's
Yes.
we've been.
That was suggested.
On the roof.
It's a suggestion. No,
I mean,
it's
I
just a
think that it's a
final idea.
completely, it's a suggestion, yes. In my opinion, I think that's a very big effort, and you can just put a garden on the ground.
You could always ask those from Terror. I mean, they have vines growing up the side of their building, right? Just take them and...
I guess.
I don't think that's a garden.
Oh, they're just lazy?
I don't know.
You may want to talk to them if you want to figure that out.
Right, yes, perhaps I will.
Anyways, do we have any other questions we need to think about?
While you solidify your core principles, I want 3 of you to decide which core principle each of you will pick. And if there is a conflict, such as Zuku's, then that shall be presented as a choice to the team captains about whether they would prefer training grounds or weapons to be all limits. But each of you here will get a single idea to contribute and suggest to the team captains. And those team captains will then consult their teams for more input. Once a final list and design has been decided, it shall be presented to the staff and the team captains for final sign-off. Things can change during construction, but a good foundation makes a strong building. So, if the 3 of you want to decide for yourselves...
How are the foundations here? Are the foundations of the old building still present, or do we need to put poles in the ground again?
Well, as you can see behind me, the muscle division is already clearing the area so that you can make an assessment and survey. Now, I'm going to go speak to the professor and see if he would allow you to begin directing muscle division in ways that you think would be best for this project.
Alright.
But until then, I would have the 3 of you decide on your core principle, the core idea you wish to have for here. I shall be back momentarily.
Right. So...
Alright.
I would like to mention that I think the idea of the little hangout game area sounds pretty fun. I do still really like the idea of having a smaller training area with wooden weapons, but that's honestly
We'll put that up as a choice to the captains, I think.
I mean, if we can't decide on it, in my personal...
But did they really blow the whole place up?
Yes.
Hello, Professor.
Oh, that's Professor now.
Professor.
I take it this is one of these divisions I've been told about, a new initiative of sorts. You're always good enough to fill me in. Some new concept given how easily it was infiltrated beforehand.
Sorry, Realm. I'm sorry. I have a question. Have you been out there that entire time?
Out where? Outside of the school? Outside of the frame of existence? No. That got tiring very quickly. Though it was an excellent way to let off some stress. I've been away in ASICs for some time. But I do not believe we've been formally acquainted. I do hope I'm not intruding upon matters here.
Yes.
We should, yes.
We kind of have things to do. Let's go. All right.
Okay. The first thing we should think about...
Perhaps I might take you on that again.
Right. I'll give my 2 cents in this situation. I believe that the game area is absolutely the top priority over everything we've discussed. In my opinion, the game area is the most important because it is the most unique. It gives the building a purpose that doesn't interfere with any other purpose of any other building in the school. And also because we can use that to make it mostly outdoors, which would mean less resources. However, we may have to get the garden, which means the farming division. The gardening is kind of meh. It would be nice, but I think the games takes priority because that's what you can do to relax.
Right.
Of course.
Let off steam. Forget about the problems of the world, which I think is the big and main point of this building. We can still have a little small building to have like the food stuff and shit. But I think the game should definitely, in my opinion at least, should definitely be the focus. That's my
I understand.
Okay, To me, then, the game should be half at max. We should have a place where where students can simply sit down, maybe in front of a fireplace, relax and talk.
Can I have a word with you?
True, I guess. That is.
That's fine.
Cecilia,
We should think about
is it regarding an invite?
What?
Is it regarding an invite?
It's something similar. Yes.
a quick and
Okay, I've already given him
I
one.
believe Thomas has informed you, yes?
No, you're all right. I'll leave you to it. I've got division stuff.
We're not going to relax. Look, okay, hold up. We're not going to go to the captain saying, like, oh yeah, here we have a list of things that we want to add. We want to make a place where we can relax and we can have a social interaction with people that we don't have much chance to talk to normally. And then we can provide them with, like, we do this through a matter of a game room, a physical activity room, and then we give options. We need to first give a clear image to the captains of what we want to build, so that they can think with us.
Right. So,
Have you come up with your
Communal place for social interaction. We can describe it as that.
No, not yet, miss. No concrete thought just yet.
All of you shall be allowed
It's
to
getting
submit
close.
one idea. Yes, and then present them.
why don't we go around in a circle with our
Let me-
absolutes?
Games.
Let me tell you that I will also need you to begin a survey of the area to correlate a list of things that Muscle Division will need to do to clear this place, so that you can inspect it and survey it and see what you have. Not all of this will be usable. You may think we can simply just build upon these stones, but they need to be inspected, and thus many of them need to be cleared away. So once you have decided the critical part of planning, then begin your survey.
Alright.
I shall be over here.
Sir, what is it you will be teaching here?
Okay.
Sorry.
Well,
With those
well,
words.
What is it
so,
you'll be teaching at this school? Of course.
I would
Building
say
open area.
Yes.
I'm okay with. I like that.
That sounds like fine. Yeah.
Building.
So we
open
are
area.
missing
We have this
a
in the
very crucial word here. What is it that we are trying to gain from this? It's not bringing
A
people together, it's
socialization.
creating a community. This will be a center for our community overall. Therefore, we need a quick, easy way to describe it. I vote for community center.
What I think, yeah.
Community center.
We want to build a
Absolutely.
community
I agree with him completely.
Yes.
What can people do at this community center?
Your thoughts,
What can people do at this community center? Like, what is the purpose of it? Before we leave
Purpose
this
is-
thing.
Kind of sounded like a tavern, to be honest.
The captain is a primary division.
Interact and have fun with other individuals.
And why is
Short
this
and
place going to be
simple.
different? And why is this place going to be different than just normally talking to everybody?
Fix this. It's annoying me.
Community center where we can come together and talk. Yeah.
Free food.
Together.
I liked the idea
Should be a better
that I know. Brow? Is it brow?
Realm. It's realm
Brow,
of
okay. I like the idea of describing it as a community center, which you could use with them, and then we could do all the options. We could put all the options of the idea that each of us had, put in all the options, send it out to the captains, and then the captains decide with their teams, and they choose the one with the most votes, the one the things that are most voted on. We build.
Alright, that sounds fair.
Right.
Everybody has an input on it.
Another overall point that I thought of, I don't know when, I don't know why. I think that an important thing to consider when we go along with this, that doesn't even have to encompass just one part of this community center. I think that there's a certain aspect that we don't necessarily talk about too much here. At least not yet. And I think that's our accomplishments and our achievements. I think there should be spaces for those. Things that people made. Maybe some other celebratory things that we've brought back. Or even crafted.
Like an achievement.
It should be a place
Just
that
like
we
a
can make
shelf-
comfort
shelf
out of
work.
the
A
fact
hoard.
that
Mhm.
this is where we can show off what we really are.
The Academy
We're
Horde.
doing good.
Right?
Actually,
like a place to display achievements.
A Hall of Fame.
I mean,
I don't.
we could theoretically create a basement at a later date. Our foundation is strong enough.
A basement? Do you not?
Fame would
You
be
shouldn't make a basement like later down the line.
You should.
You want to show it off?
They're nice and safe in a basement.
The achievement is a good idea.
What we could do,
the school's morale.
what we could do is ready the foundations for if we possibly want. Because having stronger foundations to be able to build a possible basement later does not mean that we need to dig it out straight away. And there he goes.
Not the flux again.
Idea.
Yeah, I know.
Flux gets us
Every time.
Man.
Right.
Jesus. I don't know what you guys think about Tal's idea, but I like the achievements. It lifts the school's morale. If we come here and we see what we've achieved, it lifts morale. We can all jerk each other off of all the good stuff we've made. Don't think they got accomplished.
Right. May I make my own suggestion then? It's a small thing, but I think it's valid. When we all return from our activities for the day and we return to our dorms, we return to the comfort of warmth and light inside. If we're going to have somewhere outside, surely it should be well lit, whether that's a campfire in the center as a fire pit, or perhaps lanterns adorning the posts at the side. Somewhere to shine bright in the dark, so we'll always know it's active.
Maybe a little I wouldn't say put a campfire pipe next to the physical area,
it would burn, right, yes, bad idea.
It would burn, but having maybe a little fire pit, you can sit like somewhere like on the side, you could sit around, bake marshmallows, maybe that's fun. But
tell fire pit stories.
Yes.
I have heard you incessantly since I've been over here. I presume you've made some progress on deciding the core principles of the project?
Yes, we have.
The main idea currently is to propose the idea of this being a community center, and then have a list of various things that we would like, send it over to the team captains, and together with the team, check which each person would want, and whatever gets the majority gets built.
I see. Have you resolved the conflict between training area versus no training area?
We will put that up on the options list.
Yes.
A vote, yes.
So then, to recap then, you shall have an eating area. You shall have perhaps weapon racks or not weapon racks. You shall have an indoor-outdoor area. A garden of some kind.
And an achievement area. To lift the morale. Our achievement.
Let's say a community area where we can place a seat and a nice environment where we have certain things we can put up on display, and just a general area that is all about all students of this like together, not separated by dorm and team.
If the student would want to show something off, he put it there.
Can I speak with you?
Yes, the trophy cabinet.
Yes, excuse me.
You're not like caught up in discussion. Thank you.
Bye.
Right.
Well, Team Amber have lost their privileges to select students, as you may already know.
I was not aware, to be honest. Well, now I know.
Yes, so they were instead being assigned students that the Chancellor thinks will help them clean their act. That being both of our, both Solace and Luca. They both accepted the positions. So we will have to go with our backups.
Very well.
That being Emma and I don't know who else. And Gio wasn't that impressive when we spoke to him about these things.
Well, I'll have you know Emma refers to our team as bumblebees. They're very fiery, but... well... again, Solace would have been the free spirit of the team, so I suppose she can be in his place.
Very well. Do you have any other recommendations? I was waiting for Soraya to be done with Bombadil before asking.
Well,
It just doesn't seem that you were just kind of standing in a circle while they were like actively throwing things in a pot. I didn't want to like,
they were throwing things. I was
fire.
listening, but I threw my bits in. The members of interest. Oh dear.
Sorry. I've been standing too long today.
Please, we can sit. It's fine. It's just the ground.
Okay.
Won't harm you.
I knew I should have somebody just carry me everywhere. Oh, fuck. Oh, God.
Perhaps you should just ask Gallup to join.
Well, I walked in, I saw Solar fist bumping Gallup, so maybe he's a choice now.
Perhaps. Well, if we consider our team so far, we have yourself working as our leader. Your skills are excellent with the blade. Additionally, I believe you're specialized in support magic? No. These past few months I've seen, yes. Aurelia is...
healing and defensiveness.
Hmm.
It's like a shield wall almost.
Right.
Solar is very strong in her role as a frontline tank.
Yes. Our shield, as it were.
And then we have Anna being our ranged magic user.
Yes, our mage. I fill the versatile role of frontline fighter. Great. And what we're lacking then?
Well, you're also a flanker, yes, with your...
Yes, I am. We have considered asking Kingsley, who would provide another tanking position. It would appear we're missing perhaps a frontline fighter for the opposite side of our formations. We have 2 shields, a fighter and a flanker, a ranged combatant, and we're missing perhaps another melee on the other side to back up that other flank. And so if we should focus on melee individuals, then I suppose we should be looking at muscle. Whether that falls to Oriana, to Gelub, to... who else? I'm unsure. But it would be ideal to have someone specialized in magic and melee combat.
Very well. I'll go see how Solar feels about Gallup then, seeing as that perhaps the two are bonded from this.
Perhaps, or she might tell you she hates him. Wouldn't be the first time. I was always brought onto this team anyway. She hated me to begin with, and now I think she just hates me a little less.
I think so, yeah, that is true.
I'd hope.
I think it's just, from what she described it as, the Dragonkin thing that she hates you.
Yes, rivalry.
She doesn't hate you regarding outside of that. Yes.
Oh, could be worse.
Like, if you weren't a Dragonkin, then she would be pals with you.
Perhaps. Ironic. Well,
what if we did like that extreme exchange program thing? What was it called?
Cultural exchange?
What?
Or what?
Cultural exchange, yes.
Right.
Yes, the cultural exchange program. You could see what happens when you show up as not a Dragonkin.
What am I meant to do? Put my tail away?
Well, no,
Sword down my horn?
it's not. No, it's like an illusion transformation thing. Maybe it's not an illusion. I don't know.
I
But,
never
make you
thought
not
about
appear
using
not as a
illusion magic
Dragonkin.
for that, and you've just opened my mind to a possibility.
Yes, you could appear as a human or as a VRChat or a Viking or whatever you want, or an elf.
My
Or
goodness.
as something else entirely, a demon, or I don't know, as grassman.
As a grassman, yes, I'd love to be a grassman.
Yeah.
Well. I suppose if you're going to make a choice, you've got one to make. If you want to invite whoever, I'm sure it'll be fine. Shame we can't get Solace.
We could also invite a what's it called? I can't think of the word right now. What is wrong with me? Hold on. What about Kishi? Isn't Kishi a student by now? Kishi's been here for a while.
Kishi's no longer here, Cecilia.
Where did Kishi go?
Kishi left on the boat.
Oh, it was quite fun, that one.
I was too. But now they're gone. We've had a Vumadari come though, you know, it's not that bad, right?
We can find Kishi too.
Kishi too. Yes. Yes, the second.
Kishi too. The second Kishi.
The second Kishi.
Okay.
Right. Oh. In
Do you think I
terms of
could
my
convince one of them
suggestions,
to carry me over to the bomb those?
you probably could. But in terms of suggestions from me, if you absolutely must, I believe Emma has a good degree of potential. But
Very well.
Gelub is a blunt instrument. And, yes, I believe
A
that's it
blunt
with my two
instrument we can
suggestions.
rely on would always be nice. Yeah.
Well, the question is, can we always rely on Gelub?
Yes, we'll have to see.
I'll leave the judgment to you, leader.
Very well. Thank you. Thank you for trusting me with that.
Of course. Now I'll
Zuko!
inform...
Zuko!
Would you like me to go request?
Yes. Can you...
Alright. Can you make sure to tell Sorelia that this has happened, by the way? It's very important. We're keeping a record of events, of how often you've gotten the up on another team leader. Yes. Yes, that's a new count. Zuku.
It depends on what people want.
Oh. Yes.
Sorelia would like to
But I
request
would
your
say that having
presence
that
for an
that shape, like,
important act.
would be the best shape to go by.
Of course.
So
You're
I
saying
would
an L.
Tell the
L
professor
shape,
and
L
go.
shape.
Yes.
L shape.
Shape, big open area.
2 stories? Are we going 2 stories or 1 story?
I think 1 story is more than enough. 2 stories is
1 story is
overdoing it,
enough.
but
Yes.
that's my opinion.
So once, yeah.
My 1 story, L shape, training area, entrance.
That sounded like
It's going to be
something.
the short.
That sounds good. I like that. The open space is big because it needs to be. It's open. We can have a little fence outlining the space, so it feels a bit better. The L shape is the main building. Food and shit here. The main building. We could have a little snack, and it doesn't need to be like walled off. It's just it's in this area of the building there would be the little trophy rack kind of shit. And then we have the lamp, also like some bookshelves there, like in one of the corners. We have 4 corners. We can use the 4 corners.
Little
for those types of
fireplace.
things. And the fireplace could either be in there or it could be like out here. You suggested having like a little fireplace here, right?
I like the idea of having a little fire pit because there's nothing better than sitting around with a campfire with some while cooking something on a stick together. That's how you bond. I like that.
That is true. That is true.
Yeah, yes.
Food.
Right, so have we decided on the form, or has anybody another idea? I'm not.
Does
I
anybody
guess
else have any
Zuko is
ideas?
gone.
Minute left.
Zuko, stop. He's a ladies' man. He's a ladies' man. You can't.
Yeah, let's just
Stop talking to women. Come here.
I will grab a piece of paper and write it down over here.
Give me 1 second.
How unlucky that there's a piece of paper right there.
There he goes.
Oh, yeah, it's gonna.
Tally for me. I'm winning this bet.
What?
Sorelia,
told him
eat
to
your
stop
heart
talking
out.
to women, and he literally lifts her up and carries her away.
She does that, just not to
Fucking
any of
hornbug.
her team members,
It's
thankfully.
just like Emma, but it's the guy.
This is grave news.
I'll have
Grave
to
news
say
indeed.
sorry, by the way.
He
I'm
was
gonna have to
making-
deny
he
the
was- he was-
Of
application.
course,
I was
I
pulled over to
was
join
informed.
Tel'Kahras.
I understand and look forward to your progress with the team.
When we went hunting and we built the big fireplace.
Yeah.
Sure he's
Also,
still
is
in
that
there.
usual for her to be like?
Carried?
Laying there next to you,
it's-
just started her like this when she was crouched down. He was absolutely.
It's a bit of a royalty thing.
What is the French?
She does it more for
Yeah.
dominance than anything
That
else.
you do to someone?
Elegant woman.
Probably not a
You
good
didn't
idea.
lose
I
her.
could join your team, then I'd probably.
Actually, it's in the Sixian term.
I'm a little hot-headed.
We deal with her in our own ways.
Used in Flint.
She has a large supply of wine that
Yeah,
help
I
her
guess
sales
so.
too, for example.
Exactly. He was there.
You're
sitting
welcome to
like
have a
that,
bottle,
trying
you
to,
know, sometimes, as long as we're not running out.
as he would
You know,
know.
a popular phrase actually is
Just
drawn
run
from-
away
take
from
it
her
up
when
an
she asks you to
Albert,
carry
I'm
her. Of course, I look forward to it.
Exactly. That is
Right.
the exact pose he was pulling.
Crafting
that
discussions.
exact expression.
Oh yeah.
I see.
And then me and Kiki went in there and ruined the moment. It was great.
You have multiple teams coming at you and giving you.
I don't actually know if he was putting them, but it was fun putting them on the spot like that, so we did it anyways.
Well, I had one team come at me for an invite, and then the Chancellor asked me to be on a team, so I don't know if that really counts.
I think.
Huh?
I think Chancellor asks you. I don't think it's really asking.
Yeah, I don't think he's really asking.
Well, yeah, I am taking him up on the offer, but, you know, he did kind of make it seem like it was more asking. He was actually quite pleasant about it, weirdly enough.
He's pleasant. Oh.
Well, yeah, he's really nice. You know.
Yes.
I mean, once I got past the whole being threatened to be thrown off the boat for good
nice,
reason, I did have fire magic on
this
there.
academy. For the professors, at least.
Oh,
We're getting sidetracked. What is our main goal?
Fuck, yeah.
We need to bring something to the
Communal.
professor.
A communal space.
Big open area. He has it. He's writing it over there. Brown?
Yes.
Yeah, the professors are here. Did you write it
I'm
down?
only half done writing. I'm writing this out so we can actually deliver this to the. So what I have as of now, I am still writing this. What I have right now is purpose community building. This building is meant for as an assembled place for casual and friendly interactions between students outside of academic matters. This will be a place for relaxing, conversing, and casual competition among students that do not see each other often. The community building will have two sections, the inside and the outside section. The inside section will be meant for mainly for relaxation purposes, and then I will mention the things that we have decided that will be there, such as the place where just the relaxation place where we'll have like place to sit, the bar for like some slight foods and the achievement area, and then we've got choice of whatever we want in there as well. For example, the weapon rack or something else that I would be presenting to the team captains, and then it would go on to the outside section, which would be either the sports field or the physical training area. I have not written down yet.
I see.
Sorry for the delay.
It's fine,
Welcome back,
Zuko.
Zuko.
I apologize.
Have you all considered again what we spoke of earlier? Which other divisions you may need help from? And what roles they may need to take?
The muscle division will be called upon for physical labor and help with building. The ether tech division will be needed for specific technologic advances that we needed.
That's a maybe. I don't think we need them per se.
That is still a maybe.
Have you decided on a teleporter?
I think that we decided that we will not be having a teleporter.
Yes, I vote no.
As part of your proposal, yes, of course.
Yes.
Remember, input from the
proposal.
other students is important.
Yes.
Be ready to be flexible. You are making this for everyone, not just for yourselves.
Oh.
And the other divisions?
Alchemy.
Well, maybe the farming division, in case the farming division. That would be in the proposal.
This is.
And there was a prior
Also
mention
something that I
of the
talked with
alchemical
Professor
division.
Caldwell about. Sorry.
Apologies, yes. There was a previous mention of the alchemical division in regards to supporting perhaps the muscle division through potions such as stamina potions and the like, or perhaps weakened down variants of such. Nothing too strong.
Actually, will the alchemical division deal in alcohols as well?
Well, Bombadil's
Could help with the bar
perhaps
on the
they do.
inside when we make
yes.
it.
You're thinking of strength potions.
Strength potions, my apologies, yes.
Stamina too.
Stamina, I see.
Maybe they've also have things to we can waste material.
For those of you in crafting division, this is your first important lesson. Stamina potions. Yes.
One more division. Tell you were trying to mention something.
Oh, yeah, it's just offhanded. Professor Caldwell and Solus and I talked about the importance of also practicing safety in our bout with this, especially for muscle team, and being part of that. I obviously want that to be a facet of it. The medical team would probably need to have at least one person acting as an overseer at that time, and I understand Tiana's already pseudo-acting like that, so her presence will be something to keep in mind.
Wonderful. That is exactly what I was going to talk about. One of the lessons I will be giving you as part of Crafting Division is that you need not really worry about how tired you get. When you are smithing something, you can wear your muscles thin, so long as you have someone who is proficient in divine magic nearby. They can stitch the fibers of your muscle back together so you may hammer some more. Medical shall be important, of course, for injuries. For those in medical with divine, they may be able to make you work longer and better. Consider that. Consider the possibilities. Are there any other divisions you think have a place here?
I believe it should be
I do personally believe that the diplomatic division of students, it's less of a division, but the diplomatic group that was assigned, may have some leeway in procuring, well, either objects for our garden or achievement hall, or additionally in leveraging the area once complete for diplomatic negotiations. I believe it should be something to aid in those situations too. It should be something that is a pride for students, but also for
That is
visitors.
a valuable suggestion on how they might be able to benefit from this area. But I was thinking more in helping you with your tasks. How could the diplomatic division help the crafting division in analyzing its tasks?
They would be able to help us organize the specific teams who will be doing specific tasks for building.
Right.
Organizing maybe men or people into what place and what would be the most efficient way of working together.
They might be able to perhaps help you with dissemination of this report and feedback from the other students. If you ask. If you wish to give them that responsibility. Let me be clear about something. The crafting division has ownership of the project. Which means you, in crafting division, are responsible for it. If you believe you can use the diplomatic division in order to get a better consensus for what this project should be, then do so. How do you feel about this?
I would think we should talk to them anyways before we get to the final choice, and then see if they have the time and ability to help us out.
Well, may I make a small suggestion, since I was privy to one of your meetings before team captains? The agreement between team captains is important for this, so the next time you're all together in a meeting, why don't both yourself and yourself pull the rest of the captains aside and inform them of our plans? It's a perfect opportunity, right?
That is something
I will be sure to have a thing written down for you to help out and get your minds in the same line.
We could have a small meeting together.
In the meantime, while you are socializing tonight, it wouldn't be a bad idea to tell everybody about the project, to see what you might be able to hear.
Right.
So then, you may continue to survey the area if you wish, but the crafting division is dismissed. And, hopefully, you shall have consensus on the project before we begin actually building.
Right. Yeah, well, thank you,
There's
Professor.
one final matter. As a division, I want you all to decide who is going to be the leader of your division. You don't need to decide now, In fact, I expect you to have some time to think about it and talk. Whoever you decide on, have them come to me.
Yes, ma'am.
Enjoy the rest of your
Yes, ma'am.
afternoon.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
your evening meal, if you are allowed to have an evening meal.
Before we all run off,
Yes.
let me write out the last bit so I can just like
go right
Of course.
So that's yeah. So like just before we go, I just want to say if we got the okay for that. So I'll be right back.
Right. Meanwhile, Val.
You gotta decide on the leader.
Yes. Do you have a moment? Of course.
Actually, Solos, you as well.
Oh, alright.
You can tell him. Oh, that's a good question. Well,
Team sorting.
I think it's obviously an easy choice. Like, look, Brown took this.
oh, he's noting
Like,
down things
I don't know
straight
if this is
away.
his main. Yeah, I don't think this is his main.
We have a strong
Thing. I don't mind being the leader, but again, this isn't my main division. My main division is Elithic, and I don't plan on changing that anytime soon. So I don't think I'd be fit for a leader in terms of that.
Well,
Tal is
Haven't gotten to see much of you.
already a good leader. He's looking at my team, and he's very competent, I will say.
Yes.
But he didn't have much input now. So I'm still leaning more on Brown. Brown?
Of the ideas that you come
God.
up with, and you seem
Realm.
to mesh well
Like the horn guy.
people here that
Oh.
can talk with you.
Realm?
With that being the
That's
case,
Realm. Yes.
Realm, right? Realm.
Realm.
I'd like
Yes.
to ask you
Yeah, Realm. I keep calling him Brown.
final decisions if Team Ventus wants to. In our final
I always
decision,
thought he was like a offshoot
Yes, that would be.
of Zerko with his large flappy ears on the side, but he's a demon. Anyways, in my
I
opinion,
have no idea what he is.
yes, I had to question him and. Well, anyways, I do think his ability to note things down as an initiative to do so means he's
Exactly.
ideal. However, we could
He is
always go
ideal.
with the suggestion or possibility of having a leader and a second in command who handles all the written reports. That
That's true.
said, Bram's primary division is alchemy alongside mine.
I will keep the
I do wonder if it's okay for a secondary division
in perfect.
participant to be a leader. Perhaps we should ask.
I don't know if he would be. I think we should bring this to his attention first.
Yes,
to
of
see what
course.
what he thinks of this, and to everybody else's attention.
Of
Because we're
course.
just talking to each other. We're not talking to anybody else.
Precisely, they're all here handing out invites to their teams.
Doing God knows what. Get your ass over here!
Zuko, we need you.
I'm waiting for.
We need you.
Guys, for the inside room, we want a weapon storage or
He's so dedicated.
a what?
Yeah. What?
Not many people have offered.
What the fuck are you doing?
So
He's
writing
writing.
down on my knees, but
No,
for
I'm not
choices
talking to you, I'm
between the.
talking
Hi.
Hi.
Are you busy?
Yeah, he kind of is at the
person?
moment.
I just need less than 2 minutes.
You want to invite him to the team? We'll know. Go on.
The case, thanks for your time.
Okay, if we're gonna throw it out there, yes. But we're kind of on the fence with some people,
Oh,
so I
everyone's
was wondering
really
if you
late
were
with these.
interested, so we can gauge interest, so we could
Well,
possibly
yeah.
get,
Reminds me of
like,
something. Interesting, you know what I mean?
so we can make a final decision.
Yeah.
Are you not? Very? Okay, thank you. We'll leave it back tonight. Some on the downtime.
This is such a clusterfuck. Holy shit.
On the other day.
We did make, just not assemble it.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Gotcha.
You know, I am going to ask.
Good, back to business.
Okay.
Right.
Anyway.
Congratulations on your invite, but also, yes.
Yeah, congratulations, man. Good job.
Anyway, so what choices do we have for the inside? So we have either a weapon storage place,
We have
or
weapon
a
storage, bookshelf, the bar/food area, and the weapons rack.
Yes.
These four.
So that's the weapon storage and weapon rack are two separate things.
Wait, no, that's the same.
No, the same thing. Same thing.
Okay,
So
let me
we
count
have
it again.
a
Weapon
so,
storage,
okay.
weapon storage,
reading area, weapon storage, reading area, or food area.
Food and drinks, and the achievement hall. I forgot the actual name of it.
I think the achievement display can just be added there because I think that is a very nice addition.
Yes,
that is a very nice addition.
It doesn't take a lot of room.
Let's just do what we want.
Okay, so
the achievement display.
Going.
Yes. Flanks on everybody else. What you did.
It's not a horde.
Look at his dedication, his pose, his prowess.
Is it easier to right like that? Maybe I should. Yes.
I'm really
super.
sorry, but I probably should go. I need to go
It's okay,
do
Zuko.
captain stuff.
It's all good. I understand.
Don't mind.
I guess we'll see.
No, live.
Before that, I know you have to. No, wait, Zuko, wait. Before you have to leave, we have to decide on like a captain. We don't need to decide it now, but we gotta think that there is a good captain. We don't know if he has the time to. What do you think? What is your opinion on that?
Either him or probably Val. I'll be there in a moment.
Both of them did put forward good suggestions. He's noting
That's true. They
Val.
put forward quite good suggestions.
Yes. Val was very literal. He's more of a speaker, which might be what we want from a leader.
Yeah. True. A leader needs to like make his ideas known. Maybe you could be the leader, you could be the vice leader.
There we go.
That's okay. I'm okay with that.
All right.
Alright,
fuck off. Go do your thing.
I get it. Okay.
Way to tell him.
It's a woman again. What did I say?
Oh my god.
Should I put the
Zuko,
choice
dirty
between
knave.
the garden and the physical and the sports area?
No, sorry. Zuko was yelling at the dumbass he is.
Should we have the choice between the garden or the sports area, or should we have the guardian sports area or sparring ring? Or is the garden like standard thing we're gonna do?
I mean, in my opinion, I think that sparring is just fucking stupid because you can do that in the sparring area and having this here.
Right. We'll put it
I know
forward,
it's
I
just dumb. Why
suppose.
would you fucking do it here? But
I'd
if
say
they
we
want to have that choice, it's better to give them a choice.
I think we should put your objection in there as a note.
Yeah, just if you choose this,
it's fucking
fuck
stupid.
you. Yeah, your ICs, just to write that out. Your ICs think it's fucking stupid.
Very interesting planning.
How do you write your names?
No, wait, we probably don't do that. Don't do that. The leader, the professor. The
choices
to be very
made.
fucking serious. I don't want to do that.
All choices made should be what was the word again?
It is
Combined with
interesting.
your
I've
full
had my share of
team
Yeah.
and
moving things around.
Oh yeah, remember to put the limit.
majority
Remember to put the limit.
This is something that I plan on keeping.
one
You can't
vote
choose more than 3
per
things.
section.
So a little bit different.
Only
everything was
one
up and go, so
vote per
I'm going to need to
section is
put some
allowed.
more thought into this, especially if it's something that at the end of
Many
the day is
thanks
a project that's supposed to be used
from
by everyone,
the
and
drafting division.
Division.
You could just put the
Hope I
giant
didn't
This
read
is
this
going
right this
great.
all in demon
It
because then
really
it would be
is.
very hard to read for anybody else.
I really enjoy how he's reading out
I
his
want
writing as
organic
well,
divisions, I do.
because I can't read it.
in terms of
Mm-hmm. I can't read it either.
You
I'm
can't read?
stupid. No, I can read. I just can't read what
You
you
just
write.
can't read what you're
Horrible
writing.
calligraphy.
Your
a lot of good ideas.
elegant writing style is too hard for us to comprehend.
Great call.
Yeah, it's
Well,
fucking
that's
sucks.
why. That's why I stood here. I'm sorry. That's why I stood here and not over there.
My teammates this morning.
Rude.
I did, but I wanted
Anyway, this is.
I just like to be real, man. I don't like to lie to people.
This is what we have until now.
Community building. This building is meant as an assembly place for casual and friendly interaction between students outside of academic matters. This will be a place for relaxing, conversing, and casual competition among students that do not see each other often. The community building will have 2 sections, the inside and the outside sections. The inside section will be meant for relaxation purposes. There will be a general living room, but that contains a place for multiple seating, casual dining, and an achievement showcase. There's also the choice of a weapon storage or a reading area. The outside section will be meant for physical exercise. There will be a fireplace for late night meetings and hangout. There's the choice between a sports field, garden, or a sparring area. All choices made should be communed with your team and the majority voted. 1 vote per section is allowed. Only 1 vote per section is allowed. Many thanks from the crafting division.
Yes.
Sounds good to me. Sounds like
I like
you
that.
write for, well, nobles. Right, that was the word I was looking for. Do you write for nobles?
My family was considered nobles, yes.
That explains it.
That explains it.
Yep.
But they also have shit calligraphy.
They were actually considered best at cursive. Yeah,
yeah. I think it should
Wait,
just make it
wait,
readable.
wait, can other people read this? As it just holds up fully
A lot
cursive.
of people here, a lot of people can't even read at all. So, I hope the captains can.
You've got swirly writing.
It's
I
really
guess it
elegant,
would also be.
really over the top.
Should I just come with to the captains to read it to them?
I'm pretty sure every captain can read.
I mean, if they
I
can't
hope
read-
every captain can fucking read.
I fucking hope so. I mean, I know Tao can. I think.
Honestly, no offense to him, but I would not be surprised if Zuko would not be able to read.
I know Kiki, the little bird member of my team can't read.
Is Kiki the team captain?
No, she's just no.
Thank God.
Okay.
But I know, for example, that she's an example. She can't read, and maybe more. Hopefully, none of the team captains are like that. That'd be really, really bad. But I don't think so.
And if his division
As long
is
as one of the members of the team
division.
can read, it's taken care of.
I'll write this. I will try and clean this up a little bit more. This is just a note. Just notes.
Less swiggles.
And yeah. I will try to make less swiggles, and I will send it over to all of us, I guess, division, to give to the rest. I'll be posting a picture somewhere in our things after session.
You will commute it to us cosmically or fourth dimensionally, whatever.
Whispers in our heads, yes?
Whispers in our
heads.
I guess.
You whisper it to our head.
I guess that is this mission, division dismissed.
Oh yeah, by the way, what do you think about being leader?
Oh, right, yes. That was a thing.
Yeah. Well, what do you think about Tao being leader and you vice leader?
Yes.
Is Tao part? I thought Tao was part of the muscle division.
No, he's part of both. I don't know which one it's his primary, but it's part of both.
I thought the suggestion was
What a pro,
the other
man.
one, the Talvin.
Oh, the guy with the robot legs?
Yes,
Fuck, they're both in the same spot.
That's fine.
Maybe? Okay, yeah, sure. Val is a good one. Is it Val?
Val.
Val. V-A-L.
Val.
No, that's my name.
No.
That's Calteras. Never mind.
Tel'Kahras.
Val and Val.
Val, yes.
Tel'Kahras, and we've got Val something else.
He has
Yeah,
3
something
words
else. I
in his
would've
name.
named
He's
it, sure.
fancy. Right.
You're not fancy?
Okay, I think he would be good too, but what do you think?
Thank you.
What do you think about yourself?
I don't think Val is a very good. You know what? He's gonna probably beat me up if I say that, so never mind. I'm not gonna finish that. I'll go with the majority votes of our group.
I guess so. We don't need to vote now. We could discuss. I think he did good. He did good ideas, very good ideas. He seems to have a good head. He's not the friendliest looking or behaving guy.
So why not
I
either of you
can't say
then?
much about that, but
Oh, I don't lead. That's not me. Nope.
You don't?
Nope, no leading.
Huh. You are quite suggestive sometimes, so.
Of course I'm suggestive. But my policy isn't leading.
This is my first division, man. I'm never. This is the secondary. It's always going to be my secondary.
Precisely.
So, I wouldn't mind leading, but again, that's my main one. So, if only I could have gone to it today, you know.
I guess we'll just place it down to the rest of our division after.
Yes, so three potentials. Tau, Realm, and Val.
Who's Realm?
God fuck me. You.
Realm.
Realm.
Tau.
Sorry.
Realm. and Val.
Close enough, I guess.
Well, if you are well, hiding from the professors, I don't know. But Professor Nelly wishes for you to witness a spa.
Very well. Sure.
I'll be right
Just
there.
asking
I need
everyone
do
to witness
something
the
real
spa.
How are your legs, Captain?
They're doing better now. Momodo gave me something.
Excellent. Run.
Come one, come all. We are here to see the testing of one Angeal Weiss, so that he may display his prowess before this community. I am sorry there, good dragon. Could I ask you stand back, a
Of course, yes. I was just hearing.
Oh, good lord, Tel'Kahras sounds angry. Well, in that case, one and all, this may smart a little bit. I invite you all to the jewel.
Well,
Best be about it.
I'm glad I moved back.
Oh yes, I get to sit down. Thank God. Oh, my legs.
The ice will fade in a short while, but the enchantment keeps sitting.
Can I be put down now? I am here.
Takes the damper off and just pulls it over my arms. I'm fine.
There's a lot of spear users here. I wonder why.
They're quite effective and they're also simple to pick up.
I don't have any.
All the stabby boys.
Like, if one thinks logically, right? What's more effective, a sword or a longer sword? The longer sword usually wins.
Unless the shorter one's closer.
But there's many other weapons that could be used. Ones that would fit the mold.
Good.
No. That's what they're here for. Spears are also cheap, which is nice.
Oh,
Useless
that may be
metal.
why.
Not everyone here is as wealthy to come with their own personal weapons, so many just pick up the whatever is sitting around.
You just
over in the
indirectly
sparring
call me wealthy. I didn't know I was wealthy, thank you. Huh.
Well, I mean, you have what a shield thing, whatever is on your wrist, right? And you have the kopash.
Oh, I was
And the
gifted
other
this.
people aren't here with a kopash.
I mean,
well, you were
true.
gifted with wealth, I suppose. Like everything, most commoners don't have a fancy weapon, right?
I'm not a commoner. Oh, okay. Wow. I'm really going up in the world
That's
today.
what I mean. You're not a commoner, are you? Or are you a commoner? I don't know.
I'm
Am I
completely
insulting you?
unsure. I don't think so. I think you're complimenting me.
Ah,
Noble Tel'Kahras. Huh.
Tutu.
yeah. When I subjugate the academy into the Aberton like house, then I'll point to you as an advisor. I'll do that.
I can be your advisor. And you want me to give you advice? You sure that's a good idea?
I mean, you've given me advice so far, and it hasn't led me astray.
Oh. And see that? Can I sit down and drink wine? Oh,
Sure.
great.
As always, you may do as you wish when does not work. But sometimes work does require sitting around and drinking wine. So.
They want to learn.
Definitely. My god, this is so easy. All I've got to do is sit around and talk nicely. Oh dear, my foot.
Now they know how to bring out the
It's just
magic. They
correct
don't
my
have
foot.
any.
Thank you.
No one saw
I kind of picked up what you were doing along the way.
They use a cult.
Are you talking about the
I
night
learned a
camp?
lot more when I got here, thanks to a professor
No,
Rain
I'm
that we had when we first
talking
arrived.
about
He told me a
NGO.
few pointers on my spear. Pointers. But that is just as good as a defensive weapon as an offensive one.
Kai, have you told them yet?
You can use the tip of your spear to deflect blows.
What are we told?
Including
Gil!
weapons after I open
Your team.
Oh, I gotta go.
The
good
team
match.
members?
We arranged something. Don't worry about it.
I see.
So, Cecilia, regarding the other invitations, did you have any luck?
I haven't seen Emma yet to extend the invitation, but right now we extended it together.
I see.
Kingsley said that he is most likely going to accept. Should I don't know. He said he'll tell us at the end of the day. I don't know what Emma is. So. I'm sorry, she was just like behind us, Emma.
I have a question. You need to get on my back. Just let me
I'm sure they'll pop up at some point. Hop around.
I think to myself, like, think of what roles.
Like, I see Gallup over there and like the aqua and
if you give me 5 minutes.
Oh, Cecilia.
He said that. Oh, there you go. Yeah.
I'm so sorry it took me so long. I was
No, that's fine. There's no excuses to be needed. You're perfectly fine.
Lift.
I'm gonna stand over here just for a minute, just because.
Are you picking me up or lifting me?
I'm just lifting you up. It's important to stand, Cecilia. Yep. Right.
God, my legs so sorry. You're as you're working.
It's fine. Yeah, I was gonna actually accept the offer of joining Lumen.
Yes,
welcome
great.
to Lumen, then. You're welcome to have your stay in the dorm tonight.
I don't
I
think I'm allowed
promise
to.
you
Maybe
don't have to
because of the
carry
fact
her
that-
anymore.
It's fine. It was nothing.
If it's nothing, then never mind. You're more than welcome to.
Thank you. One moment. I need to go speak to Emma.
Okay, that's fine. I'm gonna be in the main hall.
I think
we should have done.
I'd like to welcome you onto the team and hopefully things will be alright. And then we'll live up to our standard.
Of course. Thank you again for allowing me the opportunity.
Of course.
Right. Well,
Where I come from.
welcome to Lumen.
I was close to knowledge about
I'm worried that I'm gonna like crush your
That's
hand if
fine.
I.
Just shake the arm.
I'm sorry. It's not. Yeah, I'm sorry.
We'll have to get you like a small hand for your hand.
actual theory.
That might actually be a really good idea.
Just a
I would join you
shaking
though in
implement.
Lumen, but the unsorted got punished today, so we're not allowed to sleep. Or
You're
eat
not
for
allowed
a
to
day.
sleep or eat. What happened?
Yeah. Solace backtalked. I can't never remember the professor's name. The professor that requires you to bow to her. I can never remember. Skynet? Skynet?
Hey, Zugu.
I think it was her. Yeah. Solace apparently badmouthed her, and then when when all of us were being punished and he wasn't, he started bad-mouthing her again. So it just got worse.
Yes.
Right. Maybe it's a good job we didn't get him. Right. So earlier,
Yes.
new team member. Officially. Well, soon to be official.
You decided then?
Yes, I did.
Welcome to London.
Thank you. I hope I can do the team proud, of course.
I'm sure you will. Mhm. Now the question is, which one has the best shield skills, Do I sense a budding rivalry? I'm just messing.
Probably
It's
heard
you.
it, all fairness.
That's why I try to make a joke every single time. Just, well,
Sorry.
it's all good. It's all good. No. It's fine. It's fine. Well, I wonder, who else have we asked? We've asked Anura, Gelub, I
The message
believe.
has been delivered to Emma.
Oh.
I'm sorry for the halty or hasty acceptance. I just wanted to like rush and do it before she just disappears, right?
Is it also
Okay.
able to recover
Don't worry, it's fine.
well.
So we have yourself, Anna, Gallup as a maybe, and Emma as a maybe, and then beyond that, I don't know.
So
When it comes into like... Yeah.
Good turnout.
Zuku. I should probably like update you and the rest of the team leaders, right? If you could inform the others as well, but we picked up Anara and Kingsley.
Right. We haven't 100% picked up people, but
maybe able to focus it so
people
much
are
to
thinking
make
about it. That's
able to cut
about what
I think. Keep me informed and I will.
Of course.
How would I research that?
Is he just like following your every whim?
Yes.
I'm still trying to get used to tuning.
I see, alright.
Fish for me.
Okay. I thought it was a bit of a joke earlier, but apparently it's more serious than I thought.
Last question.
Oh, is there a problem with that?
Well,
Okay, so what goes through your mind?
what's the best way of putting it? If he doesn't mind it, it's fine. Just maybe it's worth asking if he minds it.
Well, if he doesn't complain, then I'm sure he doesn't mind it. He seems to be an outspoken individual, yes. But
Yes, that's true.
as you support, I will. I'll go ask him next time.
Yes. He doesn't want a reputation, I think.
What reputation?
Oh, well, do you know, I suppose a certain reputation can be carried around if you're seen primarily as team leader of Ignis carrying around the team leader of Lumen. That's all I'm suggesting. May suggest he's your lapdog, which is not ideal.
I see. No, it is not.
Even if there was anger, crying, all the other things. Easily outshadowed by the light.
No.
Unfortunately,
I suppose we... Oh, Kingsley, do you have any, suggestions for any backup candidates? Because right now all we have is Andrea.
Well, I don't know who's really accepted and who is, who's still waiting. So it's a bit hard to kind of know who's.
Actually, let me ask Ventus now. I think Aqua's still having their little party thing trying to get you burned.
Oh.
People should know, and they shouldn't try to lie to them about it. That you can still use their pool with permission. You don't have to be a team member of Aqua to use it. I'm more than willing to let you. So if they're going on telling people that's one of the reasons trying to get exclusive pool access. It's a lie. Right. Rom, you should listen to that.
Keep that in mind.
Alright.
You're too tough.
Chancellor.
You don't need to join Aqua to use their pool. You can just ask them and they usually let you, unless you're doing some private
We
thing.
have something to talk about. The contents of what I think it'd be better if we.
We're talking to you.
Talk about.
What?
Talking to you.
You don't need to join. If Aqua approaches you to join them and they try to add the pool package onto one of the reasons to join them, it's a lie. Because you can just ask to use their pool and they'll let you. It's not like it's exclusive.
Do we have an
it is still
exclusive wine
exclusive,
package?
right? Like, you can just ask them and they usually let you go into the pool unless you soured it earlier.
They didn't mention the pool. I honestly
They
didn't
didn't
actually
mention
know
it,
that they had
really?
a pool.
Wow, that's
I
interesting.
was kind of in the
I would think
middle
that'd
of
be like the prime
something, so they kind of just like, "Hey, you want to join?" So I said, "Yeah, that sounds good." And, and they moved on again.
That was good.
Kind of a
So did you accept Team
2-second
Aqua's
introduction.
invitation then?
I showed interest because apparently they have a lot of people that they want in there, and I'm probably somewhere on the lower reference.
Well, they asked you, right?
Why would you be on the lower
They did.
preference?
Oh. Well, they're
I mean,
having
from
a
the
party right now
Marshall
for those that are
standpoint.
showing interest. I don't know.
Well, that is probably the biggest example, because I was not invited.
Can I call you just now, please?
Interesting. Very interesting.
Have you received any other invites from?
No.
You've got to be
only.
Okay.
What?
Well.
Give me a moment while they're available. I can ask them.
I told him I would think on it.
That's just surprising. I'll be honest.
I'm surprised, actually. Yeah, I'm really surprised as well, actually.
I'll admit.
Oh, yeah, me too.
Not a people.
I will honestly admit, Ram, I have some disdain for your tendencies, but your martial prowess and skills are quite excellent. I'm surprised no one's shown interest outside of Aqua.
Sorry?
Do I need to spell it out?
Didn't you talk to him just a bit ago?
If you want,
I did spell it out to you. I really bloody hate birds.
Alrighty, well, but then we have
right.
There's one that we have Tally.
Oh.
Characteristics, not tendencies, though.
To keep everyone informed.
Well, birds have a tendency to spy.
We have taken Kingsley and Anara into our wing.
Oh, you have? Well, good, I guess.
I think.
I'm not a spy.
I know.
No, that he hate birds.
I just... Well,
I believe Solace and...
Why do you
don't
not
worry
like
about it.
birds?
It's fine.
Pointing.
Oh dear. Right. Everywhere I've been, there is always a bird in a bloody tree sitting on top of the branch, looking on down, watching.
You're very
We can't hear him anymore.
Now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I was ranting about birds. Right. Oh, same.
They're listening. Anyway, birds, yes.
Birds. Everywhere I bloody go, there's always a bird. There's either one sitting upon there was one sitting right outside of the old dorm beforehand.
Quite everywhere. That does not mean that there's spies there.
No.
They exist.
Would you
I
like to
have
see
seen...
It's like saying that the flowers or the trees are listening to you.
I have seen
way.
members of rogues within Droza.
Wait, I've already seen it.
They have had birds arrive to them, and they've taken messages from them. The birds have sent them messages. I don't know whether they write or whether people attach them,
You say
but
that
the birds are always watching.
Working for someone?
The birds are always working for someone. Always watching. They have some agenda of their own. He's in line. Kiki's in line.
I don't think Kiki could harm a fly if she tried.
That's the best bit of it. Birds seem harmless until they're not.
It would be a good thing, but
I've seen her try to pick things up. It's quite sad.
I mean, yes, but
I see.
a lack of
I don't think
arms.
she could do anything with you, to you at least.
But she can gather information.
Talons.
So can
That
you.
too. Of course I
You
can
don't like
gather
birds.
information,
Birds
but
have
I'm a
wings. You have
creditable
wings.
source to myself and to my team. Kiki is a bird.
Well, I hope to be. I've studied as much as I can with
Hmm.
the books.
Oh my god, the birds are working for Kiki.
I'm hoping I can put
I didn't think about that.
Oh fuck.
Kingsley, do not
Oh,
even
fuck, think
entertain the
about
thought.
I didn't think
Don't
about
think
that.
about it.
Don't even.
My
no,
God.
I will not hear you.
regularly. I want you to
Kingsley?
realize that. What?
No.
I know those damn birds are in line with whoever stole my tailpiece as well.
You know, tell your mic.
It's okay, don't worry about it.
I'm
I'm fine.
creating a firearm of sorts using Aethertech.
So,
What makes you more credible than a bird? The only thing that you lack versus a bird is feathers.
I can steal feathers. A bird can't steal them. They grow with them.
What?
You can't steal them, and they do. Hello, Merton.
You guys? Oh, there he is. Never mind. Hi, Zuki.
No,
Let's go
guess
inside
what?
the Ignistorms. We need to talk quick. 'Cause I need to
Yes.
know what we're doing.
Except the freaking good fight.
Hey, hello. Welcome.
Let's go.
There we go.
Please don't. Please don't. Keep off. No. 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 There you go.
Yes. There you go.
Handshake.
Might I bother you for a second?
At the school where the
Sure.
teams competed against
question.
each other, the victors
Is
were
whether
able
you
to
can
demand
answer.
or ask something of the professors, and they would get them.
Perhaps a walk along the
Some of
hills.
them,
would bear
that's how Aqua got the pool, I think.
Good luck.
And we
It's
never saw her
cheekbones.
again.
That comes. Be able to ask
You
What?
know
Have you seen
him.
his cheekbones?
I
Have you seen
did.
his cheekbones?
Oh
Like,
my God.
yeah, they were so big.
You know, have you ever seen him before?
No, well, I saw him earlier over at the crafting
Oh yes,
area.
but before today.
No. I haven't, but some of the other
Okay, you
students
used to
seem to
teach
know
me.
of him.
The Johnson.
Apparently it was somebody who
I think
It'd be a good area.
used to teach here or something. That's what I got
Fine to ask
gathered from
because I can
the
always-
conversations I heard. He worked here, well,
But yeah.
taught here, and then disappeared for 6 months, and now he's back. So
I was,
I don't
you
know.
know, I was looking around for you now that we've all gathered here like this. You as well, Ram, if you'd be so inclined. We do have those two bottles from Lumen, those fancy bottles.
Oh, yes, yes.
I.
Definitely can.
Oh my god.
I can go grab more, you know, I'm sure
I didn't see
Cecilia won't
anything.
complain.
I swear,
What?
I didn't see anything.
What?
Did your
I wasn't looking.
Is that Cecilia?
Is that Cecilia?
No,
No, wait. I remember. She said she was gonna soak in the tub, the aqua pool.
All right.
I want to go get the.
Ram, whenever you see Cecilia with anything out that isn't the gambus and Titan, make sure to do this in front of her. She'll realize and put it back together. She needs reminding.
I don't think she was wearing anything apart from maybe some piece of cloth on her private parts.
It gets worse every time.
You don't expect her to go swimming in the garrison, do you?
No, but I also don't expect her to run over this while leaving her clothes in her own dorm room, so she has to walk back. And
I mean, then they stay dry, I presume.
Although,
I mean,
also yes, to be fair, the moment you are out of line of sight from either a beach or a pool, that state of dress suddenly becomes incredibly inappropriate.
I mean,
you know, I'm just going to not question it.
Now what, you're not gonna go and join them for a dip?
No, I'm fine.
Should probably ask Zuku, he might.
would you go like to have these bottles with us now?
Please, I need a
Yes,
drink.
wine, of course. We lost Kingsley. Where's Kingsley gone? Or did he head to the...
He went to go get his own. I have mine.
I see.
Yes, as long as it is after dark, it is fine.
We should be fine.
Fantastic.
Just
Thank
not
you
where
very
you
much.
are, quote unquote, on call.
Yes, drinking whilst we're working would be terrible.
Anora.
Hypocrite.
Anora. Were we supposed to stay awake tonight?
We were supposed to not drink and not eat and not sleep, but you know.
You just got the
also drink. Okay. You know what? Okay. Yeah, we just got the green light, I guess. So that's fine.
We did just get a green light.
Mm-hmm. Red light.
Green light.
Red light.
Red light, green light.
Oh my god, Bombadil.
So loud for an old man.
Shouting, as usual.
Yeah, that was.
Sarah, you're right.
Oh my. Are you going to die, Professor?
Oh, I got it. I got it, the crowd. I'm quite. We're
just talking about stuff he's passionate about.
Right.
Yes. By the way, Rom, Tel'Kahras, you missed quite a lot in class. I'll inform you later about what you missed, but you missed quite a lot. Anyways.
Oh wait, class continued?
Yes.
I thought they were meant to be standby.
Don't worry, it's understandable.
I asked twice. I asked like, hey, do we need to go back to class? And twice I was said, no, you just missed me.
Don't worry about it.
Come on, let's go. Come on, drinking time, Realm.
Okay, fine, I guess.
Oh shit.
Oh
Wait,
shit, he heard.
Bombadil, you want to join?
Of course, I love drinking.
You know what? I'm not opposed. If you'd like to come along, we're enjoying some fine Favirian wine, I believe. Cecilia's own, as it were.
And besides, if you have a professor with you, you're basically all.
Gives it more credibility, precisely.
Yes.
So that shouting earlier was nothing bad, right?
Don't worry. Professor Bellicosa was just a little bit down under the weather, and you know the best way to cheer up somebody is to scream at the top of your lungs.
I've never heard that before, but if it works for her, then I guess that's fine. I'll remember to shout at Bellicoso when I upset her. Wait, that doesn't sound right.
No, that's not what I meant.
Mine too, that you're up there anyway.
Okay, wait, where is yours?
We have a professor as a representative for our
Hello,
endeavor.
Bombadil.
Pardon me?
Yes.
Professor.
What did
Professor.
you call me?
Don't. The stick. Professor.
Yes, I said Professor. I didn't say
Oh,
his
I just
name.
heard
I didn't say anything.
Bombadil. I just heard.
I did not say anything. I did not.
Well, hello.
Tell
That's
Tina
right.
your
I must be
ears.
hard of healing.
What
healing.
brings you to our warehouse tonight?
Oh,
Don't worry.
my God.
Don't worry about anything about drinking. As a connoisseur of drinking myself, I just want to know what kind of drink you guys have. I want to see if it passes the Bombadil test.
Oh, okay. So that's the only issue. Okay.
Yes.
I've got a Dolus Fungal
That's
whiskey
my
if you'd
old
like
cup
to
of tea.
try.
Oh, sure, please. I'm sorry, what did you say?
It's been there
Don't
all
worry
day.
about it. It was just something about that statement that really riled me.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Do you randomly just take scissors glasses at station places?
Yes, I do. Usually have something nice inside.
So,
and you're scared about birds.
Solus is
I
comes
thought
back
it was
with
a
a
Terror
very
Dog.
fancy big bottle with
around the
wings
doll
wrapping
area,
around
that's
it.
all I really
And it's a
know. Yeah,
very
I read him
violet,
follow
almost
Jackson.
barely translucent liquid inside of it. Smells very much like a very strong sense of mint with a mix of some.
I got no clue what's going on.
He's describing something that sounds very tasty.
You have some kind of extremely, but you know
Well, I
what
had
they
2
say,
bottles
packaging is
I have
packaging is
with
just
me
something,
of juice.
but the real taste is when you
Right.
taste it. Packaging can be a
In
fancy,
Lumendorm, we
but
have a
packaging
literal
can be as
entire
fancy as
rack
you
of
want,
wine.
but the true taste comes from.
It's all Cecilia. She gets it imported.
Let's see, bottoms
We
up.
take it out, store it for ourselves, drink away, put it back. She doesn't say a thing.
It's horrible. Where did you get this?
That's actually amazing, that. I love it.
It's great. Really. You know, I thought I'd made a mistake once upon a time until I was. My foot seems to be having some trouble. Until.
Yes.
You're doing yoga, don't worry about it, I'll join you. I'll join you.
Yes.
It's made with. It's made with Bunga California.
Let me see that
Alright, allow me to just correct my posture.
It is quite literally
Was this
made
part
from
of yours?
carnivorous mushrooms.
Was this made? Was this? Did you have this on the ship, or did you bring? Was this a part of your ship
Yes,
when
this
you?
is brought from home.
Are you sure that this wasn't smuggled around and tampered with?
6. It's 6.
No?
And I have no idea. Then
So I steal the chat.
yes. Tell us right there. And Cecilia is.
This is no good.
I'd be
I'm
right
sorry,
to check it.
I know your father must. Yeah, have a drink.
He's a bird after all. What, have a drink? No, I don't want to check it.
Yeah. Yes, right.
Grabs.
I'll be right back.
I don't
What are you checking?
do peer oh, this, drink it.
Yes.
Would you like your
awesome.
bottle? I have it here.
I would like my bottle. Thank you.
It's a very strong whiskey and it feels like it bites your tongue with spice and mint.
Luckily.
Oh man, this is way better than the cheap ale.
I actively sit down, nobody can see my bottle between my
That's good.
shield.
You might get a very
Anyways.
slight bit of one for flesh.
Yes.
Let's go.
Well,
I heard Team Loom is looking for
Viking ale.
someone.
I have not.
one more, yes. We have one more
Yes.
position. It's for Cecilia to decide. But
Gladly,
It's a big bottle of Viking ale.
I'll gladly let you know. Every team who is interested in me has now become full. Please help.
This bottle.
I am a ranged man. I have armor. I can do anything.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Whatever you need.
Well,
Except healing.
Very
Suck at
important
healing.
question. How good are you at handling a flank? Could you handle the one open flank of a formation? In melee, you could also
Kidding me?
shoot
I
at the
always
same
do
time.
that.
Alright, let's go find Cecilia. Never mind, I didn't even think. That's a very good point.
Anybody else is quite powerful, see.
What the
Why did you give it to him?
Man,
We'll be heading to the Lumen Dorm to find Cecilia for an important
to
matter.
Lumen Dorm.
Yes.
I'll be right back. I need to grab something.
Right.
Would you like us to follow you?
Of course. Yes, we'll be. I was trying to. Yes.
About this later, and I'll have a silver.
Oh, hello, Professor.
I don't.
Yes, walked
I
in
think
and I
he's-
saw a realm on the ground. So
Realm, do I need to?
My
Realm, I'm
goodness.
gonna have to
You can
put
handle
some
everything
more
from here.
careful.
I'm gonna retire for the day. My juice is running out, so have a wonderful day night now, everyone.
Yourself too, Professor Bombadil. Mhm.
What?
I said Professor
And remember,
Bombadil.
it's fine. Yes, no, and just remember, whatever you guys are doing, Bombadil approves. Except if you bring somebody to sleep in your dorm, then Bombadil does not approve.
Okay, let's go.
Bombadil. Professor Bombadil.
Hey, Tail, we're taking round the Lumen Dome apparently.
Can I call you Prof B?
Alright.
Is that okay?
Excuse me, sorry, excuse me.
Bombadil happens around.
Only if I can call you Telly G. Telly K, I mean.
Good. You know, I kind of like it.
Alright, Telly K. You can
Alright,
call me
Prof
Prof
B.
B, I call you Telly K.
Excellent.
Are we going now? I'm back.
We are.
Hi.
We're coming. Yes, yes.
I'm so drunk.
I see.
Also, Professor Caldwell, keep an eye on them. Make sure they don't go too crazy.
My
I'm off
Aethertech
today.
eyes stopped working. I can't see out of my left.
Oh dear.
That happens sometimes. I'll fix
Right.
it later.
Remember,
So where are we all going?
balcony.
We're heading to the Lumen Dorm.
And what are we doing at Lumen Dorm?
We are, we've been given permission by both Professor Bombadil and the Councillor to partake in drinking to celebrate our members who will be joining us soon, and additionally we're taken round to look after him, as he's, quite bad. Yes.
Well then.
Is this okay with you, Professor? Mm.
Phantom pains.
I see.
Ran into a wall on my robot side. It's getting harder to see.
Oh dear.
I'll be back momentarily again.
All right. You're floating. Okay.
Right, which one we go to, Lumen Dome?
Oh dear.
Yes.
What's going on?
Oh look. Perfect. Soralia. I brought guests, but also, have you seen Cecilia anywhere?
It's good. No.
Shit.
What's wrong with him?
I'm gonna check.
Oh, he's yes. This is what we do. No, it wasn't me. It was all him.
Bombadil
I didn't
did
even
it.
take his drink.
Bombadil did this. What was it? It's something
Are they
ale.
staying the night here?
Well, I mean, we've got those dusty pillows in the corner and no one uses them. Yet.
Just
Should we
bring
bring it down
those
for a
call-
moment?
We're
Just
not
to-
supposed to.
Every other professor's heard nothing about it. Right. Well, we've got no idea where Cecilia is. I'm hoping they're around. But,
Are they in Aqua
Maybe she's.
Pool?
oh, Aqua's. Oh, bloody hell. I'll go damage my eyes. Be right back.
Okay.
Well, if you'd like to come with me.
She fluxed.
Oh, fuck.
She fluxed.
I'm not too good in a pool, but
You don't need to get in the pool. You
Aqua's
can just stand outside of it. I'm just going to question.
Disrespected the professors, and so they decided to punish us all
Alright,
as a
you
group.
get to choose the punishment for
Hey,
everybody
pal.
else.
Wow, this looks actually surprisingly comfortable. I'd come to check for Cecilia, but I heard she just fluxed, so it was quite important.
Yes, she was sitting right next to the stereo. If you'd like to join us, feel free.
You're not gonna flux
We actually had some
Amari is
other
right over here.
plans, surprisingly,
We're not allowed to eat,
for once.
and we're not allowed to sleep.
Yeah, these punishments are kind of dumb. I'm gonna be honest. Like the one thing you don't want to not let soldiers do is eat, right? Like I'm not just saying
Well.
this to be biased. I'm just.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really like.
That's unfortunate. I'm sure she'll return at some point.
But it doesn't make any sense.
And by that I mean, let's go to the dorm and pray. Ooh. I cannot believe nobody put you as their first choice. You didn't exactly match what we wanted at the time, but you literally have you call it a gun. It's a gun.
I am a pistolier. Oh look, there's Cecilia. I'm a pistolier. I am a front lines, mid-range, long range. I can do whatever.
Oh no, something just told me in the brain that the flux is returning. Yes, I'm not sure what. Well, I suppose we should head back that way.
Tel'Kahras and Valangil just came by.
Wow, Cecilia, fancy finding you here. Something told me in my head you'd arrive back here.
Say thank you.
Can you?
Better now.
He's talking later to me. I don't know.
Yeah, there you go.
Yes, I
Great.
know.
Cecilia, I had
The
a...
weird thing is that it appears to just
Where
be
is it?
that woman.
It doesn't matter.
But yes, this time.
It was a small suggestion regarding a potential candidate who came forward to me and expressed his worth. It may be worth discussing with Val, you know, the one with the metal limbs and the gun, regarding our offer.
Oh, I
Just,
know Val, yeah. So you're suggesting him?
he made a good argument for himself. I'm just saying to give him some consideration. If you'd like, you can ask him.
I mean, out of anyone for what you've advertised for your team, I would recommend Val.
You're Finn, actually.
It looks like he's on his way to prove his own point.
You should ask Gallup.
Hello. We have asked Gallup.
What do you mean about my Finn?
We're waiting for Gallup's answer.
We're waiting for his answer
So-
too.
Oh yes, I was doing this
Why
earlier.
is everyone appearing? Hi.
Because this is where the hot spot is.
There you go.
I joined,
Not
but
seen this happen in years.
Hey, Bertesh. Can you? Is it not
not
waterproof?
interact well with?
oh, it's waterproof, but I can't go up. That's the main problem.
Well, that's why we're sitting here.
Hey, Gil.
It's not that
If you don't want to
How
come
you
in,
doing?
it's fine. But let me just get over. Yes. You would like to?
I'm doing well.
Say a few words.
Pitch your case.
I tried to find you today to talk to you, but
Due to a lack of me finding teams recently, I'm going to most of the team cabins who aren't already full-on teams.
wrapped up with.
I'm good on front lines, mid-range, long range. I'm good at flanking.
How are you feeling?
Overall, I'm pretty good at most things.
You also can't lose it on because he already lost it.
That's true.
And he has 3 years of military experience.
You can't lose
That's a
his
thing.
other arm, Gallup.
4 actually, 4 years
Four-
of
4
military
years.
experience.
No, I won't.
I'm also studying Aether Tech and crafting.
Sorry for hitting you. It was
Well.
crossing the line.
And then.
But you do have to realize how
Just an
stupid
option. I don't need an answer anytime soon. Well, I do.
Well, actually, you really do.
You do need an answer by tomorrow.
You have a day. Just get back to me.
Sure.
I apologize.
We unfortunately have invitations outstanding, but should they not, then we will let you know.
Of course.
Sorry about that.
I apologize for my demeanor. You know, Del got me drunk.
It wasn't me.
No, it is fine.
Actually, it was me.
You
That one was
literally
me.
handed
That
me a
one was
bottle
definitely
and
me.
told me
I was
to
getting to
drink it.
check it wasn't poisoned. The bird gave it to me.
He doesn't have as much. He doesn't have as much biomass to process.
Wait, hang on, rewind. You were using me to check if something was poisoned.
You just accepted it straight away. I mean, he could have offered it to you. It could have been poisoned.
Who offered it to you? Raum?
Raum.
Also,
Bird features.
as a forewarning,
I was a fucking baby.
we're how do you say?
Party. Would you like to join us?
Do not feel as if you would be a replacement for our previous member who was also missing an arm.
Well, Cecilia continues to.
I didn't even know that. What?
Well, Cecilia continues to do
Did
that.
you want to come?
I'm going to go and drink in our dorm with the others who I've invited there. You're welcome to join us. Bring back wine.
Open access to the pool.
But I thought it was private. Well,
I'll bring back mine that's in order. No, it's not in order. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. You have the clock. You got the clock tab.
I'm your advisor, not your servant.
If you need to find me,
I'll talk to you later tomorrow. No, the day after tomorrow.
Sorry, didn't mean to stare. Oh, there's
Hello.
Al.
Right. Discussion over with the giant pair of Cecilia sitting in the tub at Aqua.
She's back.
Huh?
You can't just say those things, Ro.
What did I say? To Cecilia? So, like, what?
Well, I'm going to take this nice-looking
He's
seat
referencing the
here.
fact that she's well endowed.
What?
He's referencing the fact that she's well endowed. To put it to a more mannerly version.
Right.
There's better ways to say things, Tel.
Oh.
No, there always is. I was just being frankly honest. I thought describing the twin Cecilias was a good... I need to stop talking about that.
Wait, twin Cecilias?
Please stop talking about her assets.
Wait.
I can't help it. They keep bloody coming out and I have to tell them to put them away.
Oh dear.
You look at her breasts and tell them to go away.
She...
Oh.
Disappear.
No, I do this and she puts them away before any professor sees.
I'm sure.
And Bombadil thinks
Right, so,
something else.
Okay.
You okay? I think it's quite a nice casual conversation, though.
It's not casual.
So, I don't understand what is so I don't understand what's so funny about
You need
this. It's just...
you'll get better at wording eventually.
I always thought I was good at wording.
You'll get better.
Kingsley, please.
What in the
I'm begging you.
Why did you have to go outside to make that statement?
Take a breather.
Oh,
I need to breathe. I cannot breathe.
right. You know what?
Well, your captain
Be
seems
worried.
lovely with all her assets there.
Oh, there's a cobweb on this. What the
What are her
There.
Professor Leader, actually.
She seems intelligent.
Dodging responsibilities.
noble privilege?
Okay.
I'm nobility, you know, by the way. She confirmed it. She said I
being noble
would be
doesn't
worthy
have
as an
that much of
advisor.
privilege.
Tel'Kahras, nobility.
Okay. I mean, there's a difference between being noble and being royalty.
Oh.
Very much.
Oh.
If you're a noble, you're just somebody with more assets. If you're nobility, if you're royal, you have a lot more responsibility over a bigger source of people.
Asset.
Bigger assets, right. This is the worst conversation I never expected. I haven't even had a drink yet.
Neither have I.
Why am I putting the fire on?
But you're sitting in our living room.
Ugh.
I
was not
was
invited anywhere.
carried.
Also carried because
He has a
he's
medical condition.
Forgot about.
Wait, I have a
Uh,
medical condition? Wait, what?
Yes, you were drunk.
Don't.
Oh.
That's not a medical condition.
That'll do.
You also have those two
Oh,
fancy
this is very
bottles that
confusing.
Cecilia gave both me and King. So why are you dousing it?
No, I was just putting alcohol in to make a
I
bigger
think he's
fire.
You don't have
Actually,
to
I
do
do
that.
have.
You really
I do
don't
have
have to
my
do that.
bottle of.
Oh, perfect.
That
You're
is from.
wasting alcohol.
I don't know if you guys want.
Oh my God.
If you want to put that on the fire, I think it will make it worse.
Please don't do that.
That is.
Do we have a
alcohol
lighty
brewed
thing
from
anywhere?
carnivorous mushrooms.
Lighty thing.
Put the bottle down, Del.
Oh no, I've got the candle now.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
Why do I suddenly hear
You
fire?
see,
Do not worry, I'm here. Don't worry about it, it's fine.
Kingsley,
Oh.
do you have any
You
ability
are
to
wrong.
light things? Any lighting
No.
capabilities? This is why we're going for
I do
solace, you
not, I'm
see. You could
sorry.
light the fire. That was my master plan. It wasn't
You don't
actually.
have dragon's breath or
You seem
something?
quite harsh.
Or is that inappropriate?
That's kind of rude.
That's a bit racist.
Substitute
Yes.
his assets.
Well, sorry.
You know what? I'm gonna go search the drawer and get wine. Ah. Hmm. 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 Oh.
Just blind us.
I mean, I could try igniting it with.
I found this thing.
That might actually work.
It's got like
What is
a
it?
pointy tip on the end, and when I pull the trigger, there's a flame at the end. I think it's Aethertech.
Oh god,
Hello.
Oh.
I'm not looking, I swear.
I have a towel. I have a towel. It's fine.
Tell, please.
Light. Okay. Okay.
It'll get changed. Give me a second.
I'm putting down the flamey device.
I'm sorry.
Oh, I'll light the candle too.
Tinderbox or is it a flint and steel?
It's okay. It's okay.
Okay, I'm not looking.
Get in your room.
Tell, sit down, have a drink.
But I can do what I want till I'm an adult. Fuck's sake.
I mean,
If what you want involves hurting my eyes, then so be it.
Relax.
I mean, he is the advisor, I hear. So.
You know, they say don't stare at the sun, but it's hard when the sun's in the same fucking dorm.
Let the girl live. Absolutely.
Alright.
Are you having trouble with some hormonal changes? This is that?
No.
Don't act like a little boy now.
I do need to get one of the.
That's okay. That's
bottles
fine.
in the.
I know it's not here, but I had the unsorted help bring the two big chairs from the unsorted warehouse, like into here,
Patrons.
like the king and queen chair thingies. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
they're placed here.
Thrones. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Cool bean.
Or we can rearrange it to make it look nicer. But yeah. That's about it.
As usual, Cecilia's getting things from the warehouse.
It's standing
I
there
got them
unused
from the
anyway.
warehouse, didn't I?
Yes, you did. That's true.
I mean, everything's just kind of
As an
standing there.
update, Gallup has accepted the invitation from Timo.
I see.
Mm.
That explains why I was in the tub.
Yeah. So now we have an open slot, basically.
Mm-hmm.
So, that falls down
There's an
to...
unsorted tea with no invitation.
There are two unsorted that are on my mind, yes. There's Rom and then there's Val.
Wait, I'm.
Alright. Realm. stand up. I know you're slightly intoxicated.
He's quite fine. He had a potion that Bombadil gave him.
All right.
Or we can have both of them go on some kind of like quest to join or something. I don't know.
First question.
Or we'll accept one now and we'll put the other one under if Emma does not accept.
I know you're a demon. So why a bird demon? What's special about bird demons, huh?
Do you want to sit in the chair?
You're really hung up about the birds.
I stole my fucking tailpiece.
Don't sit on the floor.
I was gonna say, can I even fit in that chair?
Yes, you can. It's a pretty big chair. It's like this wide.
My specific of demon are also called like what's the name for the animal
Well, I'm glad
people up here again?
Spherica.
Spherica, or also called the dark Spherica sometimes. So, bird.
So you're an evil
My
bird?
mother had a swan side and a swan side and a crow side.
So you're an evil bird.
Demons aren't
Don't
evil
say
by
that.
nature. You can't say that. That's racist.
I know, Mordred's great.
I mean, many are more.
But why'd you say
He's
that?
talked about eating people, but he's great.
I know that you're like intoxicated, but come on. Wait,
what?
Oh, don't worry about Mordred, he's harmless, as long as you're on his good side.
Where are they located, Cecilia? The wine glasses? I bought the 2 bottles you gave us.
Oh yes, they're over there.
We have glasses, I've just been
They're
drinking from the
underneath all the
bottle.
bottles
Mordred
in the
eats
cabinet.
people?
No, I don't know. He has orc heads in
That's
his
a
own
race thing, right? You eat people too, surely.
Yeah, they're in there. They're in there.
Not necessarily.
Slightly less evil bird.
1 second, I gotta.
3 glasses and 3 glasses.
Alright. Slightly less evil bird.
It's not like I hunted people for food.
Wait, did you?
No.
Okay, just making sure, just making sure.
I was just kept in my room most of the time.
I can see him to the
So,
Hmm.
Wait, who?
Right. Well, team questions now, right. Right. I'm going to ignore...
Okay, never mind.
If you could just, like, tie them back or something, I'd probably
I
not
didn't do anything wrong.
notice as much, you know?
It's nothing. Captain Shattered, looking for Zuko for some reason.
Sorry, I'm disposed
What
in
if
that
somebody
way.
asked you to chain your wings behind your back?
I've had plenty of people ask
If
me
they
to do
didn't like
that. I've
looking at
usually
them.
punched them or run away.
Precisely.
Oh, good point.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you. Can you do the reset really fast?
Well, okay. I'm going to stop with that discussion.
Try putting both hands.
We are in need
No.
of
Yes, that's better. Way better.
a flanker or a fighter to go on the opposite side of perhaps my position or yours or whatever.
Yes,
But we need someone with melee capabilities. Ranged is okay, but you've got to be able to support yourself with magic, perhaps, if you can do that. And I've seen you've got magic.
I've got my escape ways.
Now, if you were to be in formation in combat,
Maybe? I'm not sure.
if we were to put you on the side to defend, someone comes straight past Cerelia, and it is up to you to defend a backline mage. What do? Do you get out the way? Do you attack with your bow? Do you take out whatever weapon you've got on hand? How do you deal with it?
He's got a mace with him as well.
Well, first I try to aim for I shoot an arrow to try and incapacitate them. If they get past that, well, I simply try and slam them with my bow. If that doesn't work, I can drop my bow, grab my mace, or I can simply blind them, stop them from actually advancing, then stab them in the throat.
You are an evil bird, okay. Well,
Was that too graphic?
No, it's fine. Actually, that's a good description on how to kill someone. Cecilia, thoughts?
Ram, when you, eat stew, right, or soup, do you grab the spoon first or the bowl?
Spoon.
Bowl.
Okay, thank you.
That was what purpose does that serve?
It's a very strong purpose, right?
If someone
It's a-
comes
it's a
to
very-
use your
very-
cutlery
very
instead of grabbing your bowl.
You need to convince him that you're not an evil bird. You're not doing a very good job.
What? What?
Well, Tel'Kahras, you tell
Just
me.
eat the
Are you a bowl
convince you
person
to
or a
tell me
spoon
you're
person?
not
What do you grab first when you eat soup?
Right, right. Depending on it, if it's something I can slice apart and eat easier, then yes. If it is a bowl of a...
I've got a...
Well, it's a stew,
I've got
right?
a...
Or soup.
Stew has meats and stuff in it.
Chow.
Yeah, it has
But
soup,
there's
but it
much
also
more.
has other ingredients.
So
that
do
you
you
can't just
grab a
drink.
spoon
fly.
first and you go get soup, or do you grab a bowl first?
Wait. Bowl? But also...
can't fly.
Oh,
Not like the spoon to take the... It's not like the portioning spoon. It's like a personal spoon.
I just had to step over the table to make sure my point came across.
It came across.
Sorry about that. Came across the table.
Oh my god.
We should invest in like
What?
those
You did go
game
across
over
the table.
game over chairs. Game over. Game over chairs.
What?
They're like high back ones. They're very comfy. They just help with my back issues, right? Tell. Do you have any idea what it's like to be with my back problem?
I suppose you can put it in the budget, whatever at this point.
Yeah, I have too much hair, Tal.
Ram, you can't fly.
It's very long.
So I cannot sit in trees and spy upon people.
Can you fly, Tal?
You have bigger wings than he does.
Oh.
I can't.
Can you fly?
I can't fly. I wish I could fly.
I can flap my
One day.
wings.
Oh, one day? Oh, we should have you strength. Like, imagine, like, you could, like, fly, you know, you could fly the Anara up into the air, right? And then she could cast magic from above.
Why are you suggesting I'm used like a horse? A flying horse?
You're not a horse, right?
I thought we had one racist in here.
I'm not saying you're a horse. It's a strategy, right?
Plenty of racist things. This entire
It's not
conversation.
racist at all. You're just taking offense of something, acting like you said it doesn't insult.
You also have wings. You're just a featherless bird.
You can't say that.
Yes, I
Wait,
can.
would that technically be... This sounds really rude of me, but that mean... Because he's not a featherless bird, would that mean he's a... Scaly bird? What would it be?
Scaly bird.
Think about it.
Scaly bird.
No, you can't
I
say
am a
winged bird.
pure-blooded dragonkin, and I won't hear anything else.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, yes.
I've never heard anything else from anyone. But
Fairy
tell.
or later companions, you could
Right.
always just say that, right?
Tell.
Yes.
Birds have claws, wings. What do dragons have?
Birds tend to be, I know.
They can
Claws,
also fly. Both can fly.
sometimes wings, sometimes not. Horns. Sharp appendages for maiming. Claws.
So do birds. So do birds. They
Horns.
also have claws.
I mean, I got horns.
Scales.
Birds have horns as well, yes. Like
No,
the
just a
owls.
feathered dragon.
Birds kind of have scales on their feet.
Okay. I'm going
No,
to
not
stop this
you.
conversation and just say it's fine. Cecilia, it's fine. If you think it's fine, it's fine.
Do you not like Rom? You could just say it. That's fine.
Hmm.
I'd rather
He's
you two
okay,
be
but
in
he's a
agreement
bird.
If you want somebody along the team.
Oh my god.
Right. I came onto this team. She hated me. She still hates me. I'm a dragonkin. She's a dragonkin. I can hate the bird, but the bird can still provide use to this team.
Philip is a demon.
Bird
Yeah,
demon.
he's not a bird.
There's no such thing as a bird folk.
There is.
What is Kiki?
Kiki don't exist.
Kiki's not a bird folk, she's a VRChat. There's a difference.
Yeah, well, yes,
Yeah.
but she's a harpy. She's part bird.
Look, you don't call me a human folk, right?
No.
Isn't calling a human just
Yeah,
calling
exactly.
them
And you
human?
don't call me a foxkin either.
You're a fox kid?
Not a kitsune, am I?
There's a
Oh, what?
So, here, come with me, so come to
differentiating
my
between
bedroom.
Zverica could be. Oh.
No.
Wait, what?
No. No.
Come with me to my bedroom, Tao.
No. No.
You're being summoned by a lady.
I am not. You're all coming with me. I'm not going alone.
the promotion?
What, do you want me to go to your bedroom, Tal? I can do that too. It's the only private place in here. Being honest, I don't think Sorley would appreciate if you went to her room, okay? So, it's one of ours.
Team discussions. Openly talk about things, yes?
This isn't a team discussion, Tal. Like,
Is it personal? Is it some sort of personal discussion?
Yes, it's a personal question, Tal. Yeah.
I can
We can all leave if you want.
We
yeah.
can just go outside.
Right. Just to confirm, it's nothing to. It's nothing bad. It's to do with Realm, right? It's entirely to do with Realm, yes.
It's to do with Ram, yeah.
Okay,
Well,
it's to do with you.
Not to do with Ram.
Oh,
it's to do with you, Tal.
It's to do with me, not what?
Ram,
No.
go outside with the others, so they speak to Tal in private.
Having some very big headaches, and I don't think I can move.
It's okay. Okay.
Right. It will only be a moment. Okay. So do you want Ram on the team, or no? Do you think you can put aside differences to have Ram on the team? Or if you don't want him on the team, we don't have to put him on the team. It's not like it's a last chance thing like with us, right? Where we were forced to be
Aurelia, do not mind me being on this team, so I do not mind Realm being on this team. I will make
Do you
every
see that
living
does he have any use to the team? That's a good question.
within my point of view. When we choose between Valve or Realm or what? It was Emma left now, right? Or Oriana, perhaps. Muscle versus versatility. I'm versatile. So the decision lies with you as our commander if you feel that having two individuals who are versatile rather than melee focused will work well. I personally, after seeing his aim, believe he's very talented. Plus, I will admit it would be nice to have someone who I can have a dominant rivalry with, much like Aurelia has with me, but we're more equal now, so I feel I need some sort of boundary before we knock heads and fight. And I feel like Frown would be a good one.
Okay, got it.
Okay. Look, hang on, I've got one on hand, so I guess I'll give it to you as a acceptance of my decision. If you want to hand it to him, I'm not.
Alrighty. Thank you.
Right. Okay, I'm going outside before they get the wrong idea. Hi, we're done. It's nothing bad. We're just discussing things. If you want to come in, yes.
You weren't doing anything. It's okay. You weren't doing anything at all.
I mean, all those seem to be in order, and
You're free to come inside. Sorry.
Okay.
Alright then.
Nothing happened.
Oh, worst day.
Are you okay?
I'm fine. I'm fine.
Mm-hmm.
Make a decision with
I hate the public eye.
Fine.
Ram, since you're sitting there being confused on what's happening, we would like to invite you, but right now we have one outstanding and one that's not. I'm going to hear what it is with the other one, and then I'll make a choice before inviting yourself or Val first, and then putting the other one of you as the other option in case that invitation is rescinded.
I will await the
We would like
conclusion.
to have you on the team. Right. There's that small caveat that we have to figure out. Because it would be rude, right, to accept you and then tell the other person we send an invitation to saying you can't have that. But alternatively,
I understand.
Now that you're here, and if you would like to accept it, we can accept it. If I don't hear back from Emma before the nightfall ends, because that's what I told her. That there's no guarantee if she doesn't tell us. So that's how it will be. If she doesn't tell me before the day is over, it's your spot.
Understood.
He doesn't get my room.
Why would you get
Which
your
other room
room?
is there?
We have to share rooms.
You share a room.
Well, yeah, that's fair.
You might,
Then
if I wake
we
up
will
and
share
you
rooms
sit
then.
there over
Kind
the
of
barrier.
scared to share a room with either three of you. Know anything about it?
What? 3 of us?
Nothing. Like that I will be equally scared of sharing a room with all 3 of you, or with either of all of you.
I see.
Why?
I'm not terrified.
Well, I'm afraid that Cal might just simply accidentally kill me in my sleep, deciding that I am spying on him when I'm not.
It would be an
I'm
accident.
very afraid of doing something wrong to her again, and yeah.
Also, who would he be spying for? Why are you so
Kiki.
concerned about that?
You made a good suggestion earlier about the birds and Kiki.
Why did you say that? Why did you say that?
What?
It makes sense. Under such a cutesy demeanor lies a truly vicious, plotting beast. They have Ventus in their talons.
serious.
I'm perfectly serious.
Wait, so you suggested that
How
what I
much
said
alcohol has he had?
before about Kiki working with the birds, or the birds working for Kiki, is it true?
I
You know what,
believe.
Tel? I think you need this bottle more than I do.
Oh, good. I'll have 2.
Yeah. Maybe he'll forget.
Watch out for the purple
one. That's semen brew.
Oh yeah, no, drink that one, definitely.
That's the one that you made. Or came from you.
He didn't. This
No,
one's just the
my
bottle
father
Cecilia
made. My
gave
father
me.
brewed it.
Does your father have bird features?
Just lie. Just say, please. God, stop me this anymore.
No!
Then perhaps yours will regress when you're older. But, you know, Mordred proved people wrong and people thought he was scary, so, I mean, you could prove me wrong, I suppose. Right.
What do I need to do to prove myself? Are you proof?
To be honest with you, had I
You could
known
spy for me.
people, I wouldn't have gone on a walk with Mordred.
What would you want to spy for?
I went
Oh,
outside
well,
the gate with him. Like, what would...
there's
I'm
some...
not getting anywhere near that man.
He took me down a
There are some
weird
people
pathway that we
who
found.
seem to do a lot of going around in this academy, who seem to ask a lot of questions or have other agendas. One of them, bloody Tiana. You've seen her? Just everywhere, the way she talks, always something. The first day I came here, comes up to me, he's like, you seem like you know a lot. Would you like to have a partnership with Rodinus? You know, immediately trying to sink their claws in. You give off this hope, it's not hopeless, it's this really kind vibe. All the birds do. And I'm just thinking she might come up to you and try to dig her claws in to try and get into our team. That already happened with Ignis, so...
She has not talked to me. Oh.
I will get the door. Hello, you're welcome to come in. The door is now open.
Thank you.
Yes, hello, Professor.
Stepping in.
Hello, Professor.
Brown was doing.
I am all
Soon
better
quite
thanks
alright.
to a potion of Bombadil.
The potion,
So,
the
Professor
Bombadil
Bombadil.
was-
Thank you for your concern, Professor.
Those are my main things. Check them.
How does the
Remember
evening fare to you?
It's alright. Now just remember, the 3 of you aren't sorted yet, so you can't technically sleep in the dorms.
We know. We were not planning to, sir.
Yes. Oh, that's right. Well, technically it's not sleeping if you are all awake the entire night. So.
But that
you
doesn't
don't do
mean that
anything
they won't want to sleep.
That's a great idea.
So I
You
do
don't do anything
think
that
we
gets them
want to.
get them to kick you out.
Right.
Sweet.
Well, that was the main thing.
I'll gladly kick you out when you're. I'll remove you from the premises once you're tired.
Tell, please.
What?
No, if you're gonna kick him out the side door. Don't bother with the front.
That's true. That would
I mean,
be
it is
really.
close. Oh, wait, I'm not.
Professor.
Come on.
I like you.
Ram, let me ask you. If you're gonna get kicked out of someplace, do you want to go out the side door where fewer people see you, or out the front door where all of the dorms can see you?
If I
Just
did
don't get
something
kicked
wrong
out.
that is worthy of punishment, kick me out the front door so I can regret it more. Or if I've done something that is actually nothing really, then just kick me out of the side and be done with it.
That sounds honourable, but I don't believe
Well,
your
if I
lies.
kick you out the side door.
What?
Nothing.
I would lie about that. Anyway.
If they get noisy, kick them out the side door. They take all your drinks and break something, kick them out the front. Simple as that. Try not to break anything. Don't get too crazy.
Wait, wrong way.
And don't forget to lock up behind me.
Ah, perfect.
So what do you guys actually think about the professors? Well, what's up?
Some
Got
of
a lot
them
of
I
respect
like,
for
some
them.
of them I don't. It's quite
I have no
simple,
professor
really.
I specifically dislike.
Mm.
I haven't gotten the chance actually to talk to Mordred, which I kind of.
Oh, I'm
That's
not
sad.
going anywhere near him.
Oh,
Never.
really? And I'm the. What's wrong with Mordred?
Yeah, the what?
Nothing. What's
That's
wrong
none
with
of your
Mordred?
business.
I had a wonderful walk with him actually before.
Right.
To learn more about him and
Hmm.
his character, and he does actually seem like a nice person.
Many of the teachers always teach me something when I ask them.
He even
Professor
told me not
Terrace.
to trust all demons, but you know,
Oh, who?
trust
Mordred.
those that, you know, yeah, Mordred.
Hmm.
I've not talked to him yet. I wouldn't know.
Hmm.
You should talk to him.
Gives me the creeps. Maybe.
Very nice, actually.
Maybe. We'll see.
And even my race don't
What did you
like. Sorry, fuck.
Their race normally just talk chickens.
Yeah,
Hmm.
yeah. So yeah, my race are not very well nice to demons. So actually talking.
Which is
to them,
understandable.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I
talking
have
to them, it's
my own ideas for demons, but that's a little more personal.
that's understandable.
Everybody's got their opinions. And it is a fact that many demons are simply raised differently.
Hmm.
Perhaps. But never
But yeah,
mind.
with all the other professors, the one that I also dislike is Octavian. He seems like a tool.
What's wrong with Octavian?
Octavian scares me.
He's weird. Remember on the boat?
Yeah.
That was strange. We came up. We came
What did
down
he
to
do on the
boat.
boat?
First we came up. He didn't say anything to us. We introduced ourselves. He did not say a word. We go down deck. He's there, passed out on one of the chair and on one of the desks. We try to shake him awake. He internally stumbles. He refuses to ask even the normalest of questions of what he would be teaching, and then makes some stupid jokes and leaves.
Ram.
Yeah.
That is interesting.
Sorry.
I think I remember the joke too. It was awful. What do you call two pirates on a pirate ship?
Have you
Two
received,
pirates.
an answer of the other one?
That's so stupid. I bloody hate him. Okay.
It turns out we don't need to make a decision on.
I think that's just the drinkness making me
Yeah.
find that slightly funny.
I think it'd be on everyone's minds that way as well.
It's
not funny. It's really dumb.
It's not. It's really stupid.
It's so stupid.
Thank you.
Perhaps he's just pretending to be stupid.
Maybe, but then when we arrived here, we were helping the small ones get some cookies because he's quite tall.
Yes.
And by small ones I meant Kiki and Lyra.
Yes, that's right.
And he was
Yeah,
just
somebody sees
looming
how
at us
he is
from
now
above the
that
balcony. He just
Kiki
wouldn't
joins
stop looking at us. And I overheard some
Emma has
conversation
joined
between him and Lothariel that was quite unseemly.
Val has joined Ventus?
Yes, Emma has joined Ventus along with Talia. Ignis has picked Oriana and they're looking for the last member. Aqua has taken Gelub and Amari, and Umbra I don't think I can disclose. And Terra is taking people, I forgot who they took.
Wait, I actually get privileged information. Oh, sorry, I shouldn't have said that out loud.
I think that Aqua has and their slots completely filled. Then
They do, yes.
yes, so then I would humbly
am I
accept
gonna-
the invitation here now.
Oh, very well. Welcome. Welcome to Lumen.
Let me
Pleasure to
get
be
you a
here.
complimentary
I'll
bottle
try
of
to-
wine.
Hooray!
Nicest thing he's ever done for me.
Sorry.
Wait, that is 6.
You liking the wine, Kingsley?
Yes, that is 6. Okay.
Hmm?
Yeah, welcome.
You liking the wine? I know you hadn't had any before.
Thank you.
Yes, I am actually really liking
There you go.
It's not.
I like it.
It's not. You're not trying to poison the.
Never mind the
No, now I have a reason that I need to get along with you because you're a member of my team. So
Okay, fair.
we don't poison each other in our team. That's agreement.
Yes, there's glass. I put glasses on the
I
table.
hope not.
Just like we don't drown each other out at the beach, right?
Hi everyone, sorry to bother you, but just
Right.
an update on
We don't do what?
Don't worry about it.
Unsorted.
Private.
As I understand,
Oh, I guess it's a team matter.
Aqua has picked up Gelub and Amari. We here at Lumen have taken Ram, Kingsley, and
Hey, you're talking on that thing.
yes, I am talking on the thing.
Wow. Could never have people listening in on me all the time.
I think Ignis has taken Oriana,
Well,
and Ventus has taken
that's why you're not team leader then, I guess.
Talia.
Oh, imagine. It'd be like having a bird on your ear.
The Chancellor spoke to Octavian because I was thinking.
I mean, but you would also get information. That's the thing. You would be the bird.
They spoke about how they might.
I don't want to be a bird.
Diplomatic
Angia.
division in regards to something. So I was like, oh, okay. So
Wouldn't it be useful though?
a response.
Have access to so
from
much
Octavian with
information.
that.
Yes, but I can just ask Cecilia.
What if she doesn't come?
Please keep me informed. Thank you.
She just told me private
It is
information.
the
She
most
didn't tell
secure
you,
source
so
of
I think I'm in
information,
good for
direct
that.
information.
What?
Isn't the best source of information direct information? Instead of having a middle person.
Oh.
At least you don't have to worry about anybody mixing up information.
But then also, you're not the first one the problem falls on. If you're the middleman, you never have to worry
That's
about
also
being the
fair.
first one to fall. You have time to get out of there before you're stabbed in the back because you're... Never mind.
Mm.
So, Cecilia, how was your ear thing? Was it good?
Oh, no one responded, so probably not the best.
The
But
birds are
everyone's
quiet.
kind of- well, everyone who doesn't have a full team is going into crisis mode on who to pick and whatnot.
Do you think I should get my old unsorted uniform out from 6 months ago and walk out there and see if he'll take me?
What?
That would be funny
Wow.
to see.
Oh, I still have it. I think it's covered in blood, but it's fine. It still does the part.
Oh. Oh, lovely. You've not
Yes,
cleaned
I've got some. Well, look, we dealt with some angry rat men, not Svirka, just to make that clear, angry rat men. And I kept my uniform as a trophy because I had nothing else. I did want the dagger from the one sinking into a pool of piss, but it went too deep and I didn't want to put my hand in there.
Yes.
That's a noble trophy.
Do you want to sit?
Mm-hmm.
We could go on the couch or a chair.
Sit in the middle here.
If you want that chair, you can take the chair. You know, I just kind of sat there because you were standing. Should we get you a? Do you want?
Or you want a spot? You want a spot on the couch?
Sure.
Oh, fire needs more flames.
Can't stand standing for too long.
Oh.
I think Mordred.
He's outside. Oh, Mordred.
Oh.
Mordred's running around like yeah, he's
Mordred's a cool
running
dude.
around like a crazy trick kid.
Mordred.
So I'm a little confused now.
We're praying mantis.
What?
I think he's checking on. Oh yeah, a test. I remember he was talking about a test. He said he was testing. He was like slacking on tests or something like that. For like some students. I don't know.
I did mine with him. I think
I've never heard of anything, so I doubt
does.
it's
So.
There's not another one?
Oh shit! Is there another one?
Oh fuck.
Oh.
What kind of test?
They have a lot of questions for
The
you.
kind that makes you question your life.
Now is the time for
I can read, yes.
I am literate here.
Hello, Mordred.
Hi, Mordred.
Hello, Mordred.
Oh, the writing test. A writing test.
Did you know
Wait,
I've got a
the right
squiggle
test?
in my name?
Well,
You write.
I
no.
saw that there is a pamphlet that advertises on teaching how to read and write.
Can you
Guess
write?
it has something to do with that.
Wait, while I
read, but I
remember.
can't
It's
write,
too much of
so-
a fancy handwriting for people to read, so that's
Sir Elliot, Mordred had a great idea regarding the name of our secret agent. Sir Elliot.
No,
Hello, Sir Mordred.
Mordred had a great suggestion
Hi, Mordred.
regarding the name of our anonymous individual. Wasn't that right, Professor?
Oh, yes, I do need a new name, don't I? For the records. Here, somebody, can you invite open the door for the Madari's? You can come in if you can hear us through the windows.
Hey, Madari.
Sorry, yes, Mordred, as you were saying.
Oh, it's you, the one we bribed. I mean, paid. You can come in if you'd like. Yes, come on.
I do need a new name. As some of you probably don't know, my name is Cecilia Everton. My father is a duke in Flint, and with all the wars going around, my father is mistakenly being neutral during these times, and so it would kind of hard to remain neutral when people see that your daughter is in a military group, right? So that there's kind of tales that someone is building for war, and you know things would go awry. So my name will be stricken from the records here, and I'll be operating under a different name. But no, it is now the popular choice for you all to give me a new name. Supposedly, should I
Squiggle.
choose to accept that? No.
What?
No.
Mordred thought it was a great idea.
You wouldn't betray me like this, would you?
Allow a new
For everything
last
we've been
name,
through,
Cecilia.
Mordred.
Mordred, are you lying?
Remember our past, our recording. Don't you know?
Cecilia.
I would never say
What would-
just Squiggle. It'll be the Squiggle, Celia. Or maybe even backwards. Oh yeah, at least.
Cecilia.
Squiggle.
Is it the last name?
Mordred being serious?
You said squiggle.
I don't know what would be best if we should change the entire
Yeah.
name or just the last name.
But they don't like.
wear disguise. I don't.
They don't mind. I think we should put it in the record. You can do that, right?
It would only your name would only.
I don't think I
change,
have.
like,
I don't think I'm obsessive with records. I'm gonna be honest though.
If people visit the island.
But you're the one who does the writing, right?
I do some writing, but the
records
doctor
would
also
obviously
needs to
happen
write.
and myself be listed
Could
as-
you-
Writing the chancellor, which is also the doctor.
Could you convince the doctor to squiggle?
Vermeer for a last name?
Maya.
It'll take a lot of work, and I don't think I have that big of a bond yet.
I'd like it to be something that's easy to pronounce.
What
so
if?
of it and, yeah,
What if they had a name and we put the squiggle in the middle of it?
Oh, that's what you mean by a squiggle. Oh,
Yes,
okay. I thought you meant literally squiggle, and I was very upset by that. Oh my god.
We've discovered the actual proper pronunciation of apostrophe as squiggle. So apostrophe Kahras, we've discovered actually might mean tell squiggle Kahras. And a frond,
That's not how words work.
apostrophe frond is L squiggle frond.
But that wasn't actually what we're. That's not what we're doing. It's not.
We're also not doing tiara.
This is.
But come on.
Yo, he's supposed to be linguist.
No.
Wine girl.
I am amazing. Linguistics, cultures, cryptography.
Okay. What's the name for wine?
Titles.
Okay. So we currently have on the board
spirits.
Spirit.
No.
And that's it.
No.
What is it?
Commodore?
Did something happen? Almador?
Commodore. Commodore is a title.
Commodore? Commodore
No, I
is a
said
title.
Tomodor.
Oh, Commodore.
Commodore.
Oh, Tomador.
What is Everton spelled backwards? Would they fall for that? I don't know.
Everton?
That might be interesting.
Everton spelled backwards.
Not
Hey, Trevor?
Revy? Not Revy?
Are you good?
Okay. Just think about it like overnight, and then tell me in the morning or something.
I see.
Well, we'll fix-
I'm really comfortable.
There she is.
Patches are very soft.
I'll go speak to the our political expert and what do you say, diplomat squad leader person, division. I'll ask
Professor
him what he
Octavian.
suggests everything that has changed.
Oh.
Octavian, yes.
He might
Speaking
tell
of,
you about two
if you
pirates.
would like to join the diplomacy division, as your primary, secondary, whatever,
Yeah, I
let
did.
me know
I
because
spoke
you're
to
looking for
Octavian
more
already.
people.
As did I, actually. So, yeah, I'm waiting on Octavian, actually, for that.
I see.
Me too.
Well, I hope to see you both there. And Madai, what is your name? Or you? Amethyst. Is that what they call
They
you?
don't.
You give them a
Kishi
name.
spoke.
Is it Kishi 2 or it's not Kishi 2? They haven't proven
It's not
themselves to be
a
Kishi 2.
Kishi 2, no, it'd be
Not
rude
so
to call
hasty.
them Kishi
No,
2.
no.
What is your what name was given to you? Are you Amethyst? Am I correct in that? Yes, you are Amethyst. Okay, got it.
Where did you hear that?
Rumors are floating on about the Madari named Amethyst.
I see.
Information gathering,
The
apparently.
birds.
What?
No, the birds aren't real. I
You
told
like
this.
standing outside
They're
that window,
familiars.
huh?
They,
I'm checking. What was the saying?
Birds inside. I've not
Hark.
seen any
Birds aren't
birds since
real,
I've
we know.
arrived on this
They're
island.
not real,
I've seen
Marcus,
many
you
birds
can't
when
go.
we were on the ship, though.
It's a
Like tropical birds, giant birds. That was very interesting. Yeah.
snakes. Right?
Have,
I think
have you
Tal-
eaten,
Tal-
Like since
Madari?
murder,
Have
you've been like standing all day.
you had food?
I actually had fine standing for now. I had some.
That's a yes or a no? You can do the yes, you have. That's good. You've eaten. Good. Drink. You want? Oh. Realm. It's all right to have your demon brew, right?
Do you want it still to be true, correct?
I would not do
yes.
that. That's wine still.
Something with elegance.
I'll take your suggestion.
It's whiskey.
If I am to be a diplomat for the well, I like to have an elegant name.
A bruiser whiskey.
Do we just give them the bottle?
Don't give them the bottle. You give them a glass.
There's not
Wait.
that much left. There's not that much left. Let's not wait.
Drink it all.
You don't have to tell me
There's
now.
another
You
closed
don't-
bottle. You have another
We'll
closed
try
bottle.
and keep quiet.
Oh.
We are with six
If-
people.
But only one.
You
or two
will
people have
do
drink out of my
whatever
bottle.
Cecilia there says.
Your bottle.
You can have
Me
this
and
bottle.
Kingsley had bottles too.
The entire
He has
bottle.
another bottle.
And there's a larger supply where that came
There's not
from if
much
you
left
listen
in
to
it.
Cecilia. There's just a bit.
I mean, I was joking that
There's
they shouldn't
more.
drink the whole demonic whiskey bottle.
Giving good whiskey.
Give them, I don't know, put it in a cup for them.
There you
Not
go,
sure.
just have the bottle.
Robin,
Now remember, you listen to Cecilia's commands now.
perhaps that might be a good name. Does have a certain feel.
Cecilia, I bribed the Madari.
I think it likes it.
It's yours.
For what?
Well, I think.
What?
What do you mean? This mine.
The amethyst?
Welcome to
Madari's
Team
turn?
Lumen, Amethyst.
Well, it listens to orders. That's what.
You're free to sleep on my bed whenever I'm not here, which is probably like 90% of the time.
That is right.
Why do you
I do
normally
sometimes
sleep?
have to take you. Why am I
in
second
the
in
main
command? I'm
building.
not.
Actually, I should probably tell you three as well, because I probably haven't yet. So,
That's a bad idea.
I've asked all of you your reasons for being here, right? And it would be rude for me to not disclose mine in turn. As I've spoken with the staff before on this, when the rifts first opened, my family was very close to the edge of its first expanse. I don't know if you can hear me right now, as I'm experiencing
We can still hear you.
flex. Okay, good. Okay, so let's just concentrate on my. There we go. So unfortunately, my late sister had caught the devouring. She was close, and myself, I sat on the precipice. I didn't catch the devouring myself, but I caught something else, and it seems to flare up whenever I am near anything occult related, whether that be magic cast or a student with a very prominent aura. Because I don't want anything bad to happen, and I don't know what could happen. As this all started 10 years ago, and they spent countless years seeking out professionals to diagnose and take care of all of this. Well, that's led me to here, and I don't want anything bad to happen to you in the event that something does go bad. So I've taken up residence in the main building for the evenings.
Sounds like a forced resonance. Well,
It's voluntary, at least. If I have some late developing devouring, I'm sure you don't want me waking up next to all of you. Yes.
Yeah.
You're saying you're not present in
But
your
let's
room
try to
half
keep
the
light of
time.
it.
You have anything expensive in there? Just asking for a friend.
Hell.
I
you should have said like,
nice
so
clothing
you
in
know
there.
if something's missing.
Oh, so you know if something's
Should
missing?
have said nothing.
Yes, I would know if something is missing.
Okay.
I think at least here, I have my old weapon, my halberd. I think that's the only really expensive thing.
It's not a princess weapon, but it's very effective.
I remember that one.
Yes. I mean, this sword, I don't have. Well, I guess my sword is up there as we speak, but I'm talking with Val, take something lighter. Right, because walking around is very tiresome.
Why am I
I
still wearing
heard
my
something about it's like a hilt, but then the blade itself is made out of magic, kind of runs off of either mana crystal or something like that.
A moment.
Aethertech, yes. An Aethertech weapon like that would be nice. If Val said he could probably make it, it wouldn't be too difficult. It would just be a matter of time. But that I can enlist the rest of the Aethertech.
Oh,
In turn, I can pay them with my family's money. It isn't blood money.
under there. Clip this. Under you go. Ugh. Please don't be the bird.
Let's just say the rules down there are a bit different.
Oh, okay, I see.
I'm going
There's
to
no
go
such
for a
thing
roll.
as blood money.
Yeah,
So-
I also think I was
Right.
actually going to head off.
I'm gonna give a run and then I'll probably just.
I apologize
I
that
don't
you
wish
cannot
to.
stay the night here.
It's fine.
We will
got
soon
it.
enough. It's quite alright.
That's true. One more or 2 more days?
Are you alright?
2 more days.
Oh,
Yeah,
2 more
okay.
days.
So welcome to the team, Emma.
May I?
It's good to have you.
Yes, welcome. To
Thank
all
you
3 of you,
again.
of course.
And Anna. Welcome to. Hope your stay
Uh,
will be
do you
pleasant.
want us to-
Will live up to your expectations.
Do you want
Would
us
you
to
like us
clear
to take
the bottles and
clear the tables?
That would be nice. Yes, because I'm a bit inebriated and I feel like I'm gonna drop some. Thank you. Thank you.
I'll just take this before anybody.
I would also like to say, as I've spoken with the others, that at
Do
the
you want
moment,
it?
I would like to encourage you to
I'll
It will
remember
keep
that
it
we are a
with
team
suggest-
and not a family.
Yeah.
I don't want to keep you
if
here
you
when
drink
you want
it,
other things to do.
you might have a little bit of more of a carnivorous hunger tomorrow.
When we're not on the clock.
So you eat more meat.
Okay, go do whatever the hell you want. I don't care.
I'm putting it in safety.
I'm very drunk.
In safe storage, it needs to belong in there. It's a dangerous thing, right? Very dangerous. Needs to be kept safe.
Is he lying?
And you go, oh, yes. Ah, perfect.
So, but how do you say? I should warn you, and this isn't a racist thing, okay? It's just a part of their culture. Dragonkin keep what are called hordes. Yes.
No, I don't.
So that
right.
is-
No, he
is
he
a
did mention
pile,
something about hordes.
and it's a culmination of their being in the term of something that they collect. It's like a kind of.
So you collect alcohol?
Urge that they have.
No. I collect nice liquids and shiny
It's generally
things
treasures
and
of
trophies
whatever
of
they consider
important
treasures.
conquests.
So. But
Oh, do tell.
rest be
What
assured,
kind of conquests?
most Dragonkin don't take offense if you ask if
Overcoming
your
racial
stuff is in their
diversity.
hoard. So if you're
To
worried,
welcome
you can just ask them.
a bird onto
trust
my
that
team.
the two, both Solar and Tel, will be honest if they have
I am
subconsciously
sorry
added one of your belongings to
for
the board and
being
don't
a
give it
feathered
back to you.
creature.
I
I
don't
accept
really
your
have a lot of
apology
stuff
and
with
hope
me,
it changes
so
in
I
the
just really have
future,
my,
but
my weapons
if it
and
doesn't, that's okay.
couple
I'll live.
blankets and pillows and all that.
I'm
so.
very afraid that it won't. I'm just not going to just put hopes in you. It will only get
Something I
worse
care for a lot
in the
more.
future. Or I will just get more feathers.
Yes. And I hope the tea is keeping you well.
I'm just going to prepare you for that.
Thank you again, though. I'll
There's also a
let
chance that
you,
it won't
go rest
change.
up now.
Give me it depends
Thank
on
you again.
if I get a chance to conquer a part of Ambrosia, but
I will see you in
Good
the
evening. Enjoy your
See you in
rest.
the morning.
Good evening.
yes, well, but yeah, that. I will keep this form until I get a chance to. Well,
Prove yourself to the
Thank
team
you.
and I'll look past your features. It's fine.
fine, Ron.
Right.
Don't worry about it.
Mhm.
We don't think
I
down on
wonder
you
if there's.
because you're a demon or whatnot. You're not some case study for us. You're simply you. Don't forget that.
I do wonder if there's ambrosia to be found on the world surface, or if I have to go downstairs again.
From my experience traveling on the surface, I don't believe so, unfortunately.
Okay. Oh gee. Well, we'll see, and I have somewhat already accepted the fate that I will always just stay in my feudal form, so should be fine.
You can be
Anyway,
strong as you
I
are.
will just. But I will be missing some of my potential.
Potential to be more of a
And then again,
bird. Or
a stronger asset to the team.
I'm going.
Right.
I'm going to retire. I'm sorry, Marge. Things are getting really
Yeah.
bad. I'm getting.
I will also head back to the warehouse.
of course. Good evening, Ram.
So,
I'll-
yes, was
Good
a
night. I'll see you again.
fun evening. Thanks for at least condoning my existence here as a team member. And
I
hope
do
I'll, be
condone
able
your
to
existence as a team
change your
member,
opinion.
and I'm sure you'll be valuable to the team. Have a good rest. I'll try to.
Good night, Sir Mordred.
Good night.
So, Professor?
Prophet. Tel'Kahras.
What's the deal with the avian-style demons? They untrustworthy, or?
Okay, so there's a lot of variation to demons. I'm gonna like if they weren't they didn't live underground, you would really assume they were just some sort of mutation of a Zverka.
I see.
Right.
So,
I also don't understand. Yes.
can I trust Raum as an individual, you think? You know, the same way I look past any of your features, do you think I could trust him, or is there some innate species thing for his particular, what's the word? Subspecies of demon?
I'm not aware of too much information about his branch of demon kind, but he is part of your team, or you have invited him into your team.
Yes.
So whether or not he is a demon shouldn't really matter. Because if you invited him, you would have some sort of trust or some belief that he's capable.
Loyalty to a team's important, so I suppose he can prove it. I just wanted to double check that I didn't just make a mistake, that's all.
Well, he's...
Knock, knock.
If there was ever...
Come in.
I forgot my bow.
Ah.
Oh.
You didn't see anything.
I saw nothing.
Man.
Yes.
That
sorry,
why really Philippians up. Another getting. Is there anything else?
Alright. No, that was it. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Well, additionally, Professor, was it meant to be a linguistics class today? Did I miss something?
No. I'm just trying to get through all of the students' examination.
I see.
If you recall. Unfortunately, I only got to do one person today.
Well, we were all sorting out teams, weren't we? Busy day. Busy day.
Yeah, it was a busy day.
Well, speaking of
Hopefully I
busy...
can get the other three.
I hope so. I'm sure you will, Mordred. Just force your way into their lives and pull them out by the scruff of their necks.
Yeah. If there were actually any issues with Realm being in your team, if you or any of your team members were to communicate with the professors or even the chancellor specifically that you have a weird suspicion or you don't feel comfortable with Realm being in your team anymore, we will be able to probably relocate them into a different team.
I see, so it's not a final. Well, that's fine. That's fine. I bring some comfort, but I'm sure he'll prove me wrong, you know. I'm absolutely sure.
How was your division, by the way?
Well, alchemy went well until Nella arrived. Otherwise, the crafting division was interesting, to be honest. We've got a lot of talking to do, a lot of organizing, but I feel like I made some good picks. The crafting division seems to be one that gets around and interacts with all the other divisions, so you get a part in everywhere, really. And then alchemy, as a personal interest, is good for myself. How was your set of individuals been for farming, I believe it was?
I would say it's interesting. They'll probably exhaust me just doing the divisions with the certain people in them. But I think overall, it should be functioning.
Good, well, I'm sure you'll be able to keep them busy, that's for sure. I'm sure it'll be very successful.
Yes, hopefully so. Well then, if you don't mind, I'll just put this mug in the sink.
Of course, I'm going to go retire to my bed anyways, I'm shattered.
Well then, if you don't mind.
Of course. Good night, Mordred. Let yourself out. And end of roleplay there. Jeez, long one today, guys. Wow. Not having that camera on did help, it seems, with crashing. No problems at all. So we'll see. I would like to have a front view, though. That's a problem. I'll see if I can work something out. Maybe there's some more settings to tweak here and there. Shouldn't be an issue in the future, though. But anyways, until then, thank you for watching. Let's go ahead and see if there's any questions from anyone hanging around. Oh, there's a few things here. Right. Ah, yes, I didn't think about that. Let's go ahead and set up our camera real quick, shall we? Then we'll just mask ourselves out. Okie dokie, so, if you got any questions, now's the time to fire them towards me. Let's have a look at my screen here. Something seems interesting seems to be happening. Best course of action, the newbies. Rewatching the VOD again time, let's go. Hell yeah, Kaiju. Tell is the racist uncle. You know, yeah. I find it an interesting dynamic that his hate of birds has become a thing with a team member now. It should be a really interesting dynamic, actually, to be fair. I mean, Tel as a race, as a Drakshar, is meant to be prejudiced as a start, so it's kind of ironic, to be honest. But, you know, I think negative relationships turned positive are really, really good for roleplay. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It's like a Aurelia too. Haha. Right, any questions? Nope. Not that it seems like. Alright then, guys. Thank you very much for watching this episode. I do apologise for the crashes. I can't really help it. I'll do what I can about it. Hopefully it'll be better next week. There was apparently a bit of a map issue as well that was present this week. But otherwise, thank you very much for watching. This video will be up on Wednesday on YouTube, and the live stream is every Tuesday at 11:30 PM GMT, or just a bit before. So until the next time, I will see you then. Keep it going, guys. Bye-bye.